a military camp. The cook calls out to the men that breakfast is ready. Among them is him, our protagonist. His name is Unkrik, and beside him, one of his soldiers, startled by a bug on his boot. But as for Unkrik, after causing too much trouble, he was demoted to lead a squad of complete idiots. Our protagonist has no special powers. Nothing of the sort. Far from it. Everything he has gained has been through sacrifice and endless training. He has no real talent for battle. None at all. Always defeated. He knows his dream is beyond his grasp. A man like him, just trying to survive on the battlefield, could never become a knight. Everyone told him, over and over again. He never listened. And the worst part, they were not wrong. An enemy's blade found his throat. His death was pathetic. Only, upon death, he returned. Right to the beginning of the day. That same subordinate, startled again by the bug on his boot. This detail unnerves Unkrik. At first, he thought it was just a nightmare, perhaps a dream, a vision, a premonition, but the call, the boot, the bug, it is all the same. Could this be decisive? In the battle that day, he was killed again. A blade through his throat, then a third time, and a fourth. The events are always the same. The enemy's sword piercing his throat. It is always the same man. But, well, why does this day keep repeating? Over and over again. Let us draw this story out a bit. Let us get on with the story. Before we continue the story, let me tell you about something awesome. I have heard about the insane profits some subscribers are making with trading. So I went crazy researching and found this incredible platform called Pokebroker. It is a trading platform. And yeah, I know when you hear the word trading, you immediately feel anxious and panicked. But relax, my loves. With Pokebroker you can finally master it. It is super easy to use, with an interface that is simple to understand. Trust me, it won't take long for you to go from a total beginner to a trading pro. To get started, just download the app and register with your email, Google, or even Facebook account, and do not forget to use my promo code VENYAMI5. That way you will get a bonus on your first deposit. My king, they offer you plenty of tools to get started, and of course, a few of their own little tricks. And here's one for you. When I see 3 green candles in a row, it often signals an upward trend. So that might be a good time to place a buy option. Plus, there is a 0% commission when you withdraw your money. And if that is not enough, they offer several ways to do it. From typical bank transfers to cryptocurrencies. Add to that an active community and 24/7 support. Bro, if you want to get into the world of trading, Pokebroker is definitely your best bet. His enemy strike is always perfect. This is the 17th time he has seen it, and the 17th time he has died. Maybe if I had pushed harder, trained more, maybe I would not die here. Every time he dies, he comes to this place. But for the first time, he hears a voice, asking if he truly believes that. It urges him to fight, to cast aside his despair, before the wall he cannot overcome. Again, the 18th time. He is so used to it now. He wakes up before the cook even calls. His subordinate is surprised. Unkrik tells Ren there is a bug on his boot. He checks, and it is there. This time, Ren wins his battle against the little creature. Though he suspects Unkrik put it there, he denies it, saying he just saw it crawl in. Of course, it is the 18th time he has seen it, but when will he stop seeing this? And finally end this day. Our protagonist has wielded a sword since he was a boy. He learned swordsmanship from a retired mercenary who happened to move into his village. Surprised by his skill, the man told him that if he kept it up, he could one day become a knight. That was the day Unkrik began to dream. But, is it even possible? A knight in this world can slay 1,000 men on the battlefield alone. They are living weapons that change the tide of war. Invincible heroes. He thought he would be the hero of songs sung by wandering minstrels. The knight of the end. The one who would end all wars. He left his village to follow that dream. But he won no battles. Ended no war. All he earned was mockery. Mockery from everyone, including his own comrades. The rookie who trips while swinging his sword. The rookie who is a coward. The rookie who is just no good. That was the first time Unkrik ever doubted himself. Maybe his talent was not so great after all. But it was too soon to give up. He practiced, putting his faith in hard work. Hard work can overcome talent. Or so they say. He practiced more. And more. And more. And more. He gained experience, strength, and stamina, enough to stop the damn mockery. Now, they respect him. He really could become a knight. But that was just foolishness. His hopes and his foolish dreams were shattered when that person defeated him so easily he looked like a child. And the worst part, the one who defeated him was a child. His words were, "Old man, you are too weak." To think that brat was only 12 years old, and he would only practiced swordsmanship for 6 damn months, while our Unkrik had dedicated 10 years, a whole decade. To this, he would torn his hands to shreds practicing, but it was infinitely more pathetic than a genius's 6 months. That day was the beginning of his downfall, but he only knew how to do one thing. Push himself. He did it over and over and over again. His dream of becoming a knight would be realized, or he would die trying. He used his rest time to train, his meal times, too. His results were pitiful. And so, his dream sank. But if he could not be a knight, at least he could become a seasoned soldier, he told himself, as a small comfort. And from that day, 3 years passed. And now, we return to the present. 18 deaths. The division he is in is called the Cyprus Division. He became the squad leader of a so-called second-rate squad. It was the best he could achieve with all his effort. But still, it is not so bad. Being a regular soldier of the kingdom is better than being a freelance mercenary. He approached one of his men, a guy named Jackson, and asked him to take his morning shift. Of course, Jackson won't do it for free. He has to pay him. Ren complains about the way Jackson speaks to Enkrik. He even looks at him with contempt. Enkrik asks Ren to teach him again. To teach him his technique. Heart of the beast. He is surprised and pleased by the request. He mockingly asks if he had not already given up, after failing last time. Later that day, the battle of the 100 soldiers of Nililians, his kingdom versus Aspen, began once more. And just like last time, he died. He came back to life and began reliving the same day, over and over again. This is how he learned Ren's Heart of the Beast. Every time he came back to life. But even with this new technique, he was still unable to see his enemy's blade. That is, until today. Today, he is sure of it. This is his 21st time on this battlefield. He has memorized every repeating pattern. Dodge the spear. Then, the soldier from behind. After that, the attack from the guy in the back. And finally, that comrade of his dies. Or at least, that is what was supposed to happen. Inkri stopped the damned arrow. The one that always killed that man. The one who makes the mistake of getting distracted. Caught off guard in the middle of the battle. But Unkri already knew what to do. He kills the attacker. Now, only he is left. He always ends up fighting that bastard. No matter what he tries, their paths always cross. But this time, he will survive. During his training, Ren had explained that his problem was always closing his eyes. At the most dangerous moments. He proved it to him easily enough, explaining that to do so on the battlefield is to die. He must be brave. He must ignore the very existence of death. Like a beast. That is how he must act. But this time, he feels no fear. This time will be different. This time, they won't pierce his throat. He does not fear death, because death makes him stronger. For the first time, Inkri dodges the blade. His heart pounds in his chest. The enemy can't believe it. Our boy attempts to counterattack for the first time, but he was killed. Once again, by a swift backhand from his foe, he returns to that place, where the ferryman tells him he is trapped in this endless day, feeling the pain, feeling the despair. He tells him to surrender, to board his boat, to admit that he is weak, and find peace. Inkri's head is bowed. His answer to the ferryman is, "Never. I will never give up." He returns to the start of the day. This time, he saw the bastard's blade, and he managed to dodge it. He is moving forward, one step at a time. This is the 22nd day, and he will challenge him once more. That battle, all over again. This is Unkri's 33rd attempt. Now, he can see the thrust completely. He even manages to dodge the second attack. Just barely. Though, a part of his neck was still cut. This type is just too fast. Unkri falls to his knees. Then, he falls, as that strange necklace falls from his neck. It is a necklace he got during his time as a mercenary. He took on a job against some monsters, not for the pay. He just happened to stumble upon that village, and agreed to help them. He nearly died. Of course, the reason he accepted was because that is what knights do, protect the weak. The village was too poor to pay him. That is when they gave him that amulet, a pitiful reward for risking his life. That strange old woman told him the medallion would grant his most desperate wish. Now, it all makes sense. Unkri understands. It has to be that medallion. It is what is making this day repeat over and over, all to turn him into a true knight. He is not dead yet. That strange man approaches him. He says he will put him out of his misery. He will show him mercy. Unkri tries to get up, Mercy, he snaps back, but no matter how hard he tried. Another day, the same today. This time, he tells Ren he put a bug in his boot. Ren was pissed. What a sick joke. Ankri does not waste any time. He tells him, no more talk, and get out there to practice Heart of the Beast. He practices with Ren, who noticed the change in his captain. He stops and asks, how did you suddenly become so brave? Ankri replies that he just trained. But Ren was skeptical. You can't just change like that overnight. What confuses Ren the most is that he is mastering his family's technique. His family's technique is not learned so easily, but its concept is simple. They have had more than 10 training sessions. Ankri thinks. He challenges Ren to an extra match. The thing is, our protagonist knows that even if he masters Heart of the Beast, he will be killed if he can't land a blow on his enemy. Ren asks how much longer he plans on just dodging. But Ankri pays him no mind. The only sword technique he has right now is the Valen mercenary technique. It is an unorthodox technique, created by a mercenary named Valen. A technique with a pretty bad reputation. So he prepares himself. Ren notices something has changed. Ankri lunges with a thrust. It is the same technique as the man who has killed him so many times. But Ren disarms him with a swing of his axe. Even in defeat, Ankri is shocked, not because of Ren, but because, for a moment, he was able to imitate that bastard's technique. It is as if his body copied the technique after being beaten by it so many times. Ren complains. He complains that the attack should have wounded him. Of all the moves you have shown, that thrust was the best, but it failed to hit its mark. That is because of your mindset, Ankri. You hesitate too much. It is like you are asking yourself, what happens if I miss? What am I supposed to do after that? When you attack, you must believe with certainty that you will kill your enemy, so have no doubt. That way, you won't lose your sword again. Sure, his explanation was crap, but Ankri understood it perfectly. The difference between his thrust and that bastard's. It is true. He must attack with the intent to kill. Not just with intent, but with the absolute certainty that he will. He practiced with Ren. Then he went to the battlefield, and died again. He went back to practicing with Ren. He returned to the battle, and died. Again. But he is making progress, one step at a time. This is his 111th attempt. Then, dead. Attempt number 123, dead. But on his 124th attempt, he did not lose his sword while training with Ren. Ren asked him if he was crazy. His hand was a mess from not letting go. But, why are you laughing? Ren asked Ankri. Why are you laughing like a damn maniac? Back to the battle. Ankri attacked the bastard with killing intent. The blow had managed to hit his helmet. But it was not enough. He died again. His first stabbing attempt failed. But he won't flinch in the face of death. He won't let go of his sword. That guy scoffs, and prepares to finish him off. But before he can, Ankri tells him that next time. Next time. I am going to kill you. The guy laughs. For the dead. There is no next time. The day began once more. He immediately kills the creature on Ren's boot. Ren is grateful to him for this. So he tells him, if you are grateful, then go be my guard. Ren is confused. He has never acted like this before. This is time number 125. He calls out to Big Eyes. He asks him to bring a shin guard, a shield, and a dagger. He will pay him back later. Of course. Big Eyes trusts him only because he is the boss. Ren is in disbelief. He had never been so insistent and forceful with his orders. He just says that is what happens when you push your duties onto others, and he calls them oblivious bastards. The others arrive one by one. Ren is certain now. He was never this fierce. Ankri trains against a tree. Every time he dies, he feels an immense amount of pain. So he is not willing to repeat this day 1,000 times. Perhaps he should escape. But what if he escapes and just wakes up on this day again? Or what if he survives and the day repeats anyway? He has definitely gotten stronger. But he wonders if it will be enough. That is not an option for him. He is not going to run. He is going to overcome this. He is going to break through this damn wall. He has mastered the Heart of the Beast. He learned to stab like a true Brian. And he is not going to waste it. Ankri has managed to split a tree in two. He gears up for battle with everything he will need. The battle begins. His unit moves to the front. This time, he managed to survive thanks to 3 things. Preparation, luck, and a cool head. He knows every angle he is going to be attacked from. So he attacks with precision. On his 71st try, that guy cut off his leg. That is why he brought the shin guards. On the 89th, someone threw an axe at his head, and if he lets that person live, they will interfere in his fight against the freak. So that is not an option. That is why he brought daggers, throwing one right between his visor. Then there is his comrade, attacked by the archer known as Hawk's Claw. He cuts off the head of the one who tries to ambush him. And now, he faces the wall. That bastard. The two of them stand facing each other. The guy attacks first. He blocks with his shield. The shield was shattered to pieces. He charges forward, abandoning it, because he has to do more than just dodge. He stops and parries the guy's next attack with his sword. The man is somewhat surprised. He thought he would just attack recklessly. Enkri has noticed that the guy is just a normal soldier, but one who is very close to being a genius. Besides, he does not have much real fighting experience. That is why it is easy to catch him off guard. He hits him with a headbutt, using the dirty tricks of his style. Alright, he throws sand in the guy's face. Then he strikes. The guy responds with a thrust, but they both dodge. Swiftly, the guy launches his next attack. Enkri knows exactly how to shatter that thrust. He strikes the tip of the other man's blade with his sword, destroying his weapon. The problem is, in the distance. That archer, Hawk's Claw, fires an arrow at him. That freak is surprised and scared. Enkri is in position to kill him, but he does nothing. The arrow flies toward his back, and just as it is about to hit, an axe shatters it in mid-flight, an axe thrown by Ren. He won't let that damned archer kill his captain. Enkri finally stabs the bastard in the neck. He falls to his knees before him. Enkri allows himself to savor the moment. Before throwing his words back at him, "This is mercy," and blows his head off. He has finally done it. The wall has been overcome. As he enjoys his small victory, he is struck hard in the side. He screams in pain. The one who hit him is a strange creature. His squad notices. Ren runs toward him. He is being attacked by a frog that, by the way, looks a lot like a Tao. It is displeased with the protagonist, because it had spent so much time and resources cultivating that man, and someone like Enkri just killed him. It simply seemed impossible. In retaliation, it attacks, intending to kill, but Ren intervenes, blocking the creature's blow. He counterattacks, forcing the frog to defend itself. The two exchange blows with their weapons. While that happens, another soldier tries to end Enkri's life, but he is saved by his other comrade, Hagson. Both the frog and Ren reach a stalemate. Ren warns the Tao that to get to his commander, it will have to go through him. The creature is surprised that this weakling is the commander, and not Ren. Our dear friend thinks, these creatures are born to fight. He will have to use his magic to burn this thing, or at least pierce its heart with a single blow. What a pain. Fighting a frog. The frog thinks to itself. It wonders why someone like Ren is on such a trivial battlefield, to kill it. Ren thinks he will have to risk his life, and the frog realizes the same. So the Tao does something very typical of its kind. It decides the battle is not worth it. It looks at Ren as if to say, I will let you live today, so be grateful. It turns around and leaves. Ren, being the human he is, can only insult the cowardly being. But with the greatest threat gone, he runs to help Hagson, who is struggling to protect Enkri. Another of his comrades comes to the rescue, and then another. The entire unit is fighting to protect their captain from the bastards trying to finish him off, finally managing to get him to safety. The retreat is sounded. Today, the battle was lost. In that dark space, Enkri hears the boatman, but the boatman scorns him. He tells him he has only managed to survive a single day, that is all. But he won't be able to overcome the next walls that appear in his path. His destiny is despair and surrender. But our guy is not buying any of it. Destiny asks as he rises to his feet. For him, such a thing does not exist. And as for those walls, any wall can be torn down. The ferryman smirks. He says he will eagerly await the day that flame dies out, the day your determination wavers. The moment those eyes, filled with greed and ambition, lose all their light, then, he will carry him away on his boat. Enkri awakens. His wounds have been treated. Ren tells him he is in the infirmary. You have been asleep for 2 straight days. In case you had not noticed, this is Ren, a member of Squad 444. Ren also rubs it in his face that he saved him from that damned frog. Enkri did not even know what that thing was. It was his first time ever running into one. A sharp pain shoots through him. Ren informs him that his bones were shattered by that attack. Plus, your head took a pretty bad beating. He asks if he even remembers him. I am your best friend forever, he said with a suspicious tone. Of course. Enkri replies that he never said they were friends, and calls him a noble hunter. Ren quickly covers his mouth and tells him to shut up. He tells him not to go around spilling other people's secrets. Well, he survived. 2 more days have passed. That clears up one of my doubts. The day of the battle won't repeat itself forever. His colleagues came to visit him. The second visitor was Craze, a member of his Squad 444. He is here to ask for the favor to be repaid. After all, it took a lot of effort to bring him here, so that is the reason. Enkri realizes the reason why he, a mere soldier, was put in an infirmary tent. Craze paid for it. Although, Enkri reminds Craze, during the battle, you were hiding. With that piece of information, Craze willingly offers him a discount. Later that afternoon, Haxan paid him a visit. He just watched him. The protagonist asked if he had some business with him. Haxan tosses him something. An ointment. Then he leaves, telling him not to ask where he got it from. Ankri is surprised. Haxan hates sharing. The next day, Auden came to see him. He is the religious one in the squad. He came to pray for Ankri's soul, that it may rest in peace. Finally, the visits were over. It is strange. They came one by one to see me. Before, everyone just did their own thing. But why are they so worried about me? He wonders to himself. But just as I was about to rest, another one showed up. Ragna, also a member of his squad. He just took one look and left. After all, Ragna only cares about Ragna. Besides Ankri, there are two other guys in the infirmary. A platoon commander from another company who is always rude to him. And another, a soldier whose name he does not know, who is always staring into space. But just then, someone enters the infirmary. An elf, a female elf. Well, we have got Wafus, and that elf asks, who is? The commander of the 4th squad. The guy who always insults Ankri wonders aloud why an elf is here. The elf asks him which company he belongs to. He replies, Benjanes, commander of the 3rd platoon. 2nd company. She asks if his company teaches him to point out his superior's race upon meeting them. A nervous Benjanes apologizes. Ankri thinks to himself, a superior officer. It seems she is the new commander of the 4th company. He introduces himself. I'm commander of the 4th squad. 4th platoon. 4th company. That is why his squad is called 444. The elf tells him she has heard good things. That he leads his troublesome comrades well. She says she looks forward to his contributions. Then she turns to leave, leaving Ankri to wonder if that was all she came for. But the elf stops and asks the mysterious man for his name. The nervous man replies, Crab. Of course. The name is fake, but neither Ankri nor the elf say a word. She leaves, leaving our hero full of questions. By nightfall, the pain in his body has faded significantly. His strength is returning. It is time to do what needs to be done. Train. The guy who is always insulting him asks where he is going. To the training grounds. Ankri replies. This provokes a new round of taunts from the guy, but the blonde man just watches him in silence. Ankri tries to recall the last battle. It is one of the few useful training methods he knows. What if I had missed that stab against him? What would I have done next? It is not smart to bet everything on a single move. If that attack fails, I die. Take Rain's axe attacks. For example, every single one is lethal. Maybe I should, but just then, he is interrupted. Someone breaks his concentration, telling him he is working hard. He says he does not know what he is doing. But your hands are shaking. I am training my grip strength. Ankri replies. Right now. I am replaying the battle in my mind. The blonde man asks why he is doing that. Simple. Our boy replies. So I do not get killed in the next battle. The blonde man asks. What do you gain by surviving? What are you aiming for? Ankri takes a moment before answering. I had a dream. I have a dream. But whenever I say it out loud, everyone laughs. The dream I still have not been able to reach. He raises his sword and declares, I will become a knight. Simple words. But they leave the blonde man stunned and speechless. Ankri glances at him. He says it is the first time he has seen it, and the blonde man asks, Seen what? Someone who does not laugh at me. Our boy replies. The blonde man says he just forgot to laugh. But then, he suddenly remembers something. And so, he leaves. As he walks away, he says that now that he has seen it, he understands his mission. And with a smile, he adds that when he becomes a knight, he should not forget about him. This is the first time. The first time anyone has ever supported Ankri's dream. The next day, the wandering minstrel began his morning songs early, as Ankri woke up next to that guy, who was complaining that the morning rations had not arrived yet. After eating their late breakfast, he took a short walk towards the training grounds. On the way, he ran into Haxan, who asked about his injuries. Ankri thanked him for the medicine. It worked pretty well. Haxan says that if he is so grateful, the unit better get back fast. Then, night fell. And so, Rubio went to sleep, but not before wishing Ankri good night, only for the other guy to insult them both. This was a quiet day, a day of doing nothing. Except, the next morning, the jungler played that same song again, at the same time. Because that guy was complaining again about breakfast being late. He is as noisy as yesterday, just like yesterday. That can only mean one thing. He went out for a short walk. He ran into Haxan, and he said the exact same words. Exactly the same. Now there is no doubt. While I was sleeping, I was killed. I have hit a new wall. Another challenge. That same night. He wondered who killed him. And how. To get to him. They have to get through several defenses. The enemy must be an assassin among us. But whoever it is, they know the location and their target. They must be skilled. Someone like an elf. With their silent agility, they are perfect for assassination. And if the reason she came to see him that day was to locate him, and to identify him, I need to see her. I need to confirm it, but in an instant. A dart lodges in my neck. I try to pull it out, but I can't. I have been poisoned. I can't even speak. But I have to look. I have to know who it is. The other guy was hit too. Now I understand. The target is not me. The target is Crab, the blonde one. Another one appears. Another assassin. It is. There is no doubt. It is the elf. I was on high alert last time, but I could not even sense that bastard, and on top of that, the company commander. Even if I manage to stop the assassin, I can't win against her. I feel so powerless, but not long ago. I felt the same way against that other guy, and in the end, I cut his head off, so I will find a way. I am not going to give up. To begin, sword in hand, he rips the sheets off the other guy. What the hell do you think you are doing? Inkri had suspected him. But I can tell there is no way he has anything to do with this. His reaction is genuine. Have you gone insane? Or is your training just hunting cockroaches with a sword? I did not expect you to worry so much about me. I was being sarcastic. You bastard. Which Inkri was doing as well. Just then, Rubio Crab arrives, arguing this early in the morning. Or am I interrupting something? Inkri invites him to come in. Nothing's going on. There is no doubt he is the assassin's target. But who is he? I do not want to pry into things that are not my business. Like the lunatics in my company would. But this is already affecting me. Because of him. I am being killed every night. So I ask Crab, who are you? Really? Crab watches him. Even the other guy is curious. But Crab replies that, it is not something I can tell you. It is a very long story. Inkri decides not to push it. The other guy gets annoyed. Are you really just going to accept that answer? If that is the case, why did you even ask in the first place? Now you have just left me hanging. The same goes for us. Needless to say, the guy continues. Crab. Crabe. Whatever the hell your name is. You are definitely not from this country. Your manners are those of a nobleman. So you better be honest. What country are you from? Crab stares at him. The guy knows he has crossed a line. He steps toward him. It does not matter where I come from. But I have not and will not betray the kingdom. I can see it in his eyes. I can see it in his movements. Crab, or whoever he really is, has the aura of a knight. The guy says to Crab, you should not speak to your superior that way. Which only makes him laugh, and I conclude, although Crab has the aura and bearing of a knight, it is clear that he is not one. An assassin like that could never lay a finger on a true knight. However, he is definitely hiding something. Night falls. Crab and Inkri say they're good nights. Obviously. I am not going to sleep a wink. I get out of bed. Sword at the ready. What the hell are you doing now? The assassins will be here soon. If you want to live, you have to help me. But the guy calls me crazy and turns away. My mistake was not paying more attention. I hear a voice. I can't believe they found us out. And just like that, my throat is slit. All I can wonder is, how? When? The other guy is also killed in an instant, and Crab dies again. Another day. What should I do? If I simply say an assassin is coming, both Vance and Crab will suspect me. I tried to get reinforcements by telling the guards, but all I got were insults, with no other options. I hid and waited for the assassin, and tried to predict their movements, but as I did, my throat was pierced again. Too fast. Another attempt. I hid behind the tent. I die all the same. This is the 20th time. My 20th death. I do not know what to do, but I laugh. I have only died 20 times. It is barely anything. I have to figure out how to avoid that poison dart. Then, how to face them. I have to evade their attacks. As I walk, I find the solution. Haxon. Ren once told me that Haxon is like a cat. His senses are extremely sharp. But he is a damn pervert. He never fights head-on. He stabs you in the back and runs. A damn why. I have that same talk with him about my wounds. I know I do not have the authority to take him with me at night. If I could, Haxon would surely beat that assassin easily. But this is still a wall I must overcome myself. So I ask him this. If someone like you were to stab me in the back, what would I have to do to survive? Haxon thinks. He answers that he would not know. No one has ever survived their ambushes. Inkri is disheartened by his words, but Haxon notices his expression and sighs. He tells him he needs to grow eyes in the back of his head. But what does that mean? Inkri asks. Haxon replies that it is just in time. He asks if he can see that card at the back of the barracks. Inkri spots it and wonders how the hell he saw it when it is in his blind spot. To top it all off, Haxon claims that card is going to break, And sure enough, one of its wheels gives out. Enkri is completely stunned. How the hell? Is he some kind of prophet? Haxon scoffs at the question. It seems the barbarians have infected you with their religion. It is simple. Sound. He answers. I heard the wheel joints rattling. If you listen first, predicting what is coming is easy. Well, buddy, that advice does not work if they are shooting at you. Remember, if you hear the gunshot, it means the bullet missed you. Anyway, this was information Unkri truly did not know. The way to develop it, Haxon says, is to practice. You need to stop giving all the work to your eyes and start using your other senses. Inkri thanks him, but says it is strange. You did not used to like being asked questions. You used to get angry. Haxon says it is annoying, but it is better than continuing to suffer like this, says the squad commander. He won't give up. That night, Inkri began to put Haxon's teachings into practice. I have to hear it. To hear the invisible death. He identifies the regular steps of a patrol. Inkri already identifies the torches, but still can't hear the assassin. That night, he failed. Knew it. But at the same time, the same day, he has not improved yet. But his body clearly remembers the experience of last night's training. He went back to Haxon, who this time elaborated on his explanation. He said there is a lot of information in sound. Location. Direction. Intensity. All of it gives you information. If you can properly hear distant and subtle sounds, then your ears will become a new pair of eyes. He snapped his fingers. Sound is a wave. No matter how silent you are, the wave will always exist. But there are so many waves at the same time. So you will have to pick out the right one from among all of them. Inkri began to practice, in very crowded places. Listen. Distinguish. And catch. First, the sound of the flag. There are 10 of them. Then, the footsteps of 3 people. He senses strange sounds. Sounds he can't identify. But at that moment, he is interrupted by Kreb. Or Crab. Who asks what kind of training he is doing this time. But of course, what catches our protagonist's attention is that he called him Enki. Kreb says it comes from his name. Inkri asks if he likes it. The truth is, he does not like the nickname. But what does it matter? He says he is just sitting. What makes you think I am training? Kreb tells him he is not the type of person to waste time. That same night. Again. Murdered. It is the 33rd time. It is a complete failure. And then, the 34th time. And for those who do not understand, it is the 34th time the assassin kills him. Then another failure. And another. And another. But he keeps practicing. What he needs to overcome this situation is not luck. Nor is it learning a pattern. What he needs is to improve his own skills. I have to do this, and that day. For the first time since he started training, he manages to isolate the sound of that small bird he could not identify before. Then he opens his eyes just as Kreb approaches him, surprising him at the same time, who asks how he knew. I approached in complete silence. Are you training to sense presence? So you are not the type to waste time after all. Rubio says. That night, the assassin threw his dart, but this time, Inkri managed to dodge it. He pulled his sword from under the pillow and launched a slash, surprising the assassin. He barely managed to dodge it. He is extremely worried. He did not expect this. What the hell? Now Inkri knows, this is not an invisible death. The assassin counterattacks while cursing Inkri. But our boy dodges the blade. This guy is a couple of levels below that freak from the last battle, so I can handle him. Then, he remembers the other two. Vijanza has already been hit by the dart. Farkrum. He was just grabbing his sword, quite surprised by the situation. Inkri focuses on the assassin, who lunges with a stab. Even though he is 2 levels below that freak, he is still very skilled. The assassin makes a surprise move, throwing a dagger. Inkri barely dodges it, but not without getting a cut on his chest. At that moment, the elf appeared. Inkri is screwed. His solution was to lunge directly at her, or I will die. But the assassin attacks Kreb with multiple darts. The elf dodges Inkri and covers Kreb from the darts with her cloak. That confirms for our boy that she is not with the assassin. But either way, this is my chance. He launches a swift stab at the assassin, who barely manages to block it, and seeing himself at a disadvantage, he does the smartest thing. He escapes. Kreb realizes that guy was probably after him. Inkri tells him he knows. Rubio asks, who would send an assassin to kill low-rank soldiers like him and Benkins? The elf says that is correct, and congratulates Inkri on his shrewdness. She sheathes her sword, but keeps her hand on the hilt. Inkri is not stupid. He knows full well what is about to happen. She does not want witnesses. So he looks at her and grips his dagger tightly. But before anything can happen, Kreb steps in and asks the elf for a favor. He does not want anyone to die today. Inkri awaited the girl's reaction, who accepts the request. Now we must save Benkins' life. She will give him an antidote. Inkri looks at her. It seems she is skilled in herbology. Kreb wonders how they should clean up the evidence. If it is discovered that the assassin was here, it will be a problem. My identity will be in danger. They are going to ask a lot of questions. Well, Inkri has a solution for that. A fire. Everyone runs to put out the fire. They say only 2 survived. This is what Inkri is thinking. The tracks are covered, and they will take care of the rest. As they make their way through the forest, the elf tells Kreb that without that commander, he would be dead by now. She never would have made it in time. She asks if that is why he changed his mind. He tells her yes. That guy. He is an interesting friend. He thinks to himself, I would have avoided him until now. He remembers Inkri, holding that sword high, as he declared his dream. He says with a smile that it seems his friend Inkri, better to say Enki, has gotten himself into some serious trouble, but one day, they will definitely meet again, in their own places. Before Enki stands a scythe, which vanishes moments later. Then the boatman assures him they will meet again very soon. Enki replies, anytime you are ready. He has survived a silent death, and a new day dawns. He can now sense almost any movement, except for the elves. But when I get back, I am going to train like my life depends on it. His wounds are almost fully healed, so he sets off, but someone stops him in his tracks. Is Vejance. He asks if he was the one who pulled him from the fire. But, well, Inkri wonders what his problem is, and he answers, I did it because we are comrades. Do I need any other reason? The answer seems to strike a nerve with the ever-annoying Vejance. He tells him he never asked for any favors. But, what a pain. He asks if he is going back to his unit. He warns him that if he goes now, he is just walking into a huge mess. Inkri asks what he means by that. Vejance replies that according to the rumors, the entire unit is cursed. Meanwhile, back in his squad, Ren and Ragna are about to tear each other apart. It is an absolute madhouse. Without Enki, these guys are nothing but wild animals. They are even beating each other with the water bucket. They are drawing their weapons. This is for real. Inkri watches the whole thing with a look of pure disgust. Then, he steps in to stop it, shocking his men, who all thought he had died in the fire. The protagonist returned to the guard 3 days ago. He opened his eyes, his rest finally over. Haxon was nearby. Did I wake you? He asked. Surprised, Inkri tells him no. I was planning to get up early to train anyway. Haxon told him. It has not been long since you learned how to listen. But you seem to be getting pretty good at it. Of course. Inkri was not about to tell him he would practice for 20 days straight, while being killed every single night. He simply said he had practiced a lot. Haxon urged him to keep up the practice. If you can master it, it will be incredibly useful. The battles have died down for now. They will be back around next winter, so I will use this time to train. I have got more than enough free time. After all, on his way back to camp, he ran into one of his men, Auden. He was training with a massive rock on his back. Auden is a total workout junkie. He says a trained body is its own shield. I have to train until I can take a punch from that guy. Prop. Auden is built like a beast. What a hunk. According to Auden, Inkri is still pretty scrawny. So you need to push yourself harder. He says he will, thinking to himself how massive Auden is. The two of them chat like old friends. Inside the tent, Ren and Ragnar are still at it. After taking a hit, the man crawled toward his sword, grabbing it to crack his skull open. Ren, he grabs his axe, ready to do the same. But just before they could kill each other, Inkri stopped them. Auden tells them violence is not the answer. This idiot is letting us starve to death. Inkri turns to Ragnar. It is your turn to cook, so get to it. He sullenly accepts the order. Ren snaps at him, asking if he has to be told everything before he will do his job. Ragnar tells him to shut his stinking mouth. Inkri tells Ren he is just getting restless from the lack of fighting. Ren admits it is true. So our hero tells him to stop bickering with that fool and come with him. We are going to play a little. Okay. That could definitely be taken the wrong way. They went to the training grounds to fight. Ren lands solid blows on Inkri, taunting him. He then unleashes a swing of his axe that Inkri barely deflects. But his beast heart technique has improved dramatically. His eyes stay open. He does not panic. Not only that, but his blocking has gotten much better. And he is even able to counter with the thrust he has been perfecting. Ren manages to dodge it. Then he uses his axe to trap Inkri's sword, rendering it useless. He grabs him by the shirt and slams him to the ground. Ren is the victor. But he tells Inkri his skills are getting way better. Still, it is not as fun as it used to be. Everything you do is the same. Dodge. Block. Thrust. Inkri understands. I am not the same person I was before. Even if I have to repeat it 1,000 times, I will get stronger. And so, he challenges Ren once more. Ren wonders why he is giving him that look. Don't you ever give up. But he still dares him to lay a single finger on him. Unfortunately, Their match is cut short by the rain, as everyone takes cover. Another member of the group shows up, annoyed by the downpour. He says that this whole curse thing might actually be real. Enkri asks what he is talking about. Crazy asks, "Have not you heard the rumors?" Inkri remembers Vijans saying something similar before he left. Crazy explains that the number of injuries has skyrocketed out of nowhere. On top of that, the medical tent burned down, and the recon squad has lost several men to injuries. Some guy named Jab, another named Vo, and one called Rotten. And those are just a few of the ones who are hurt. The word is, it is all because of a curse. Of course, I do not believe in that nonsense. But that is what everyone's saying. The rumors are spreading like wildfire. Enkri knows rumors like that can shatter morale. But he is sure the higher-ups will step in soon, changing the subject. The young man asks why they are just standing in the entrance. Enkri replies that he is training his hearing. Ren tells him he looks like a cat, and Haxon praises him for his training. It is a good method. The other members are willing to teach him training techniques. Just like Ri and Haxon, this brings a smile to Ri's face. He wonders if they see the same thing in that boy that he does. Meanwhile, the leaders are gathered in a meeting. They must resolve the situation before winter arrives. We need scouts to replace the injured, but we are short on skilled men for the job. The elf recommends someone. She recommends the leader of Unit 444, but to him, that man seems incompetent, especially for a scout. She replies that his results might just surprise him. To convince them, she tells them it is her elven intuition. The next day, she informs a stunned Enkri that the scouts are recruiting him, and he can only wonder. Why me? Enkri had everything packed and ready to go. His men asked if he was being transferred. He tells them no. I do not think that is it. It is probably just temporary. But if that is the case, why call on me? He wondered. He has his suspicions. He thinks that maybe, with Kraz gone, she is taking this chance to kill him. But that does not make any sense either. Ri asks him if he is really going. He says he can refuse if he wants to. Of course, that is not true. I can't just go around chopping off a superior's head like Ri would. To which Ray replies that he can't do that either. Auden says he will pray for his safe return. He asks God if this is some kind of test for taking away his precious little squad commander. Ragna offers to go on the scouting mission in Enkri's place. Everyone shouts back at Ragna in unison. Absolutely not. Anyone but him. Jason gives Enkri a piece of advice. You are heading into the tall grass, so you have to be more aware of sounds than ever before. If you get a strange feeling, trust your senses. Ri gets pissed, saying Jason is trying to turn Enkri into a damn treacherous sly cat just like him. These guys were not like this with our boy before. Something is changing. But on the other hand, without me here, there will be no one to stop their fighting. When I enlisted in the army, because of my lack of skill, I was moved from place to place. But it was in this group that I truly found my purpose. I am good at controlling the worst squad in the army. I took on the role of commander for a group of losers nobody wanted. Before Ren and Jason can kill each other, Enkri stops them. Ren calls him a madman for getting in the way of his axe, and Jason tells Ren he should be thanking him. If it were not for Enkri, I would have put a hole right through your heart. To think that these guys are called losers. It is insane. Every single one of them is a master of their craft. The real problem is their attitude. I can't let this much talent go to waste killing each other. But still, these guys are definitely not normal. I will work hard to be worthy of their skills. The next day, the patrol sets out. Their mission: to scout the front lines. This is the perfect chance to practice my hearing. But the group does not understand why he is walking with his eyes closed. They yell at him for not paying attention. The protection squad's commander tells him that if he has a problem, the patrol captain should use his skills to prove he has earned his spot. His name is Andrew Gardner. The others start to mock him, calling Enkri an idiot. He is no commander. Just some fool who does not even know how to hold a sword. Another one chimes in. The captain calls him an incompetent imbecile. He even starts shouting nonsense. Enkri wonders to himself, are these guys idiots? We are scouting the front lines, and they are making all this noise. Their commander is just a brat. Up ahead, he finds Weia's tracks, and the tracks of Ananias. Andrew wants to give chase, but to Enkri, it is madness. Nice travel in herds of 20. And there are only 5 of us. Does that guy have crap for brains? The archer scoffs. He says the tracks are from gazelles. Nah, nice. Of course. He says it under his breath. Only Enkri heard him. The man laughs. He tells Enkri that their commander seems quite the character. This guy is Enkri, a hunter from a village deep in the mountains. He is the only one in the group who did not make fun of Enkri. And he does not seem to like the scout commander much either. Needless to say, he started talking with our protagonist. and they quickly became friends. He is everything a hunter should be. A man with a great deal of common sense. Something that seems incredibly useful right now. Night fell. And they had spent the whole day chasing Nias that were not even there. Andrew was still obsessed, insisting they were Nias tracks. But in case you do not know what a Nias is, they are these animals that look like cows, but in reality, they are antelopes. You know the type. They live in Africa and all that. Animal Planet. And to think they told me watching you would never pay off. The next morning, they arrive at their surveillance point, the Green Pearl, a dangerous place, known for its extremely tall grass. Andrew's plan is to go in, find the rival group, and capture several of them. What could possibly go wrong? Henry could not believe they were actually going in there. That was not even their mission. They were just supposed to watch for enemy patrols. But it is the commander's order. Says Unkri. We can't refuse. Entering the tall grass. It is not easy to get through. And something surprises them. Andrew. Even though it is so difficult to cross this sea of tall grass. They thought he would complain or turn back. But he is completely serious. It is like his whole personality has changed. Henry complains. There are no animal droppings here. Unkri asks what the problem is. It is simple. Henry says, this grass is perfect food for herbivores. The fact that there are not any can only mean one thing. Just then, Unkri hears the footsteps of a predator. But it is not interested in them. It is running away. Seeing this, Unkri screams. Get down. He grabs Andrew's head and shoves it down. Just as two others are struck in the head by arrows. The enemy has appeared. Andrew orders a retreat. But two of their comrades are captured. Unkri is struck by an arrow. It tears right through him. Now, only 3 of 7 remain. And they are surrounded. Unkri flees. The ability to see through sound is incredibly useful. It helps him dodge the crossbow bolts. But what good is it if he is surrounded by arrows from all sides? No chance. Unkri was pierced by 6 arrows. He did. As always. He returned to the day before. He tried to warn them not to enter the tall grass. But Andrew threatened to execute him if he refused to go in. They won't believe him. Still, Unkri tried to escape through various paths. But the enemies blocked him again. They died. And he tried again. They died again. It is an entire battalion. He went north. But they cornered him. And he died. He tried to escape while wounded. Just when he thought he would make it. He was found and killed. However, he managed to see the enemy camp. But why are there so many soldiers there? What the hell are those bastards hiding? Tired of dying like an idiot. And needing to find out what the hell those soldiers are hiding here. Besides, this is a wall he must overcome. Not run. Unkri makes a new decision. Andrew asks him what the hell he is doing. He wastes time calling him lazy. Meanwhile, another one of the men is annoyed with Andrew. Because all he does is foolish things. But one of his comrades says he understands his frustration. He tries to calm him down. Unkri steps forward and says that even tolerating idiots has its limits. He asks the man with the scar over his eye if they are really going to put up with so much nonsense. Unkri pushes him aside and makes his way toward Andrew, who has his sword in hand. Are you defying my orders? Unkri replies that disobedience is not an option, and from today on, I will be the one giving the orders. Andrew and the scarred man have the best survival skills. Especially the scarred man. The guy really fights as well as he looks. He is the most skilled among them. Still, for some reason, he follows that kid. Andrew. He is probably his bodyguard. Or something like that. Andrew challenges Unkri to draw his sword. Unkri thinks about the boy. If he were a normal soldier, he would not have a bodyguard. Besides, the way he holds his sword shows he has had proper training, but he has no combat experience. He must be a disgraced noble. Andrew scoffs at Unkri. He says you must have gotten a commander's position with those mediocre skills. And you happily take your pay without a second thought. But I am different. I have a mission to fulfill. Unkri tells him, shut your mouth, you talk too much. You fool. He tells him to bring it on. I will defeat you with my bare hands. An enraged Andrew attacks. Unkri is confident. He is taking me so lightly. That ignorance and complacency will be your downfall. With his bare hand, he deflects Andrew's attack, who is clearly surprised. Then he takes a powerful blow to the abdomen. Down for the count. Andrew falls to his knees. Barely breathing. Neither his bodyguard nor the others can believe it. He is supposed to be. Unkri is just a low-ranking soldier. Our protagonist turns around. He says that from now on, he is in charge. If there are any objections, speak now. No one, not even Andrew, says a word. Good. This is the first step to survival. They enter the tall grass. As they advance in silence, Unkri asks Andrew, what is your dream? He is taken aback by the question, and he replies, embarrassed. That his dream is to start a home with a widow he met at a flower shop. Inkri replies that to do that, they first have to survive. He asked another. He says his dream is to return home. His wife recently gave birth to their son. He wants to meet him. To do that, we have to survive. Inkri replies. As for those two, one wants to open a business. The other wants to return to his homeland. As for Andrew, he wants to fulfill his mother's last wish. Her dream, and his mission is to revive the Garner family. Inkri stops. Everyone has dreams, and to fulfill them. We are going to survive. He says it with a confidence that surprises his group. Saying these things will make them all act proactively. They must work together. The aura orders Inkri to shoot in that direction, at head level. It tells him not to hesitate, and he fires, and the arrows hit their mark. To everyone's surprise, enemies. Inkri runs and calls for Andrew to get into a better fighting position. Inkri prefers to be the one to attack first. Inkri kills one of the men. Another was about to attack him, but Andrew kills him. But another man appears behind him. He almost manages to run Andrew through, but the bodyguard manages to strike his head. The men warn their comrades that they have been ambushed. Reinforcements are coming. Inkri orders everyone. No hostages. His men begin the slaughter. They take advantage of the fact that in the tall grass, it is hard for the enemy to pinpoint their positions. However, the reason they were discovered before was that panther was always leading the enemy to them. Inkri takes the opportunity to kill the soldier behind the beast. They always found them because they were following that animal, but this time, they attacked first. That ambush won't happen. They are advancing. Henry tells him they have finished off the enemies. Inkri turns. We have to move. Meanwhile, that animal watches, with a look that, if you ask me, seems more intelligent than it should be. I'm sure it is a Nahual. After the last confrontation, one member of their group died. 6 remain. It is to be expected, no matter how hard he tries. And for the record, this is not Inkri's first attempt at survival, and in all of them, it was impossible to save everyone. I just hope it was not the one who wanted to meet his son. That would be too sad. Well, this time, most of them survived, thanks to today's loops. They have been able to identify where the enemy groups are, and what kind of forces they have, but if they continue in a straight line, they will run into 30 enemy soldiers. So he took a detour. He is going around them. They have focused on eliminating the forward group that was pursuing them so aggressively. They avoid difficult battles and attack as fast as lightning. Then they escape, breaking the enemy encirclement. We have to escape. It will be dark soon, and we will get lost easily. But Andrew's bodyguard was worried about the situation. We are overextended. Inkri says they must keep moving forward. But the guard complains they are going deeper and deeper. Inkri knows. But this is the right way, and he won't accept any objections. They must follow him. The man does something that shocks everyone. He places his sword at Inkri's neck. This is not the way out, the man says. And I have no intention of following you to a certain death. So you can go get yourself killed alone. Inkri asks. Don't you realize it is too late to turn back, with the grass trampled like this? The enemy is probably surrounding us, and all escape routes are cut off. The man asks. Then what are we supposed to do? Inkri replies. Let me make one thing clear. I want to live too. Andrew thinks, I thought he was just an incompetent, pathetic leader. Just like my own father. The man who died after squandering our family's fortune. But Inkri, he is different. He is that kind of man. He remembers his dying mother. She knew the family was doomed to fall, but even so, she told me I had to become someone who could lead the way for others, earn their trust and lead them. That is how you will raise our family's name once more. And now, the very figure of a leader I should learn from is right in front of me. Inkri says to everyone with confidence. Follow me. We are going to survive. Andrew is the first to place his trust in him. His guard protests. This is insane. Andrew replies. Right now. Inkri is our commander, and we will follow his orders. The guard is left stunned. Inkri then orders them to get down and stay low until his signal. This is the strategy he devised for today's escape. They have to avoid being surrounded. And then, from the tall grass, more than 50 spears emerge. Don't think for a second this is just luck. Inkri did not make it this far without dying countless times before. Through all his deaths, this was the only spot he found that the enemy did not patrol. They are all a mix of shocked and terrified. It is at this very moment, in this exact spot, that they can stay hidden. The group is completely surrounded by enemy units. They are passing by in every direction, except for right where they are. After some time, they have moved on. This is as far as Inkri's plan went. There is nothing more. He had never made it any further than this. But now, he will put the next phase into motion. The sun is about to set, and soon it will be pitch black. They sneak toward the enemy camp. It is likely to be the least guarded place, since most of the soldiers are out searching for them. This is their best escape route. And so, he presses on. The plan is to set the enemy camp on fire. The guard was still wary of this plan. Incri asks his name. He replies, "You can call me Mac." Incri says, "Mac, I will not accept any objections." This infuriates the man. Andrew is the one to calm things down again, and follows Incri with renewed trust, leaving Mac with no other choice. They begin to tear through the tents, creating a path, moving through the inside of them. To Mac, the path they are taking is strange. They have not encountered a single enemy, but how is this possible? His movements are so precise. It is as if he knows this place. They have almost made it across the entire camp. Incri stops them. He watches. The truth is, he has been in here many times before. The first time he found that flag, he touched it, and every enemy soldier reacted like it was something sacred. It seems to be the key to our escape. He points out that the heavily guarded flag must be vital to the enemy. It seems protecting it is their main objective. So we are going to set it on fire. Mac thinks to himself, how does he know about that flag? Or why it is so important? Then, something occurs to him. He remembers what the Elven commander said. He now suspects that Incri had a secret mission when he joined them. A mission to get to that flag. He believes Incri was on a duel mission. It all makes sense. That useless commander from Nita suddenly came alive and seized command from Andrew. He led us straight here. Mac has no doubt. That was his secret mission. Incri assures them they will escape. Mac now thinks Incri is far more skilled than he appears, believing he has a secret mission. He stops complaining. Incri says they will split into two groups. One will create a diversion. The other will burn the camp. Mac understands and agrees to the plan. This surprises Incri. He is actually cooperating. He had already been here many times before. But this is the first time he has made it with so many survivors. At first, it was only 2 or 3. Today is definitely the best version of all the times he has repeated this day. Yeah, that is a mouthful, but it is true. This time, it really feels like we will make it. The attack begins with a single thrown stone. The soldiers chase after the intruders. Incri goes for the fire. He takes a torch. But the moment his hands touch it, a man appears, his sword raised high. Incri dodges. But the torch is split in two. It was that or his arm. The thing is, there was no sign of this man approaching. Not until he was right on top of him. This is an enemy he has never met before. He looks incredibly strong. Even so, Incri tells him, "You are too late." The fire begins to consume the camp. The strange man orders them to put out the fire. Protect the standard. They want to pursue our group. But the man orders them to deal with the flames first. Mac drew most of the enemies away. And Andrew started the fire. Now, all that is left is to escape. But he tries to kill the man, taking advantage of his distraction. He plants his feet firmly and thrusts his sword forward. But unfortunately, the man noticed. He deflects the attack and cuts Incri. His attack was perfect, but even so, he could not even touch this man. Incri can never defeat him, not as he is now. He barely made it this far, after countless deaths. They avoided annihilation and finally got here. He thought he had finally overcome today. But here stands a new wall. He will die if he challenges him. And perhaps, to overcome it, he will have to repeat today 1,000 more times. The man looks at Incri and asks him in disbelief. If anything, he is laughing. Incri thinks so. He is doing it because in the end, he knows he will win. The man attacks, and the protagonist braces for impact. Their swords clash. Incri tries to counter, but he is pushed back. He is forced to dodge a powerful slash. Then another. And another. He can barely manage to block them. The man attacks from every angle. Incri feels the difference in their power. It is overwhelming. He breaks away from the man and throws a dagger straight at his face. But the man blocks it with a single hand. He strikes at Incri, aiming for his head, but he barely manages to survive. The fire is nearing the standard. The battle comes to a halt. The enemy commander is summoned. They need him to save the banner. The man is surprised. It seems Incri won't go down so easily. And of course, he won't. The man tells the protagonist to just watch and wait. As he turns his back, Incri can't believe it. Am I really going to survive this easily? So he is not an insurmountable wall after all. It can't be? Maybe. He considers attacking, but Andrew appears, snapping him out of it. We have to escape. We have to go. Now. Incri glances at the man, who returns his gaze, and then he orders everyone to retreat. Our men flee. Badly wounded, but they run. They have lost another of their men, one who fled somewhere and got lost. Mac asks if this will be enough. Incri does not think so. Inri is badly wounded. Some enemy soldiers want to capture him alive. Inri is about to be caught. But our guys turn back and quickly take down the enemies. Another one of them carries Henry. And now, they run for their lives. The problem is, where to? Inri has the answer. He knows a path. The path of the fox and the serpent. A path well known to hunters like him. They won't be able to follow us there, he tells them. Incri decides to trust him. And they follow his lead. Some time later, after a long escape, as dawn breaks on the horizon, they have lost their pursuers, thanks to Andrew and Ma, who fought well. They took out many of those chasing them. But if it were not for Henry, they never would have escaped. They were completely exhausted. But they never stopped running. They did not stop until they reached the camp. Once again, he lived to see another day. A new dawn has arrived. In the enemy camp, the banner had been consumed by the flames. It seems it was something very important. Some kind of magical banner. The hooded man says they will have to prepare it all over again. He adds that the famous Greyhounds unit ended up being a nuisance. This blonde man is the captain of the Greyhounds. He could not understand how his elite soldiers lost track of one of the few enemies. There is no way. The Greyhounds are an independent detachment with full operational authority in the Aethan army. I do not remember the kingdom's name. Their name comes from the Greyhound of Aethan. Or Aethan. Again. Which, in case you did not know, is a greyhound. Well, it looks more like a wolf, but greyhound, wolf, it is all the same. They are famous because they never give up, no matter what opponent they face. And this squadron is known for the same reason. And again, I have to say, it looks like a wolf. The captain asks if their opponent was really that strong. He asks the man, Commander Mitch. He replies that if it were not for the fire, he would have handled the situation. The captain curses his luck. Meanwhile, Incri was furious. He could not overcome that wall. He feels like he left something unfinished. But he is certain that one day, he will kill him. The same thing that man says about Incri. Ren was bored. He wonders why the unit commander is not back yet. Maybe he died. Well, he has improved a lot. But he is still a rookie. It would not be surprising if he died. I will miss him a lot. He says, oh well, if he is dead. Nothing to be done about it. Ragna woke up and saw Ren. Ren was staring at him. Ragna asked what he was looking at. And Ren gave him the finger. So Ragna gave him the middle finger with his foot. Yeah, I can do that too. You guys should try it. You will see how hard it is. Ren smiles and asks if he wants to die. Ragna calls him a madman as he draws his sword. Incri was being questioned by the elf commander. She wanted to know how he knew about the ambush. How he managed to infiltrate the enemy headquarters. And how setting the fire could have just been a coincidence. He replies that he made decisions on the fly. And he got lucky. She repeats that word. Lucky. With utter disbelief. But without another word. She dismisses Incri. He salutes as she is lost in thought. She thought he would be of use to her. But he turned out to be nothing like she expected. She wonders. What is with that man? Incri, for his part, wonders what the hell the commander is thinking. But Andrew was waiting for him outside. He apologizes for being so rude to him before. He thanks him, saying they are only alive because of him. He asks if they will see each other again. Incri walks away, saying that if they meet on the battlefield, then they will. He leaves. Andrew bows deeply to him. The surviving members of the patrol all follow his lead. Incri could not accept their words. After all, he only managed to save 4 of them. He lost 2 men. If I were stronger, I could have saved them all. But it was beyond my limits. I can't just fight for nothing anymore. I must pursue the image of the knight I want to be. And go to my father's house. That is how it must be. I will move beyond today. And I won't let it happen again. I must become stronger. But as he approaches his tent, he sees something strange. His men are fighting each other. Ren and Ragnar are fighting in a way Incri has never seen before. They are truly formidable. He would never seen such expressions on their faces when they fought. Even the other men are stunned by how strong they are. Incri regrets being so lax with them from the start. Now, his goal is to become the best. And he can't forget about the men from the patrol. They are lost. Now his goal is to make those expressions permanent. The ones they always show when they are in front of him. He gets closer, and Ragnar recognizes him. Ren is also happy to see him. Ragnar asks about his injuries. But Incri says they are fine. The onlookers of the fight flee. Incri asks Ren about that defensive move he made. But, annoyed that Incri wants to train instead of resting, he tells him to go take a bath and get some sleep. He asks Ragnar about his fighting style. Ragnar gives him a strange look. Incri asks what is wrong. Ragnar tells him to forget it. Our protagonist thinks, if you have something to say, just spit it out already. Later, after the enemy ambush was discovered, the camp was moved to the front lines. During the move, Incri recovered from his wounds surprisingly well. Then, he went to train. Ren says that if they do not all get stronger, they are going to die. Ragnar watches in silence as he eats. When he woke up the next morning, Incri was already gone. He must have gone off to train. He got up, grabbed his sword, and set off for this man. Ragna. Becoming the strongest was not so easy. But the moment Ragna stood up, took his sword, and set off, for a man like Ragna, becoming the strongest was not that difficult. He saw the path to becoming a knight early on, but he found it incredibly boring. After all, what is the point of being a knight if you do not even want to be one? Why should he force himself to do something so dull? He lost his purpose and was left without a goal. Ragna simply stopped. He stumbled upon training until his wounds atched. The commander. Ragna thinks. From the very beginning, Ragna attacks the sword. He just hacks at it, and hacks at it. He learned everything wrong from the start. When Ragna first picked up a sword, he learned the fundamentals. But Enkri only learned tricks and bad habits, so no matter how hard he trains, he will never become truly strong. But still, well, Rubio wonders, why does he push himself so hard? He was not just going to stand there wondering, so he asks Enkri the reason for his efforts. Because I want to get stronger. Our young commander replied. And what will you do when you are? Ragna asks. A knight is just someone who knows how to fight well. Does that really mean anything? To me it does. Enkri says. It is about doing what is right, for the poor, the sick, and the weak. The honor of raising my sword for the person I love. That is what it means to be a knight. That is his dream. Well now, are not you a poet? Belief in honor. Ragna thinks. The answer amuses him, but to him, strength is just a means to an end. He asks himself what it is he is truly searching for. He will never know. Not until I walk the path. He answers himself. He approaches Enkri, and asks if he wants to learn how to use a sword. Of course. Enkri accepts the offer. Ragna immediately regrets it. He just blurted it out without thinking. He is way too lazy to teach anyone. But seeing the look in his commander's eyes, this could be fun. Do you want to learn like an animal? Or like a human? Enkri knows he is talking about Ren's heart of the beast. Ragna says. Yeah. That thing. Well, you have to forget that piece of crap. And your cheap tricks, too. You have to get rid of both of them. Enkri asked about his Valen swordsmanship, and the blonde replied, especially that style. You have to throw it away. If you do not, you will never learn properly. Much less be able to use what I am going to teach you, without tainting it with cheap techniques. So I am giving you a choice. Start over from scratch. Enkri says he does not mind. Ragna stared at him. He could not believe it. He thought that would be enough to make him change his mind. But Enkri was not going to pass up this chance. He asks where they should begin. The blonde thinks Enkri is out of his mind, but he begins to explain. For starters, since Enkri has a lot of muscle, using a light sword is not a great idea. So he lends him his greatsword. Enkri asks if it is really okay for him to use it. Ragna says it does not matter. He just found that one lying around somewhere. Enkri grips the sword tightly. The blonde asks him why, so I do not lose it. Enkri replies. Who taught you that? From Ren. Enkri replies. Ragna calls Ren a damn useless monkey. He tells Enkri to get into position. Then, out of nowhere, he attacks. Enkri defends himself, but as he does, his hands tremble. They ache. But, well, Ragna tells him that is normal. Ragna asks him if he has some food, or some dessert. Enkri wonders what the hell he is talking about. That makes no sense. But he gets the point. What he means is that by gripping it so tightly, you become rigid. You have to be more flexible, so you do not break. They practiced. Ragna kept correcting his bad habits, like not paying attention to his center of gravity. The way he positioned his feet, Enkri's weak strikes. It went on like that for a long time. Ragna tells him he does not know the first thing. You know absolutely nothing. This is going to be harder than I imagined. This is not something that can be fixed overnight. It can't be fixed just by teaching him. But Enkri got back up, asking for more. That was a pleasant surprise. Ragna now knew where he had to start, from the very basics. The footwork, but just then, Ren arrives. He says he has not seen them all day. You guys skipped your meals. Ren asks if Ragna is bothering Enkri. Enkri asks him why he is here. We are being summoned. Ren replied. The enemy is approaching. As they wait for the battle to begin, Ragna wonders if teaching Enkri was a mistake. He is not used to it yet. What I have taught him is just going to clash with his old habits. He might die today because of you. That is why he is sticking so close to Enkri, to protect him. The protagonist thought to himself. He wants to learn more than what Ragna is asking of him. But he can't. Enkri wants to learn more than what Ragna was teaching him. The others start to notice something strange. Something's off about the enemy's formation. A hooded figure said this is the end. And a thick fog took over the battlefield. The Alpha recognizes it as magic. Everyone is confused. You can't see a thing, nothing at all. You can barely see what is in front of you. Then, a strange sound. Everyone wonders what that was. Inkri recognizes it. Arrows. He screams to everyone, but it was no use. Many fell. The Alpha defended herself from the attack. She recognizes this is not normal. This is sorcery. She orders the men to raise their shields. Meanwhile, the sorcerer laughs in delight at the results. It took him a lot of effort to cast that spell. He made it rain periodically. And now this thick fog blocks their vision. The enemy's vision. Only those under the banners can see through the fog. This is called the annihilation fog. Mish approaches. You look happy. He tells him. The sorcerer says of course, because this spell is incredibly difficult to cast. Besides, we almost lost the banner in that fire. Mish curses. That was that bastard's fault. Inkri dodges a volley of arrows. The battlefield is shrouded in thick fog. Ren curses. He yells. Keep your head down. He wonders what damn sorcerer did this. On this battlefield. He has not been able to use anything Ragna taught him. He did not expect to master it right away. But he can't even perform the move. Ragna had warned him. Your bad habits won't just disappear overnight. You must make what you have learned your new nature. In fact, it would be best not to fight at all. But if he did not fight to the death? Inkri said, and there it is. The answer. I have to die. He advances into the fog. Ragna yells for him to stop, but Inkri has a plan. He leaps to his death. He throws himself into the fray to restart the day, and he returns to train with Ragna. He returned to the training. And objectively, Ragna is a terrible teacher. He is a genius, so of course, he expects Inkri to understand his awful explanations. Ragna did not know how to explain the center of gravity, so Inkri helped him figure it out. With that, Ragna understood, and he more or less showed him what to do. His teaching methods are awful, like some terrible old school teacher. But Inkri is good at learning and listening. The time for battle returns. This time. It is the hour of battle. The time for battle returns. This time. He managed to block a portion of the arrows, but his body is still too stiff, so he lets himself be killed again to go back and train. Today marks the 30th time that he has returned to this very day. His movements have become fluid. Ragna even asked him where he learned that footwork. It is quite good. Now, Ragna says, you can start learning the basics of swordsmanship. Sword attacks, explains Rubio, are based on slashing, thrusting, and striking. The same goes for defending. If the sword is high quality, but if not, it is better not to use the edge to defend. Swordsmanship is about blocking your opponent and extending your own reach. After that explanation, he returned to battle. He dodged the first spearman who appeared. He was doing quite well, but then he was struck down by 3 more spearmen. He is improving. He returned to train with Ragna. Then he died in battle again. He returned to Ragna, who taught him the correct way to slash diagonally. Little by little, he gathered the skills he needed. In the battle, he rushed to the front lines. Ragna screamed at him again not to go. He died once more, but he was happy. He trained with Ragna again. This time, managing to block his attacks. Today is the 100th time he has returned to this day. Ragna was astonished. He does not understand how it is possible. Of course. For Ragna, this is the first time he has trained him, but for Inkri, this is the 100th time. Almost 100 days of training. The difference was so great that a stunned Ragna asked him, "Who the hell are you?" The battle raged on. During the battle, the same events unfold, except this time, Inkri has broken through his limits. He dodges the spearmen. He heads towards his destination, but once again, he is caught by enemy soldiers. Even so, he accepts the pain with a smile. He is enjoying this. He is so happy he feels like he is going insane. He is moving forward. He returns again. He trained with Ragna. He is willing to die as many times as it takes to move forward. Today, Ragna wondered how the squad leader was so skilled. He wondered if he was really just a squad leader. Ragna tells him his fundamentals are solid enough. What you need now is real-world experience. Back to the battle. This makes it over 200 times that today has repeated. He is going to test just how far he can go, how much he has learned and perfected his skills. He dodges the first spearman. Then, in one clean motion, he takes his head. The bastard could not even react. After that, he grabs a dagger and throws it at the other spearman. The next one has no idea what is happening. He wonders what happened to the first spearman and goes to check. He throws it at the other spearman. The next one does not know what is happening. He wonders who is there, but he sees no one. Then his leg is sent flying. A crossbowman takes aim at him. He remembers what Ragna told him. Eyes, feet, and hands. Observe and predict. Move with your feet, and finish it with your hands. Inkri laughs like a madman. This is different. His fundamentals are solid. A warrior yells, "Fight with swords if you dare. These crossbowmen are no fools." And they shower them with bolts. In the place where he always ends up. After dying, the ferryman calls to him, "You ignorant imbecile." He leaps to his death of his own free will. He asks him if he has gone mad. Unkri awakens. This time, he remains seated for a moment. Ren asks what he is doing there. Wasting time. The protagonist remembers that Ren recognized that fog is witchcraft, as well as the enemy's formation. That formation has no tactical value. It was as if they were protecting the flags. So I asked Ren what he knows about witchcraft. Ren asks why that all of a sudden. Unkri answers that he is just curious. Ren asks if he knows the difference between magic and witchcraft. Magic is more common. Unkri says, and he is not wrong. But the difference is that witchcraft requires a conduit. Without it, the witchcraft comes to an end. Now he understands that fog is created by witchcraft, and the flag is the conduit. So that is why the enemy holds their formation. It is the conduit, so if he destroys the flag, the witchcraft will fall. He asks if his tribe used it. Ren says he saw it a couple of times. But the number of sorcerers, he says, is small. Most of them are common mages. After that, Unkri went to train again. This time, Ragnar recognizes that Unkri's tactics have the same roots as his own. He asks him if he knows who Jun Wang is. He tells him a short story, 500 years ago. He says, an unparalleled genius was born, a child from a great family, a farm boy who killed 12 bandits, who had raided the place. He was only 9 years old, and he did it with a simple hoe. In that moment, he understood the principles of swordsmanship. He lost his parents at an early age, but he was promising. So a noble who heard the rumors adopted him as his son. The genius became known as Rhyonesis Oniak. But, just as the heavens gave him talent, they also gave him misfortune. The story of Rhyonesis. From the age of 10, and the genius blessed by fortune, at 10 years old, Rhyonesis began to lose strength in his legs. And before he turned 12, he contracted an incurable disease that paralyzed his body. The genius fell from grace. However, his spirit was not extinguished. He left a great mark on the swordsmanship of the continent, despite being completely paralyzed. He learned every known sword technique of that time, and he organized them into 5 categories. They are the straight sword, the precise sword, the heavy sword, the fierce sword, the dancing and hypnotic sword, the swift sword and the even swifter, the flowing sword. Rhyonesis rewrote the history of swordsmanship, and the Ognia family became the greatest in the empire because of it. That swordsmanship has been passed down from generation to generation. Right now, it has become the standard in all kingdoms. Currently, says Ragnar, there is the northern blade, the central straight, the western, and the southern curve, as well as the eastern style. Among them, a technique was developed to use the straight sword. But the one that has become a straight sword is the one that has transformed into a straight sword. The one that has transformed into a straight sword. It is a straight sword. Now that he knows his foundations are good, he is going to teach him that trick. He unleashes a slash right next to Unkri. It grazes his neck. Unkri recognizes that strike. It was faster than Rhyonesis's. And Rhyonesis's. Unkri recognizes that strike. It was faster than any of Ren's axe swings. It almost killed him. Ragnar asks if he felt it when he was cut, but just then, Ren arrives, asking if he plans to kill the squad leader. Ragnar tells him that concentration increases when someone is about to die, so he is helping him train. Ren complains a lot. Besides, he already taught him the heart of the beast, and blah blah blah. Unkri thinks, these two are terrible at explaining things. Ren calls out to Ragnar from the northern tribe, and Ragnar calls Ren from the western tribe a barbarian. Well, they are both a couple of barbarians. And they were about to start fighting. But Unkri tells them to stop. Besides, he is surely here for the call to battle. But before he leaves, Ragnar tells him, if you achieve total concentration, everything around you will fade away, and you will feel the sword like you never have before. The battle is about to begin. Unkri thought, that technique is similar to the heart of the beast, but at the same time, it is completely different. It requires more focus. He will repeat it until he masters it. Now, he must reach those flags. By eliminating that witchcraft, he will stop the enemy's one-sided attack. That will be his new training objective. He starts immediately. He dashes forward into the fog. He begins to kill enemies. He will do it until he succeeds. But he soon discovered it would not be that easy. He died countless times before he realized auditory training is necessary for survival, as an assassin. The heart of the beast. To survive on the battlefield. Total concentration. According to Ragnar, you can see the enemy's weapons moving in slow motion. But he can't understand it. The heart of the beast is the complete opposite. He can't comprehend it, so he asked Ragnar how he learned total concentration. He says he just Did it. You just have to concentrate. And that is it. Just like the name says. Total concentration. With Ragnar. That is the best explanation he is going to get. But still, he must not be impatient. He will figure it out eventually. Practice. The enemy will be stopped. He will break through the enemy lines, minimizing the damage to his allies. The battle begins. The fog invades the battlefield. He shouts at the men to get on the ground and raise their shields. That way, he manages to stop the arrows. Then, Unkri advanced. He has repeated this day 300 times, so he knows the exact timing of the attack. He begins to slaughter the enemies. Just as he finds them on the battlefield, the enemies call him a madman. But he is just one man. He strikes the pole that holds the flag high, breaking it. It took so much to get here. And finally, he succeeds. But the fog does not disappear. Then he is killed, and as one of the soldiers dies, he says it seems he knows something about spells. Except he has been deceived. Enkri understands. There is only one true flag. The rest are fakes. So he will find out which one is real. Reng charges towards the next flag. But that time, he forgot to yell for them to raise their shields. That mistake caused the deaths of several men. No matter what, he reached the flag, he cut it down. And that was not it either. He lost his mind. The next one was also a fake. The next one. He died again. And they are also the farthest away. It is probably the flag furthest from the front line. This time, he yelled the order for the shields in time. He asked Reng to follow him. They must break this magic. Reng will be the distraction, while he infiltrates. And he faces the ones who murdered him. They are dead. Reng thinks. They are not going to answer you, Enkri. And listen closely. He has repeated this day. For over a year. He approaches the flag. He launches his attack, but this time, he is stopped by that guy from before. He tells him it seems God heard his prayers. He wanted to kill him with his own two hands. Enkri watches him with a serious expression, and asks him, "Who the hell are you?" The guy freezes. He could not have forgotten so quickly in just a few days. But of course, it is because for Enkri. More than a year has passed. The guy tells him that once he runs him through, he will make him remember. He attacks Enkri. He dodges the attack. Then he counterattacks. The man can't help but be surprised. He was not like this last time. It is as if he became so much stronger out of nowhere. But that is not going to be enough. Enkri charges at the man. He defends himself. The protagonist notices the man has a basic swordsmanship style, combined with a technique that deflects attacks. The guy pushes forward, but Enkri unleashes his own slash. He can't reach him. He focuses completely on his enemy. The guy launches his attack. Enkri dodges it. He is so focused that he has forgotten about the flag. For him, only his enemy exists. Only their swords exist. Only the clash of their weapons exists. Only his death exists. And just like that, after that clash, the man manages to break through his defense, and plunges his sword into Enkri's chest. He is done. Again. He remembers. The one who blocked his path in the grassy field. Mish Urianson. But we will just call him Mish. He introduces himself. Lieutenant of the Greyhounds. From Aspen, Enkri introduces himself. Commander of the 4th Squad. 4th Squadron of the Kingdom of Nalila. Enkri. The other men arrive. They ask if he is the enemy. Mish says yes. He seems to be an expert at hiding. His men tell the lieutenant he seems discouraged. The man does not respond. Enkri asks why he is smiling. Enkri thinks, that damn Ragnar. It was not the concentration that comes the moment you are about to die, that I needed. What I really needed was a worthy rival to push me to my limit. Someone to fight, risking my life. Enkri dies. This time, he ignored Ragnar's last instructions. The Battle of Umisho. Once again, he wasted no time. He shielded himself from the arrows. Then both Reng and Ragnar joined him in the attack. His goal is to reach Mish again. Once in front of him, he greets him with a crazed look on his face. Mish asked if he came all this way just to find him. Enkri asked mockingly, "Is this your first time getting a confession? I was drawn to you from our very first encounter. And I came looking for you. Well. Enough talk. The fight begins. And it is over in a second.
Yep.
It lasted even less time than the last one. His assumption was wrong. He must let himself be guided by the sword. And so he tried. He returned once more. He will keep doing it until he finds that feeling from the first time again. This is his 18th attempt against Mish. Now. Number 20. He needs to intentionally enter that state of concentration. Attempt number 48. While training with Ragnar, he finally did it. He saw the tip of the blade. It was moving slower. He managed to block it. That really surprised Ragnar. He asked him if he had just used total concentration. But how is that possible? It surprises him. Sword, body, skill, strength. Everything has grown remarkably. This past year and a half. Because let us not forget, he has been dying for almost 2 years. He turned around. Ragnar asked where he was going. Inkri replied that he was going to visit the squadron captain. It is time to get past this day. Inkri went and spoke with the elf. He told her about the witchcraft. He said that now he remembers. He saw something in that camp. And now he knows what it is. She asked him for more details. The time for battle arrived. Inkri shielded himself from the arrows. Then he pushed forward until he came across Mish. As for what the commander does with the information he gave her, that will be up to her. I just hope she is competent. His business is with Mish. Inkri greeted him by his full name, surprising the man. He never expected him to know it. Inkri launches his attack. Today is the day he will defeat him. Then he counterattacks. Inkri blocks. His stance is good. Mish realizes this guy is going to be tough. Mish recognizes his skill, so it seems. Inkri says. The man asks for his name. Our guy gives it to him. They charge at each other again. Mish tells him he will remember his name. But Inkri tells him it does not matter. If you forget, I will just have to remind you. He enters a state of total focus. He shifts his center of gravity to his right leg, ready to dodge Mish's diagonal slash. Everything is clear to him now. Mish attacks again. Inkri evens the score. Their blades meet at each other's throats. But for Inkri, this moment should be easy. Now he is being matched by some insignificant guy. That infuriates him. He wields a straight sword alongside a curved one. It is a near-perfect defense against any attack, but it still lacks a decisive blow. That is why he learned a certain secret technique. He unleashes his spinning slash, a rising arc from below. In the end, it is a move that is hard to avoid, especially from someone like him. The outcome should be Inkri sliced in two. But our boy has other plans. A huge grin spreads across his face. And just like that, he parries the attack. Mish can't believe his attack's path was read. Not only that, he was the one who got cut. Let us pause the fight here. For a little backstory, Mish belongs to a family of nobles. They represent the nation's military might. They have cultivated anyone with talent in the martial arts, regardless of whether they were from the main or a side branch. And they might not be the most famous. Mish bears a great name. And it is unclear if they are from the direct or collateral lines. Mish was from a collateral branch. Let us be real. In the right story, this guy could easily be the protagonist. That is how he joined the family. He took on their surname. He proved his exceptional skill and talent. At 15, he fought in his first war. He killed with ease. At 18, he defeated an enemy champion in a duel. At 20, he became a celebrated warrior in the city. With his talent alone, he became one of the top 3 of the Grey Dogs. Few could compare. But because his talent was so superior, he stopped trying. His talent made him complacent. He never honed it further. For him, there was no need to train until he blood. He was satisfied with where he was. He was proud of his own abilities. This was his arrogance. And now, he will pay the price. Inkri's blade pierces Mish's shoulder. The look of pure shock and panic on his face says it all. But how could a guy like that, who is not even that strong, who is not even that good? Inkri simply answered, I won. Yep. Mish thought, that is right, that was fun. Inkri told him. For the very first time, Mish felt regret, not because he was about to die, but because he never tried hard enough. But luckily for him, he was saved and protected by his captain. Mish is rescued by the soldiers. The captain ordered them to get him to safety. He then told Inkri he never expected a lone man to cause so much trouble. But now, they will deliver justice. For Inkri, this is a stark reminder. He must not forget he is deep in enemy territory. Completely surrounded, his mission now is to destroy the flag and forge an escape route. The enemy soldiers fire their crossbows. Inkri dodges what he can. But he can't dodge them all. That is fine. He pushes toward the flag. The captain launches his attack. He blocks. The man's blow is heavy. Inkri does not waste a second. He throws a dagger at the flag, but when it hits, the dagger just passes through the banner, and nothing happens. He dodges the man's strike again. He has realized something. He has to aim for where the banner meets the pole. This time, he succeeds in cutting it. Somewhere within the fog, the female captain was fighting. Inkri says nothing. This kingdom is corrupt too. Even with all the information he gave the elf, they took no action at all. As a captain, she is like a simple, freshly sprouted potato. At this rate, they are going to be annihilated. It is only a matter of time. But the fog begins to pull back. This confuses the enemy. The elf seizes the chance to kill the distracted soldiers. With this sudden change, she orders her forces to counterattack. With the fog gone, the situation improves. In the distance, she spots Inkri. She can't believe her eyes. He was the one who did it. Inkri, for his part, had miscalculated. He thought he could destroy it and escape, and reunite with Ren and the others. Inkri has only known hatred. He sees no allies. Ren was busy searching for the sorcerer. Meanwhile, Ragna nearly attacked the allied camp, thinking it was the enemy camp. Luckily, the fog cleared just in time. Everyone just stares at him like, "What the hell are you doing here?" and asks if he wants to get his head chopped off. Damn it. Ragna, the enemy's taunt Enkri. To think he still wants to survive in his condition. They were about to strike, but that panther appears and attacks the soldiers. I told you it was a Nahwal. Enkri recognizes the beast. It begins to tear into the enemies, damaging the crossbows in the process, and positions itself in front of Enkri. He tells him he would better get out of here. That guy in front of them is on another level. The captain is clearly pissed, but someone taps Enkri's shoulder. He tells him to fall back, calling him a stubborn fool. "I am here to save you," is Vigence. He charges the enemy captain. This can't be happening. Vigence is disarmed and knocked down in a single damn move. Oh my. I am trying not to laugh. Whatever. Plan B. Vigence says. He orders his crossbowman to open fire. The captain deflects several bolts and lunges forward in anger, but the panther uses his distraction to attack. It takes a heavy blow to the abdomen. Enkri enters a state of pure focus. He can see everything clearly. With his short sword, he defends against the man's strike. He parries it, just like Mish did. The Grey Dog's captain recognizes Mish's technique. Mocking him, he asks, "Did he teach you wrong?" Vigence interrupts with an attack. The Grey Dog's captain sees the enemy coming in waves. Before he leaves, he tells Enkri, "I will remember you." Then he shouts the order to retreat, and our guy is helped away by Vigence. But not before Enkri grabs the panther. He is losing too much blood. He is done. In that other realm, the boatman says he has done it again. He is a relentless one. But what is it that makes you so relentless? But what makes you this way? The boatman asks. With the panther in his arms, Enkri begs for help. Enkri awakens in a tent. Again, the sounds of arguing voices, blaming each other. Wake him. But as he looks closer, he feels something on his arm. It is the panther. His men are in front of him. Enkri sits up and asks what is going on. They bring him water. Enkri says he is thirsty. You lost a ton of blood. The healer said there won't be any permanent damage. It seems the goddess of luck was on your side, as his water spills onto the panther. After seeing he is all right, his men leave one by one, all except Ren, who is watching the animal. An interesting animal. So it really was a spell after all. But how did you know? Ren asks. Enkri thinks, if I tell him the truth, he will never believe me. So he makes up another story. He says he once met someone like Ren, someone who explained his sorcery to him. And so, he deduced it. That is not entirely a lie. After all, it was Ren himself who explained it to him. Still, Ren did not believe a word of it. He gets up to leave, but Enkri asks him, where were you on the battlefield? He tells him he went to pay a visit to the one who raised that flag, and since I did not like his face, I cut off his head. Well, that explains why Enkri did not see the sorcerer anywhere. Meanwhile, Kray tries to feed the panther, but it roars at him. Enkri warns him. One wrong move and it will tear you to shreds. He replies that he can't just give up on 10,000 crowns. If I do that, it is my own heart that'll be torn apart. Enkri asks him about it. He explains that he heard it from a friend named Enkri. That is a black leopard. They call it the lake panther, because its eyes are blue, like a lake. They say it is a spiritual being, one that absorbs a mysterious energy from the land. A single one of its claws is worth 10,000 crowns. Enkri thinks, 10,000 crowns. That is about a single gold coin. That is way more than my current salary. Well, whatever the case. Enkri tells him he can't give up 10,000 crowns. Well, whatever the case. After Enkri fell, his allies managed to take control of the battlefield, but they could not secure a complete victory. There has been no fighting since then, and several days have passed. He wonders if he could replicate Mish's technique again. He gets ready to train, but Hanzo tells him he should rest. Ragna said you can only do stretches for now. It is better if you sleep. Ren shoves him for blocking his path. Ragna went to get his sword. Enkri has a question. I used a technique I have never practiced before. This is the first time anything like this has happened to me. Is this normal? Ren tells him that is normal when you master the heart of the beast. Since you are always watching your enemy's movements, you can learn their techniques. Of course, only if you have a solid foundation. Ragna says, replicating moves is easy. You have already achieved total concentration. That expands your potential to learn. Still, with your current skills, he says, it might take you hundreds of real fights to master it for battle. But it is not that simple. Even Ragna would need hundreds of real fights to achieve that. Enkri understands. But the truth is, that day was not just another day for him. It was one of those hundreds of days where he fought with everything he had. Making a desperate effort to win, he grew stronger. Through his own strength, no matter how little talent he has, he can become stronger. He asks Ragna and Ren to train with him. They refuse because of his condition. Just then, the elf arrives. She asks if he destroyed the spell's conductor. He did not expect her to come in person just to ask. He confirms that he did. He says he saw it during reconnaissance, and since I knew a bit about sorcery, I put 2 and 2 together. She asks how he knew which one was the right one. He replies that he chose it at random, and got lucky. She accepts his answer. Did you come all this way just to ask me that? She says she also wanted to see you in person. It seems we are bound by fate. She says. Enkri has no idea what she is talking about. And he tells her he does not know what she is talking about. Enkri has no idea what she is talking about. Ren says to it. Spill the details. Ragna tells him. You have no talent with a sword. But only when it comes to swords made of metal. Oof. Ha ha ha. Even this lunatic is telling you that. Meanwhile, there is news. A squadron from the Knightly Order has arrived. Enkri is shocked. The Order of the Red Mantle. Enkri belongs to an order, the Order of Cyprus, named in honor of a knight, and it is affiliated with the Order of the Red Mantle. A knight is someone with a rare talent, one that is rare even across the entire continent. That is why not everyone in the orders are knights. Squires are their servants and disciples. They accompany the knights, and when they are recognized, they formally become knights, and above all else, a knight is someone who has surpassed human limits. Normally, squires do not participate in battles as if they were knights, but, now, there is one who will fight. That means he is about to formally become a knight. The call to arms echoes. Ren tells him to rest. But looking at him, he can see how badly Enkri wants to go and watch. So they decide to take him. The ideal he always dreamed of, a glimpse of that ideal, is right in front of him now, before his very eyes. That squire, the apprentice knight, advances alone. The enemies draw their bows, but the squire does not even flinch. Hundreds of arrows fly toward him, but the squire just watches them. He advances so casually, as if he were just buying bread, and just as they descend upon him, he crouches. He channels something into his legs, a strange power. Ren says that is called volume tap. Then that squire shoots forward, at a speed that puts an arrow to shame. He closes the distance in an instant. He draws his sword, and sends the enemy's front line flying. 2 huge men are sent flying, just as many fall to the ground. Enkri is dumbfounded. The enemy leader has no idea what is happening. He can only watch as his men are slaughtered. They are sent flying. Confused, he screams for a retreat, then for someone to stop him. But his head is severed. To Enkri, this knight is astounding. But you want to know the craziest part? Well, listen to this. Ren watches the squire and thinks, he is skilled. Yeah. Just skilled. Ragna watches and thinks, if that is the level, I will be there soon enough. Jackson watches and thinks, I saw at least 5 openings to kill that squire. The enemy commander is a complete idiot. Audience simply praise. Not surprised in the slightest. Even Craze does not seem very surprised. What a crew. Either they are incredibly arrogant, or they are just that strong. Enkri thinks, that guy's sword. It is precise, but it is also heavy and swift. A precise sword guides and responds to an opponent, turning their own movements against them. The heavy sword is pure power, cutting and crushing everything with brute force. The illusory sword shakes the mind. It deceives and startles the enemy. The swift sword is fast, overwhelming with its speed, and relentless attacks. The flexible sword is fluid. The heavy and swift swords are opposites. But this guy wields both at the same time. That means, he understands now, all techniques stem from a single origin, even if each has its own characteristics. You must understand the intersection of the precise, heavy, illusory, swift, and flexible, all at once. To move the sword as if it were a living thing, Enkri closes his eyes, deepening his understanding. The men charge into battle. Ren looks at Enkri and smiles. Ragna watches him too. They know he has understood the lesson. His men, realizing Enkri is on the verge of a breakthrough, and needs to concentrate, so they decide to surround him, so no one can bump into him and break his concentration. In his mind, Enkri knows that a realization alone changes nothing. It just shows him the wall he must now overcome. But he will stain the landscape beyond this wall. He scaled the wall. Then, he opened his eyes. By the time he did, the battle was already won. The war is drawing to a close. Winter is coming, and the spring will be a busy one. In the kingdom of Aspen, a country founded by 3 great families, the king of Aspen was complaining. They have broken the unwritten rule about not deploying knight orders. This is Eliason, the military power. We know him. And the other is Iquus, in charge of administration and politics. According to this lord, their excuse is that general appeared in the enemy ranks, And if it is, they have to send the cavalry to face him. And if it is really him, the cavalry must come to face him. There is no room for excuses. The king curses General. He just had to show up, did not he? But that always does as he pleases. So it was always a possibility, if the Grey Dog's unit had succeeded. None of this would have happened. So it was always a possibility, if the Grey Dog's unit had succeeded. None of this would have happened. The enraged king says the Grey Dogs will take full responsibility for this disaster. I will never let this go. Obviously, after the confrontation, Aspen retreated, and the troops began their return. The fortified city under the king's direct rule, the border fortress. Guardia Lamite. It lies on the border with Aspen, a military city where 1 in 5 citizens is a soldier. The time has come for the ceremony to congratulate and reward the most notable, loyal, and brave. To no one's surprise, Ankri was called forward for his achievement of defeating the sorcerer of Aspen. His comrades watch him, but they murmur. How could he possibly have broken the spell? They ask themselves. He is supposed to be weak. He must be stealing the credit from his men. They say. They start to mock Ankri, but Max silences them. Andrew says he is not someone they should speak of so lightly. Several others recognize our boy's worth. Like Henry, Vigilance is there too. He is far more incredible than they ever imagined. Ankri receives his reward. Crace asks him what he is going to spend the money on. Women, booze, food. Ankri tells him to take him to the best blacksmith in the city. There. Crace complains about spending so much money on a sword. The swords they issue for free are good enough. Besides, you can find plenty on the battlefield. Enough to last a lifetime. But it is simple. I need something of quality. Because I am going to take the promotion exam, I won't be a low-rank soldier anymore. Tell that to Vegeta. Crace thought he was not interested in ranking up anymore. But Ankri has had a change of heart. The idea of being a low-rank soldier forever does not sound so good anymore. Olila is the kingdom where Ankri lives. There are several classifications for soldiers. They are as follows. There is lowest rank, low rank, mid rank, high rank, and max rank. Of course, those who are exceptionally strong are removed from this classification. They are known as special rank. The higher your rank, the more things change. For example, the way others treat you. Ranking up is simple. You must defeat 3 soldiers of your same rank. That is the only way to advance. It is just like the qualifiers in Lolo. Well, that is how they used to be. These events are also used for entertainment and as a place to gamble. Crace is handling the betting this time. A mid-level soldier approaches, confident that he will give Ankri a thrashing. After all, he is from the lowest class, and Ankri is directly challenging a mid-level soldier. Our protagonist knows that the mid-levels are pretty skilled. No one believes he can win. In fact, they think he is going to get crushed. Only Crace bet on Ankri. He is the only fool who did. Ankri and the man get ready. He is stronger now. He has grown stronger by risking his life, and by dying hundreds of times. He knows he is capable now. He is sure he can defeat this mid-level soldier. Even so, he won't let his guard down. The man lunges at Ankri. In an instant, Ankri strikes with his sword, and disarms him, shattering several fingers in the process. In fact, Ankri himself is shocked. That was so easy. The man screams in agony from his broken fingers. Ankri snaps out of his surprise, and seizes the chance to smash his face in, taking him out of the fight, as he wonders to himself, why is he so weak? The others are stunned. Even Crace. They demand to know if he knew this would happen. But Crace had no clue that Ankri could fight so well. Ankri wonders if he really won, because the guy underestimated him, and let his guard down. But whatever, now to confirm it, another mid-level soldier steps. He tells him he just got lucky. You think you are hot stuff now, do not you? I will be your opponent. He is from the Heavy Infantry Company, an elite unit of the battalion. He tries to trick Ankri, spinning the tip of his spear. But when he strikes, Ankri easily slices through the spear. To the man's utter shock, he never saw it coming. And that was the only move he knew. So he is not that strong either. Ankri, to finish him off, kicks him in the gut, and wins the match. With this, the crowd starts to have doubts. He won again. The other soldiers like Ankri who were there, they expected this. They are genuinely happy for Ankri. The soldiers know it now. Twice is no coincidence. A bottom-tier soldier, beating 2 mid-levels without breaking a sweat. Seizing the opportunity with such a large crowd gathered, Crace looks for more bets. Viens was nearby, calling everyone idiots for underestimating Ankri. One of his men reminds him that he, in fact, was the one who underestimated him the most. But Viens shuts him up, claiming he never did such a thing. He also notices Andrew getting up to face Ankri. Seems he wants to challenge him, but Max stops him. He says, Andrew, You have certainly gotten stronger. But if you fight him now, even from beating Enkri would be tough. Hearing that, Andrew sits back down and watches the situation grimly. Rain was nearby. He tells some guy who used to talk trash about Enkri to go and challenge him. Go on. The one who talked so much trash about Enkri now looks terrified. But the guy does not dare challenge him. But as that is happening, Enkri realizes something. He has spent so many days reliving the same moments, over and over, facing immense hardships. He thought that was normal. First, that maniac. Then, the assassin, followed by Mish. Not to mention the members of his own squad. The ones he trains with every single day. All of his battles have been difficult. He was thinking about all this, while the guy had given in to Reen's pressure, and the others were backing away, so they would not be forced to fight him. The opponent asks if he is distracted. Enkri told him no, but the truth is, he was. He was thinking about what his old master told him. Never underestimate an opponent. He always thought it was useless advice for someone like him. After all, he was so weak, he risked his life in every fight. But he never imagined the day would come when he would actually underestimate someone. He has definitely gotten stronger. The fight begins. Enkri throws his first strike. As he attacks the poor fool, we learn that Nautila is known as the Kingdom of Knights. Here, the strong are worshipped, and right now, he has proven that he is one of them. So strong, he made the guy pass out from fear. Everyone is in disbelief. A nickname begins to be whispered through the crowd. The spellbreaker. It was thanks to him they made it. The spellbreaker. Andreas leaps from his seat and shouts the name. Then he told the others they should be grateful to him. Half of you would be dead if it were not for Enkri. He broke that spell and freed us from the fog. Everyone starts to chant. Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker. Over and over. Now, Enkri is officially a mid-level soldier. Krace was ecstatic, but Enkri stopped him. No celebrations. Now, I am going for the high levels. Hearing that, a man stood up, one who startles several of the men. The emblem on his uniform. It is the Border Guard, a unit under the direct command of the kingdom, an elite unit, where only high-level soldiers and above are allowed to join. The man challenges Enkri to a duel. Everyone watches in silence as the situation unfolds. For Ren, this fight could be a problem. Enkri knows the Border Guard is on par with the Greyhounds. It is possible this guy is on the same level as Mish. Enkri is curious. What would it be like to fight an opponent this strong for the first time, with no regressions? What would the outcome be? So he accepts. The man thinks this is great. He is not afraid to fight a member of the Special Forces. The crowd goes wild. The betting is at its peak. But what is incredible is the overwhelming support Enkri is getting from the infantry battalion soldiers. The man silently calls them all fools. So basically, he is just another infantryman. But they have gotten arrogant. So he is going to teach them some humility. He lunges at Enkri with incredible speed. But Enkri takes the hit with total concentration. The man is shocked by the kid's insane concentration. But he says that won't be enough. He grabs Enkri by the shirt. But Enkri grabs his arm. He can't escape now. He points his sword down at the man's neck. The man panics. He is going to die. Enkri swings his blade. He deliberately misses. Because killing is not the point of this test. Now then, the man lunges again. Enkri catches the blade with his bare hands. Then he strikes his abdomen and jumps back. The man charges again. Enkri draws one of his daggers. They are both going for the kill, and just then, the elf commander intervenes. She separates their weapons in an instant. That is enough, she says. If you keep this up, you will kill each other. Well, to be honest, the only one who was going to die was that guy. Hassan already had him covered. Not just Hassan. Enkri's entire unit had mobilized in an instant. To take that man's life, Reen says, he is one lucky guy. That was terrifying. The man responds, especially for just a training exercise. A few more times, and that would have been the end of me. I would have had a couple of new holes in me. Enkri thinks. He certainly fought well. But for a moment there, I lost track of his movements. If we had kept going, I might have lost. The man approaches and congratulates him. As much as it pains me, I have to admit it, he introduces himself as Torres, platoon leader of the border force. Enkri accepts the greeting, and introduces himself as the commander of the 4th Company. 4th Section. 4th Squad. Oh my, that is Enkri. The soldiers are stunned. That guy's the platoon leader of the border force. They just went up against a super elite soldier. Everyone celebrates. Because Enkri's probably going to be promoted to a high-rank soldier. And here comes something very typical among men. Now that Enkri's getting a promotion, those bastards start saying, Enkri, you are so handsome. My man Enkri is so awesome. Oh man, he is the best. So typical. So damn typical. If something like that has never happened to you, get new friends.
Bro.
It is just way too typical. Torres teases Enkri about his reaction to the cheers. He then says goodbye, telling him they will see each other soon, calling him high-rank soldier. With this, our boy is one step closer to his dream. And guess what happened next? Offers came pouring in. For example, the commander of the 1st Infantry Company. He wanted to recruit him. This was the 3rd offer he received. The 2nd and 3rd companies already came looking for him. This is obviously because he is now recognized as a high-rank soldier, with the nickname Spellbreaker. Well, Grahan tells him that the 1st Division is the core of the infantry, and the most important one. There are a lot of perks for joining. Enkri politely refused. Grahan asked if it was because of his commander. If that is the case, he will take care of it. But that is not it. Enkri replies. Faced with the refusal, Grahan gives up. He owes his life to Enkri, just like half of his men. After the battle in the fog, Enkri asked if he wanted him to send Ren over, but Grahan politely refused. He does not want that damn lunatic anywhere near him. Ren overheard everything. They invited you to the 1st company. Do you need help packing? He asks. But no, that won't be necessary. Argai replies. After coming in, Crazy asks him why he turned everyone down. With your reputation, you would be treated well no matter where you go. Enkri was about to answer, but before he could, he is interrupted. It is Torres. To be honest, I can't remember if his name is Torres or Torres. Doesn't matter. The guy gets straight to the point. He wants Enkri to join an elite unit, the Border Guard. The Border Guard is a unit that reports directly to the kingdom, a force superior to their current army. It is a huge offer. Even the squad members are anxiously awaiting his answer. Ren knows this is the dream of any normal unit commander. It is something many could never achieve. Not just achieve. They can't even dream of it. It would be insane to turn down this offer. Torres argues that after taking one of his hits, he can say for sure that Enkri craves combat, and if you join us, you will endure the most hellish training, and you will experience combat like never before. You will push your limits to the absolute max. Ren, Ragna, Haxon, and Audien look down. Dejected. It is an offer you can't refuse. But, he rejects. He replies that for combat and hellish training, there is no better place than this place. The next day, Ren was complaining about the damn cold in this place. Enkri was getting ready to leave. Ren took the opportunity to ask him to bring back some hot stones. Audien tried to get Ren out of bed, telling him it is best to move around to stay warm. Obviously, Ren did not like that, so Audien offered to train with Enkri. He will teach him a technique to increase body heat. But he refused for the moment, as he had to go on patrol. Today, his patrol is in the market. In war, a soldier's duty is to fight. In peace, it is to maintain order. He meets up with a guy named Jack and another named Bon. They will be his partners on the watch. Their names sound familiar to Enkri, but he can't quite remember them once the watch starts. Those two do not stop showering him with praise. For being a high-rank soldier, Enkri kept his answers short and humble. But seriously, they just would not stop. They made small talk, too. They went a good way down the road until, out of nowhere, someone bumps into Enkri. He goes to help, but in that instant, a dagger is plunged into him. The two guards who were just praising him hold him down. Clearly, this is a planned assassination. No one has noticed. Are you surprised? The attacker asks. He tells him a relentless hunter never forgets his prey. That half-elf, he is an assassin sent by Aspen. Enkri thought. Then they finish the job. The others leave and inform a Terraton that the job is done. Now, Enkri remembers Jack and Roten. They are the injured exploiters Craze mentioned. From the gossip about the camp's curse. It is 4 against 1. A woman passing by in another group screamed. Enkri returned to the start of the day. He lifts you up in a flash. He says good morning to Ren, who asks if he has gone mad. Enkri leaves and heads for Auden, who, in the middle of the freezing cold, was bathing with ice water like a Spartan. And the craziest part is, his body was emitting steam. Not because it was so cold, but because he was radiating so much heat that it reacted with the water. Enkri is there to ask about his training method. The one that generates body heat. Auden confirms it. It is an effective training method against the cold. But more importantly, it keeps your movements fluid and your body always ready for action. Enkri asked him to teach it to him. The training. He thought it through poorly. The moment he was attacked, his body froze. It was not that he could not avoid it. It was as if his joints just were not ready to move. So he began the training. As he trained, he cursed himself for not realizing sooner. Jack and Bon. They were too close for it to be a coincidence. His plan. First, kill those two. Then, focus on the half-elf. As he is thinking, Auden tells him his muscles are going to scream if he can endure this training. But the thing is, they are already screaming. The time for the patrol came. They ask him if he is cold. They move closer to him. They are about to reach the spot where the assassin is waiting. The moment he sees the half-elf, he strikes Jack. Auden manages to dodge. How did he know? He wondered. He was about to use his sword to attack Enkri. This guy pulls out his own, too. But then, the half-elf threw daggers that made a sound Enkri had never heard before. It was like a whistle. What is that? He wondered. Just as the dagger struck him, by the time Enkri realized he would been hit, it was already too late. From that far, and in a crowd, that guy is incredibly precise. Not only that, that dagger, it is definitely faster than sound. As he died again, he wondered what he needed to learn to overcome this new wall. That half-elf is a real problem. Up close, he stabs. From a distance, he throws daggers. It is not a very complicated pattern, so this is a relatively simple wall to climb. He was stretching while Auden tried to help him become more flexible. Come on, he has zero flexibility. Ragna and Ren watched, mocking him. It can't be that hard. In fact, they will show him how it is done. Just then, Yaxon arrived to notify Unkri of his guard duty. He found Ren and Ragna showing off how easy it was to stretch. Even the panther was showing him how it is done. But Auden is having the time of his life. He said, "This is my domain. Brothers. So you will all have to surrender. No one can beat me." Calling them lazy brothers. Yaxon just stood there with a look that said, "This has gone completely sideways." After that, Inkri was sketching the dagger. Its sharpness and speed. They are greater than any dagger he knows. Just then, Yaxon appeared beside him. Surprised, he said. "That is a whispering dagger." Inkri asked about it. Yaxon explained that they call it the whispering or whistling dagger, because of the sound it makes when thrown. If someone skilled throws one at you, you will be dead before you even know it. It is best to avoid them. Inkri returned to his guard duty. He thought, it does not matter how good someone is at throwing daggers. If I can block it, I will. So he used bow to shield himself from the dagger. But just as he stopped the direct hit, another one buried itself in his side. And another in the other guy's throat. He's ruthless? He did not just throw 3 daggers at once. He did not hesitate to kill his own men when they were no longer useful. The man approached and said his attempt was good. He repeated that phrase. A relentless hunter never forgets his prey. Enkri asks if he is trying to be encouraging. The man scoffed. A dead man talking. He tells him that he is, indeed, an impressive guy. Then he finished him off. Enkri had definitely underestimated him. But at the same time, he was happy. This guy is a wall, a true wall, an opportunity to get stronger. The ferryman asks if he is having fun. He tells him to laugh all he wants now. The greater the joy, the deeper the despair. That is why it is called a curse. Inkri wakes up and says, "This is not a curse. It is a blessing. Living in Latin America is a curse." He approaches Yaxon and asks for information on the whispering daggers. He asks, "Just like that?" Inkri asks, "You do not want to tell me." Yaxon explains that it is a dagger made with a thin blade, which in turn has multiple layers. That is what causes the whistling sound when it is thrown. Following it with your eyes is nearly impossible due to its speed. Inkri asks if they can be dodged. "You can't see them." Yaxon says, "And if I insist on seeing them?" Inkri asks. Yaxon looks at him. Inkri holds his gaze. Yaxon thinks, "There this guy goes again." He explains that trying to see a dagger after it has been thrown is pointless. What you need to do is watch the thrower's hands to predict its direction, especially the fingertips, which determine the trajectory. There are techniques to hide those movements, but a skilled thrower can identify the movements even when they are hidden. Inkri asks if those techniques are within his reach. Sarcastically, Yaxon tells him that if all he can do is throw rocks, then no, you won't make it. And then he asks if he wants to be taught how to throw daggers, and that surprises Inkri. It is rare for Yaxon to offer to teach something for no reason. He accepts the offer. Patrol time arrived. This time, he chose to take the first one's head, then run through the next. The people were left in shock. Now, to find the half-elf, he has to pinpoint the moment the dagger is thrown. He tries to block it with his sword, but it ends up buried in his arm. Then, one through the heart. It was instantaneous. It took him a single instant to throw both daggers, but Inkri managed to see it. He saw the assassin draws near and speaks. A relentless hunter never forgets his prey. Inkri says. The man is stunned, asking how he could possibly know that. Inkri smiles and tells him, "We will meet again." Inkri tried again. This time, he killed them as fast as he could. Now, the assassin, he uses total concentration. He managed to see the dagger being thrown. He successfully blocked the first one, but the second one was a failure. That weapon. Inkri thinks. It is incredible. A powerful urge to possess them welled up inside him. In the next regression, Inkri began training with a pair of daggers he tied together with a string to simulate them. The Whispering Dagger. Haxon asks him what he is doing. He told him he was practicing with the Whispering Dagger, but of course, that is not one of them. Haxon says. Inkri knows. But soon, they will be mine. As he says that, the string on the dagger snaps. It flies off and nearly kills Haxon on the spot. The two are left in an awkward silence. This is the 8th attempt. He managed to dodge the daggers this time. But there was a problem. He forgot about the other guy, the one in the tower. The Taroding. He shot him in the back with his crossbow. 9th attempt. First, he killed Rotting with his dagger, but he could not stop the assassin's daggers. He practiced with Haxon. He was surprised by how well he threw. Inkri asked him what he needed to improve. He told him he was already good, and asked where he learned to do that. Of course. But he preferred to say he saw someone do it on the battlefield, so he just copied them, which made Haxon wonder if he was a genius. Haxon asks if he knows about the Whisper. Since he obviously does not, he explains it is a technique created by a famous assassin from the past, a man named Jir. He tried to create a dagger so perfect it made no sound at all. And so, he created the Whispering Dagger. The problem was, it was incredibly difficult to handle. So it was modified into the Whispering Dagger we know today. Inkri says it is a technique with a rich history. Haxon asks if this is the first time he has heard of it, because he does not think so. Inkri asks him why he thinks that, and it is simple. The stance you used to throw just now is the same one used for the Whispering Daggers. This time, he returns to the patrol. But something is different. Inkri tells them they are going somewhere else. The duo complains. They say their assignment is the market. Inkri tells them he is the highest-ranking officer here. If anything goes wrong, he will take full responsibility. So they just need to follow him. The two of them are confused, but they do it anyway. Inkri has been playing their game with every regression. The market is their stage. It is where they are most prepared, so he is going to stop playing along. They ask if they should not be heading back to the market. He asks them what they gain from betrayal and murder. That puts them on high alert. They have been found out, so they attack, but Inkri easily kills them both. It is not long before the half-elf and the crossbowman appear. You are late. And he challenges them both at the same time. The assassin throws 3 Whispering Daggers. Inkri dodges them all. Rotting is about to shoot him in the back, so he throws his own dagger, killing him effortlessly. The assassin seizes the distraction and throws another dagger. It is stopped by Inkri. Without even looking, this leaves the half-elf completely stunned. The assassin feels the pressure. He asks, "Who the hell are you?" Inkri tells him he does not need to know. "You would be better off telling me how many of those you have," the half-elf thinks. Given how skilled he is, Inkri must be an assassin too. He says he has 2 daggers left. Inkri tells him, "I only have 1. The assassin tells him if he loses that one, it is all over for him. This will be decided now. Inkri focuses. No matter how you hide your hands, he thinks, you can't hide all your movements. He realizes the assassin is going to throw 2 Whispering Daggers at once. And so, he dodges perfectly. He throws his own, which the assassin dodges. The assassin smiles, because he has many more Whispering Daggers. What he said before was a lie, but, Inkri lied. Despite the assassin's surprise, Inkri pulls out another dagger. The one he created himself. The assassin curses, because that bastard dared to lie to him. Inkri replies that they both did. Now the fight comes down to close combat. Inkri's specialty. The assassin lunges, full of confidence. But Inkri knows exactly how to counter his attack style. The half-elf simply does not stand a chance. The look on his face when Inkri dodges and restrains him is pure poetry. This is the end. This wall has been overcome. 10 times. It took him 10 tries. He fights and dies, but he grows stronger. It is a fun kind of madness. The elven commander asks how he was almost assassinated, and if he abandoned his post because he anticipated it. Inkri says, "That was an accident. The guy was loaded with Whispering Daggers, so I stole them all." She asks how dealing with 4 assassins at once could possibly be an accident, and come out unscathed. He replies that the goddess of luck is smiling on him. She does not buy it, but she accepts his answer. After all, what can you do? As he returns, he is greeted with an axe swing from Ren. Inkri asks him if he is crazy, but Ren heard about the assassins. So training like this will be useful for him. The bastard says. Inkri curses at him. Then he throws the burning stone at him, telling him to eat it. He says it sarcastically. Ren, being an idiot, catches it with his bare hands, burning himself in the process. Now Inkri asks Krace to cut his hair. He is told it will be 10 coins. Inkri says 5. Krace says 8, and 8 it is. Enkri asks why he won't give him a discount. We are members of the same squad, are not we? Craze told him there is a barbershop in town. So you can just go there. I would rather pay 8 than go to that disastrous place. Enkri says. Just then, snow begins to fall. Meanwhile, everyone else is complaining about the snow too. But they are there to make sure no assassin takes out Enkri. How did Jack and Rotten end up as traitors? How did that assassin even get in? Enkri wonders. There has to be another accomplice. He asks Craze about the 3 traitors. Jack. Craze says. He was arrested for theft and forced to serve in this army. He was a good friend. Ren says. Damn it. He was convicted for disrespecting a noble and also forced to serve. And Rotten was a guard for a company that went bankrupt. The curious thing is, all 3 of them arrived at the same time a year ago. To Enkri, that is no coincidence. Year ago. The Thieves Guild went through some changes. They must be responsible, so he asks Hassan. He asks, why me? Do I look like a thief? Enkri says sarcastically. Not all. Not all. I just thought that out of everyone here. You might know something. Jackson thinks about how shameless Enkri has become, but it is true. He does know things. He says he lost contact with the guild after the changes, a long time ago. Just then, Craze finishes the haircut. According to them, Enkri looks quite handsome. Damn. This group reminds me of my friends. Haha. I miss you guys so much. According to them, Enkri looks handsome. Jackson asks for the day off. Ren tells him no. That is definitely because you do not want to shovel snow, Enkri tells him. How about instead of that? We use the squad leader's authority to go on a mission. If you agree, I will exempt you from shoveling snow. Everyone agrees. But first, they will go ask the captain for permission. Enkri's target is the Thieves Guild. She considers giving him permission. She observes him. He watches her right back. She asks if they are just doing this to get out of shoveling snow. He puts on a poker face and says no. Of course not. And curses how perceptive the captain is. The group heads out in search of the Thieves Guild. Of course, they are missing a lot of information, so Jackson will be in charge of finding them. He asked how he was supposed to do that. Enkri replied. In more ways than one. The conversation makes no sense to Craze. But apparently, Jackson understood, so he accepted the order. They went to an inn to eat. Kriaz asks Enkri what will happen if the Hippling Guild, another name for them, is innocent. Enkri replies that even if they are not behind the attack, they are still criminals and will be treated as such. We will get rid of them. The waitress arrives. Craze takes the chance to speak with the young woman named Risa, whispering something in her ear. Jackson was taking too long. Was my order too difficult? Meanwhile, our boy was on the rooftops, keeping watch in the snow. He watched for a long time until he found what he was looking for, a pair of suspicious individuals. Then he went to the inn and informed the others. Seeing him covered in snow, Enkri invited him to eat and warm up, but he refused. We can't waste time. Reens complained. It is soap. Jackson offered to drench him in his warm blood. Just as a fight was about to break out, Enkri decided to get moving, even with the blizzard. After all, it is not going to stop. They entered an alley where a mysterious vagrant was watching them. Then he pulls out a dagger and a couple of them lunge at the group. But quickly, Reens takes down one, then the other. He thought about interrogating him, asking for the entrance, but Jackson finds it. The thing is, it is locked. On says knock. A knock, as he raises his fist. Then he smashes the door to pieces. Meanwhile, Enkri explains the plan. First, we will subdue them. Then, we will talk. Reens asks if it is not too dangerous for him to go down there, inside a room. The bandits were waiting for them. The leader of the group did not know how to report the failed assassination. But now, we will take care of it ourselves, because the idiot is coming straight to us. Another says this is a problem. He is not coming alone. From what I heard. But to the leader, it is nothing. On smashes the door, saying knock. Knock again. Seeing such a display of force, he understands they are screwed. Reens gets excited. I will kill them all, he says. Enkri speaks. He tells everyone this will be easy. Those of you who do not want to die, drop your weapons and cross the line I just drew. The rest of you will die. Reens asks if they were not going to just subdue all of them. Enkri says the plan has changed. The guild leader is clearly enraged. Those soldiers are looking at him like he is nothing. Auden tells Enkri he needs to give them a reason to surrender, so Enkri challenges the strongest among them. The leader calls for a tow weaver or something, the best and strongest of his men. He steps forward to face Enkri. Just by looking at him, it is clear he is different from the rest. But Enkri blocks the attack. Then he pierces the man's shoulder. Enkri says if that was their strongest, they are all screwed. Well, not in those words. But that was the gist of it. He tells them this is their last chance. Drop your weapons. Or die. His group watches him, with a look of, what? While they all think the same thing. He is trying to look cool right now. The first of the thieves surrenders. That infuriates the leader. He launches an attack to kill the deserter. But with a whispering dagger, Enkri ends the man's life in an awesome way. In fact, Ren clenches his teeth and shuts his eyes, because that was seriously cool. Even Audien, Cross, Hassan, and Ragna feel a mix of admiration, envy, and surprise at how cool that was. Ragna and Ren are the most affected. Enkri enjoys his small victory. With that, everyone automatically surrenders. Ren asks what they are going to do now. Killing them would be fine. One of the thieves begs. There are people among us with difficult lives, and with sick family members. They are not thieves because they want to be. It is because they had no other choice. That does not save them from their crimes. Enkri responds. That bald guy just keeps embarrassing himself. He tells them to kill him, and let the others live. He is Hippling. Or perhaps. Hippling. Enkri asks how he can be Hippling. Then you are the real leader of this guild. They say no. The one you just killed. He was the leader. Enkri does not get it. How could he be the leader? If the guild is named after Hippling, Grisels explains that it is a common practice. Thieves often name their groups after a subordinate. That way, when they get caught, they can pin it all on the subordinate, and they get off with a lighter sentence. Hippling pleads. If you must kill someone, please, let it be me. His words make his men weep. It seems Hippling really is a kind man. Well, an honest thief. All the thieves are ready to die in his place, even that damn Ren, who wanted to kill them all just a moment ago. He starts to cry, yelling at Enkri. After all this, how dare you still try to kill them? I have never met anyone as wicked as you. Damn you, Ren, he says to him. You are a monster. He is on another level. Seriously. Hippling tells Enkri that if he lets them live, he can have everything the guild owns. Of course. That puts a huge grin on good old Grice's face. They are shown the safe, which Audien opens effortlessly. Inside, damn, a mountain of cash. Hippling says the leader who died was hiding it all. And now, it all belongs to Enkri. The group quickly goes wild. Ren found some thermal leather to stay warm. While searching, Enkri found a set of tough, flexible leather armor. Not bad at all. Grice tells Enkri they should take over the guild. He asks him if he is suggesting they become thieves. Grice yes. But thieves who do not kill. He explains that if they disband the Hippling guild, a new, ruthless guild will just take its place within a month, so the best move is to take control. Put Hippling up front, and rule from the shadows. It all seems so calculated. Enkri says, as if Grice had planned this all along. But when? He wonders, then he remembers. Back at the meal. Right. He asked him if that is what he told the woman. That is why all the thieves were gathered in one spot. Grice confirms, and thanks to that, we handled this quickly. If you will allow it, I will handle the fees and pay you the profits. Enkri, and in return, I will take the information. Enkri is not particularly greedy, but having money is better than not having it, and that is a fact. He accepts the deal. Grice now lays out the new rules for Hippling. You will only steal. As if that is nothing at all. We are only going to steal, but we do not kill people. It is just like when they catch a neighborhood thief, and his mother says, my son only ever stole. He never killed anyone. Give him a break. But they won't kill. That give him a break came straight from the soul. Okay. My bad. You will only steal. But you will not kill. We will weed out the troublemakers. And the murderers will be sent to prison. That will leave us with the good thieves. So to speak, we will reorganize everything, step by step. Hippling retorts that they will all end up dead anyway. Because the former leader was a contractor working for Aspen. For money, every spring and fall, Proc comes from Aspen to inspect the guild. If that maniac Proc finds out about this change, he will slaughter every last one of us. Grice tells him that won't be a problem. If Proc is some crazy monster, then we are even worse. He teases Ren for being called a monster. The group has taken everything they need. So it is time to head back, but Ren tells him no. Wait, if we wait a bit longer, they will have already cleared the snow for us by the time we get back. He is right. Enkri thinks, so Ragnar just lies down. Looks like the mission is not over yet. He says. Audien says he must spread the word of God among the thieves. Jason says he has something to take care of, so he will be back tomorrow. Enkri lay down right there. The place where they would spend the night. all so someone else would do the dirty work of clearing the snow. The next day, they report the squad's return. They also report that they have located and annihilated the Thieves' Guild. The elf girl asked him, "Did you guys take so long? Because you did not want to clear the snow yesterday." Angry tells her, "Of course not." With a complete poker face. Changing the subject, she tells him, "You never refuse a fight." "Not usually." Angry replies, "Then let us have a match." She asks. Angry accepts the challenge. Ilash. Unbelievably fast. "Get up," she says, but as he was about to, she strikes him down again. What the hell? That sword moves like a whip. "Get up," she says again. But the result is the same. In the end, it was an overwhelming defeat. How can he be this bad? I have seen him react with incredible speed before. Almost like he can see the future. But right now, he is so clumsy. He is not anticipating a thing. Is he hiding his true strength? Or is he just that unpredictable? But to break that spell and take down 4 assassins, that is an undeniable fact. Before she leaves, she tells him she will be watching him. As she walks away, Angry thinks, "This fight just taught me something. I still do not know how to control my own body. I need to learn hand-to-hand combat. To fight with my bare fists. Like a man. And to teach him. He knows the perfect person. Auden." Angry does not waste a second. He goes to find the big guy. He finds him training his legs. By lifting a damn tree. Auden tells him, "The foundation of any martial art is a well-trained body." Meanwhile, someone shouts in the distance, "Who is the bastard that took the lumber again? For God's sake. Did this just turn into a comedy or what the hell? To get faster results, he has a method." Auden says, "One called the isolation technique. And he promises one thing. It will be painful. You will think you are going to die a few times." To which Unkri replies that is his specialty. And he says it with such confidence. And so, the training began. And my God, it was absolutely brutal. With every single step, Unkri thought he was going to die. Auden explains that the foundation of this training is overload. To tear the muscle. Now you must stop moving. You have to hold that weight for at least 10 seconds. He knows you can do it. I know the limits of a squad leader. Inkri asks how he could possibly know. Auden asks him if he has any regrets. To use real fighting techniques, you still need to train your body much more. If you had started sooner, you would be stronger. But there is no point in regret. Inkri thinks, the past is just the past. The present is what matters. If that was not the case, I could not overcome these repeating days. He thinks. Then he tells Auden, instead of talking, teach me more. Auden thinks to himself. He is surprised. This man is so straightforward. No complaints. No tears. When he trains. Not like your average gym bro. Who the moment you add more weight, she becomes his gym buddy. Inkri's integrity and resilience only deepen Auden's respect for him. Now, he will train him with everything he has got, promising that he will be crawling his way back to base while he trains. The Panther observes him. The training looks brutal. When Unkri returned to the house, where he was staying, he collapsed at the door. Even getting to his bed was a challenge. He was trembling from head to toe. The others asked him what was wrong. He replied, just a normal training session with Auden. Normal. As he got into bed, the screen moves closer to him. Ren asks him if he is not going to give it a name. Inkri thinks, Stove. That is a good name. The Panther gets angry. Then he tries Fluffy. And she does not like that either. Those are names a kid would come up with. But since she does not like them, they will think of one later. He just wants to rest now. He lies down on the creature. That night, Inkri had a strange dream. He was in a place. An unknown place. But it was beautiful. This place is not like the ferryman's. In it, there is a young woman. A beautiful young woman. With eyes just like the Panther's. And he says something to her. A name. Esther. Her name is Esther. Inkri wakes up. In front of him, lying next to his body, the Panther is gone. In her place is that young woman, surprised and nervous. They both fall silent. She is blushing. Her eyes are still feline. Inkri says, well then, grow up well. And he falls back asleep, smiling, leaving the young woman flustered and shocked. I told you she was a Nahual. Well, a female Nahual. In this case, for those who do not know what a Nahual is, they are Mexican sorcerers who can turn into animals. Or something like that. I just listened to a lot of Mexican horror stories. Anyway, I love them. The next morning, Inkri woke up early. Ren asked him how he could be dying yesterday and feel no pain at all today. Even Inkri finds it strange. In fact, he feels even better. Meanwhile, Esther thinks, this is the result of my magic. I had to use it. I can't let Inkri die. Or something along those lines. He is essential for me to break my curse. Ren asks if he paid a priest to heal him. The strangest part. Ankri says, was the dream. He dreamed of a woman who was saying strange things. Ren says, was it one of those steamy wet dreams? Ankri tells him she was beautiful. Esther thinks to herself, the guy has good taste. Then, she tells us a bit of her story. She is a mage. Like all mages, she seeks mysteries and new spells. It was an obsession, so much that she accidentally fell under a curse. She lost her power, and she became a beast. I roamed the plains. But then she smelled a peculiar scent. Following that scent, she found that man. Auden was surprised by Ankri's rapid recovery. For someone to heal, after tearing their muscles like that, they need at least a week. But not only did he recover, he is stronger than yesterday. Just then, Ankri calls the panther Fluffy. Well, her reaction was as expected. He corrects himself, he calls her Esther. She tells us her reaction is due to one thing. The world of spells is influenced by names. If he changes her name, her world will be affected. She used what little power she had left to appear in his dream, and since that power was unstable, she made a small mistake. But luckily, that man is pretty dense. It seems he did not realize a thing. The important thing is that he is under a curse, one that has not yet fully taken hold of him. But it is far more powerful than her own, and that is why she is with Ankri. The only thing that breaks a curse without direct interference is another, even greater curse. Well, this one tends to devour weaker curses. Though, it is a bit slow. If she stays by his side long enough, she can fully recover her power. After weight training, he began hand-to-hand combat training. Ankri tried to keep Auden from killing him with his blows, so he dodged, but he was never fast enough, agile enough, or strong enough to beat him. Auden tells him that hand-to-hand combat, in terms of physical stamina and managing distance, is similar to swordsmanship, but without agility, it is all useless. To Auden, when it comes to speed, Ankri is like a turtle. Even so, Ankri does not give up. A month passed like that, and in a flash, the plants began to sprout. He trained every single day. Without fail, Ren congratulated him. You are so much better now. The moment Rana finished dinner, he would train with him, but he told him he has gotten slower. Besides, you already know all the fundamentals. Now, we will focus on drilling it into your body until it remembers everything. You will even have to train in your sleep. Ankri was confident he could do it. His training was going well. But now, it is time for a real-world test. Just then, he was ambushed by Jackson. He defended himself well. Now I am sure an assassin's surprise attack won't be enough to kill you. You have improved a hell of a lot. Akrais complained about the training, asking Ankri what he was doing here so early. Is the guild not making any money or something? But Stur got up and moved. That is why it is clear Kreis is only after his claws. Just then, the elf commander arrived, asking to speak with him outside. Now that the snow is melting, missions are starting to pile up. We need to handle a request that came through the mercenary system. It is a system that lets citizens hire trained military forces. It is cheaper than hiring a conventional mercenary. But they are less aggressive and their skills are guaranteed. So the demand is pretty high. This is good for him. He wants a mission to put his new skills to the test. Just then, a bored soldier nearby wanders over, and he spots the elf commander and Ankri. At that moment, Ankri asks how many people she needs. She tells him 3, so that is him, 1 from his squad. And her? It is strange for a commander to join a mission like this. Ankri thinks to himself, why is she doing this? The soldier thinks, every time I see the elf commander, she is with Ankri. Something is definitely going on between them. Like, a secret relationship. The nosy bastard thinks. She asks Ankri, what is with that look? Am I a burden to you? The elf says, man. Those words were music to the soldier's ears. He thought he would hit the gossip jackpot of the century. And you know what he did? Well, in no time, rumors started spreading about Ankri the spellbreaker and the elf commander. The news that they were having an affair spread from soldier to soldier, and every person added their own little spice to the gossip, until one of them said, they even have a kid together. Ankri was training. The soldiers watched him with the kind of pride a man can only feel for a buddy who landed the top prize. Other gossips snickered that those were the exercises he used to seduce her. Man. Ankri looked pissed as hell, and then he shows up with his men, and Ren says, whoa, wait, man. Look who it is, the baby daddy. How many months along is she? I heard your kid will be born soon. Ankri tells him it is a lie. It is a misunderstanding. They are just rumors. Just rumors. Cray says, do not be shy. The truth always comes out eventually. Ankri does not respond. Ragna tells him, don't worry. We will all help you raise the kid. What a blessing. What a damn bunch of lunatics. Ankri can't believe this situation. Ren asks him when the... Hold on. I seriously need to get this on record. Ankri can't believe what is happening. Ren asks him when their little intimate date is. He does not want to be a third wheel. But he figures he has to go. Ankri asks if he is talking about the mission. And if he is not taking him along. Ren can't believe it. Who else could you possibly take? And it is Jackson. Ankri and Jackson give him a meaningful look. Then they silently turn away. While Ren screams at him for being unfaithful with that damn cat. He threatens to smash his head in. This really turned into a comedy. But it is a damn good one. Did you pick me because you think I can't harm you? Ankri answers that, in the entire squad. You have the most experience with this type of mission. That makes you the most useful. But the worst part is yet to come. As Jackson tells him, let me give you some advice. As your superior, never give a woman too much affection. She will just repay you with a deep wound. A frustrated Ankri replies that he does not need his advice. They meet up with the captain, who tells them the client will arrive soon. Ankri worries that she has heard the rumors. And here comes the best part. She asks Ankri if they have done something to have a child together. With a look of pure frustration, Ankri says, that bastard Jackson can't hold back his laughter. Ankri asks him what is so funny. Jackson replies that he was not laughing. But Ankri heard him, for some reason. The captain is acting strange. She asks him, does my question bother you? You are fine with it, he nervously replies. Yep. But he wonders what the hell she is doing. Talking to him like that, luckily for Ankri, who was sweating bullets. The client arrived, the captain complains. Just when it was getting good, leaving Ankri with a look on his face like, what the hell? Was that supposed to be funny? She had a total poker face. Alright, back to business. The mission is to escort the heir of a merchant family. In this family, there are 2 heirs to the Rockfreer Company, or something like that. They have requested armed forces to provide an escort and mediate so the heirs do not kill each other. During this process, the new leader will be chosen. Ankri expected his client to be some greedy fat frog, but she is an angel. The girl dismounts and introduces herself. I'm a heiress to the Rockfreer Company, or something like that. The mission officially begins now. Lena has not said a single word to them since her introduction. All messages are relayed through that woman, who seems to be her nanny or something. The woman informs them they will be renting an inn first. Ankri wonders if an escort is all they really want. He remembers what Auden told him. Posture. Choice of location. Their gaze. All of it is information. You must evaluate an opponent to know what they are capable of, so he focused on learning just that. He analyzed the woman. For starters, she is left-handed. Her footsteps are heavy, so she must be wearing armor under her clothes. She seems physically powerful. She must be a high-ranking soldier. It is just a guess, but it is not a bad one. Jackson, noticing his boredom, proposes a game. Guess the sound. It is a simple game. It is like I spy, but with sounds. Instead of saying me spy with my little eye something of a certain color. You say what you hear. You say what you hear. And the other person has to guess what it is and where it is. And so, they began to play. They would give specific directions. The other had to pinpoint where the sound was coming from that thing, in that direction. They killed time like this until they reached the inn. Leona and her entourage went up to their room. Our men stayed below, awaiting their orders. Seeing this, the captain wanted to join the interesting game they were playing. Ankri thought to himself. He recalled that the 5 senses of elves are hyper-developed. And it turned out to be true. Yasin and she were so good and quick at identifying sounds that they did not even give him a chance to get in on the game. It had become a game between just her and Yasin. But they raised the difficulty. Even closing their eyes, Ankri was completely out of his league. Then, Ankri realized they were not talking about sounds anymore. They were giving directions for something. But for what? That is when she yelled. Behind you. Yasin was about to be attacked. But the she-elf was fast. They took down the 2 assassins. Leona's other guards jumped to their feet. Stunned, Ankri was attacked from behind. But he handled it with ease. A scream came from the room above. Leona's in danger. So Ankri rushed upstairs. But daggers were thrown at him. Yasin intercepted them, giving Ankri the opening he needed to get upstairs. The captain easily recognized the assassins. She wondered how those soldiers could be so strong. But they were not going to give up. There were still far more of them. The captain noticed something. Yasin is much stronger than squad leader Ankri. And yet, his men follow and trust him completely. But why? She wondered. Whatever the reason, it makes him interesting. A slight smile crossed her lips. As Ankri went up, he cut down another assassin. Another one ambushed him. But this kind of attack, added to his experience with assassins and audience training, meant it was useless against him. Just then, Lena's guard was thrown from the room by a powerful blow. It had knocked her out of the fight. The assassin was about to reach Leona. Her nanny shielded her. Ankri did not dare use a whisperer from that distance. He was not skilled enough yet. He might hit the woman. An idea struck him. To imitate that knight's movement to increase his own speed, even just for a fraction of a second. If he could pull it off, he could save her. He managed to execute the technique. More or less, he got in front of the assassin, blocking the dagger with his own body. The assassin was shocked. Ankri felt the impact of the dagger, but he was not injured. It was thanks to the leather armor he would taken from the Thieves' Guild. It was simply spectacular. It had stopped the blade cold. So he told the assassin it is time we went downstairs for a chat. He grabbed him, and together they plunged through the window, using the assassin's body to cushion the fall. Luna watched from above. Ankri knew she was safe now. There were no more enemies on the second floor. As for the assassin, he prepared to fight. The fall had injured him, but not enough to take him out of the fight. The assassin asked him if he was a border guard. Ankri said no. That pleased the assassin, who thought if that was the case, killing him would be easy. Ankri noticed the man fought with 2 swords, and his stance was solid. The assassin began to boast about how he was going to kill him. Ankri cut him off. You talk too much, he said. Ankri dodged the first strike, then the slash from the second sword, and then a third. Ankri pressed forward. The assassin tried to land a blow. But how? The man wondered. He is dodging all of my attacks. Isn't he just a low-ranking soldier? Ankri told him he was envious. I could never master that dual-wielding technique. The assassin cursed at him and charged again. Ankri used total concentration. He saw the man's attack pattern. Then, he launched his own attack, moving at the same speed. He made the man run himself through on Ankri's sword. It pierced his chest. Ankri had aimed for the heart, but the man had managed to avoid it. Still, he fell to the ground. I still have things to improve on, the protagonist thought to himself. The remaining assassins tried to flee. Ankri thought they should give chase. But Yasin, now by his side, told him it was all just a commotion. Ankri asked if they were not going to pursue them. Yasin reminded him that was not their mission. Their client was already safe. Focusing on protecting her is what is important. The elven leader told him that was impressive. Ankri asked if she was all right. She just watched him. Then she said, "You even have time to worry about your girlfriend. It seems I won't be able to sleep tonight." Ankri. The look on the protagonist's face was priceless. It was a mix of I am so done with this, and please just kill me now. Leona, who had come downstairs, heard everything. She asked if they were a couple. Ankri flatly denied it. The commander said to him, "Then, are you playing with my heart?" Ankri was getting more and more confused. He wondered what the hell was wrong with her. Leona asked for his name. He introduced himself. She thanked him for protecting them. She would make sure he was rewarded. He told her there was no need. It was just his job. As he bowed, his gesture left Leona intrigued. Later, the captured assassins were taken to the military camp, and reinforcements arrived. Ankri wondered what those mercenaries were after. Some of them were highly skilled, so it could not have been a simple robbery. The target seemed to be her. Leona, coming downstairs, found Ankri still awake. He told her he was on duty. She approached him and said, "Soldier Zarbon." "Soldier Dodoria." "Okay." But she did say, "Soldier Ankri, come with me. I am offering you the chance to become a special guard for the Rockfrayer Trading Company." She thought, it is a huge offer. Their main partners are the Desert Shepherds who live in the Beast Territory, the Black Leather Guild, specialists in dragon hunting, the Frost Guard, the Glacial Guard, plus, their trade route spans the entire continent. If he joined her, his potential for growth would be immense. And the treasure they hold is immense. So vast it is far too good for the useless son of the company's previous leader. So she will preserve that legacy and protect the company. That is why she needs talented people like him. That skill. The one that saved her from death before. That speed combined with his humble nature. It would be perfect for her. She is willing to offer him a high position in the company. She tells him she will give him everything. He just has to follow her and become a guard for the company. He rejects the offer. She asks why his answer was so quick and without hesitation. Jackson had heard everything. He tells her she is stubborn. Even after being rejected, she insists. How bold. The elf who had also been listening says it was a bold move. Lana, finding herself in a bad spot, stands up. She apologizes and leaves, preparing for the other hare's arrival, bidding farewell to Ankri. Jackson asks if he is flirting with the heiress. "So you like powerful women, do you?" Ankri, with a tired look on his face again, says that is not it. Jackson tells him to stop flirting. "You will get us into trouble." Ankri told her, "I am not doing that." The captain tells him, "You are cheating on me. You are hurting your commander's feelings." Ankri grits his teeth and tells her, "I am sorry. My preference in women has changed recently." That alerts Jackson, who breaks into a nervous sweat. It is a clear rejection of the captain. Even she is surprised. She is in disbelief. He is rejecting her. He thought he was the last Coca-Cola in the desert. Come here, my love, I am the one who really wants you. I mean, even the soldiers gossiping by the window say, look. Inkri was flirting with another woman and left the commander all alone. And another one says, wow, what a scoundrel that man is. The truth is, when we men get to gossiping, we are unbearable. That last comment makes the commander smile. Inkri just sinks into his seat. Later he met with Craze, and the first thing he thought to say out loud was, they say you slept with your client on your first day. The soldiers are now gossiping about how he flirted with the Harris. And they are debating whether to call him Inkri the Spellbreaker or the Homewrecker. Huh. Homewrecker. Okay, I made up the Homewrecker part. But it sounds better than the original Heartbreaker, right? Poor Inkri. Inkri asks if he only came here to make fun of him. Craze tells him he is supervising the business, you know, the one. In other words, the guild. And that is convenient for Inkri, who needs Craze to do something for him. He needs to identify the attackers and catch them. The previous leader of the Roquefrive Association was Lenos Roquefrive, a skilled negotiator and more importantly a person worthy of respect. He believed that his adopted daughter Leona, with her bold yet wise attitude, was the perfect heiress. However, he could not completely cast aside his own son, which caused him to rack up huge debts. Lenos died before he could decide the future of the association. In a carriage rode the son of Lenos. That man informs him that the assassination has failed. Perhaps if he had left it to them it would have gone better. Of course they will do everything possible to fix it. The deal still stands. The boy says yes. Once he becomes leader of the association he will reward him. Meanwhile this other man remains silent. And so they arrive at the inn. They run into our group. The first thing the hare says is that it smells bad in here, and blah blah blah. Inkri can only think of one thing. That man over there. That guy. He is strong. That man returns his gaze. Inkri stares at him intensely. Then the man looks away. The hare starts yelling at Jackson, demanding that he find Leona. Inkri is glad he brought Jackson and not Ren. Otherwise he would have already cracked the boy's skull. But Jackson is about to pull out his dagger and stick it in him. Inkri holds him back. Leona comes down, telling the guy not to be so vulgar. The man was about to talk back to Leona, but she gives him a tremendous slap. Inkri complains. Leona's violent too. Could it be that he is the only normal one here? The hare calls her crazy, but she replies that he is the only crazy one, insulting an elite escort, who belongs to the army. She asks if he wants to spend his life locked up. The kid almost cries. But that guy gets in everyone's way, making the hare claim he did not do anything, even though he just incriminated himself moments ago. He tells her she is just an orphan. Who does she think she is talking to him like that? She throws his words right back at him, telling him that he is a useless son, a good-for-nothing, who does not even know how to count money. He argues that is what the employees are for. Lena tells him that, if it were not for the previous leader's will, which stated that the succession must be decided between the two of them, she would have already taken control. Inkri thinks, that means the leader was soft. He did not want to leave the useless brat with nothing. Because no matter how you look at it, Lena's superiority is clear. Lena mocks the hare. She grabs his face. She tells him that looking closely, he looks nothing like his father. And where did he get such an ugly face anyway? That angers the guy who threatens to draw his sword. But in an instant, Inkri is already in front of Leona. He notices that the other man also had his hand on his sword. Everyone is drawing their weapons. Inkri is serious. One of the hare's guards covers him. The guy's a coward. He provoked this situation, but now he is acting so scared. Inkri does not take his eyes off that man. His stance is that of a swift sword. But just how fast is he? He wants him to draw his sword. He says in his mind, come on, draw it. The guy was about to do it. Inkri smiles like a madman as he draws his own. But just when it is getting good they are stopped. Tori and his border unit are there. If you do not sheathe your weapons it will be an act of treason. That disappoints Inkri quite a bit. Meanwhile Jackson looks at him and remembers his words about being the only normal one here. But the truth is he is the most abnormal one of all. Tori reports that the attacking mercenaries turned out to be soldiers from another country. So they will be taking command of the operation now. He wonders if they hired those mercenaries to try and get rid of the other side. The hare grows nervous. That man takes charge. He claims there is no proof they were the ones who hired them. Tordes retorts, do you really think my unit can't track down and capture those mercenaries? Lena steps. She has a suggestion. We will find the evidence to clear this up, and until the investigation is complete, both hares will be detained. That hare insists he is not guilty. Tord says they have already captured some of them. But they do not seem to know a thing. Only their captain knew anything. Leona. He informs her that several managed to escape. It is likely their captain is among them. Capturing him won't be easy. Tordes responds. She tells him that in that case, they can't waste time arguing here. The best course of action is to return to the main guild city. And if we are summoned, we will respond at once. This is a bad move. Incri thinks. With Leona's current escort, they will be wiped out if they are attacked. Especially if he is the one attacking. The moment they leave this place, they will be annihilated. But there is no way she does not know. What is she scheming? Just then, her attendant brings something forward. Leona announces that whoever captures the culprits will receive this. Jackson is both startled and surprised. Leona tells him it is the fourth piece of the Carmen collection. Jackson turns to Incri. He tells him, "Leave this to me." Incri wonders. Why is the ever-indifferent Jackson so agitated by that dagger? Just what kind of item is it? The hare asks Leona if she has lost her mind. That is not yours to just give away. She replies that she is the one who maintains and wields it. Therefore, it is. Incri asks Jackson just how important that dagger is. He replies that it is an incredible artifact. It is a weapon forged by Carmen, a slave who became an assassin to exact her revenge. She wielded 7 weapons of her own creation. And the fourth of them is that very stiletto. People would kill or risk their own lives just to possess one of her weapons. Torres informs her that for the next 2 days, they will be under the surveillance of the border force. No one is to leave the inn during that time. Incri tells Jackson not to worry about the stiletto. He sent Crace after them a long time ago. The hare curses the situation. Meanwhile, that man remains silent. Watching Incri meets his gaze. And then the man walks away, back in his room. The hare was worried. If this keeps up, they are going to catch us. But the other man tells him that leaving would just make them a target for the border guard. That would be a fatal mistake. So we are better off waiting. Besides, we need to resolve this quickly. Because if we can't reach an agreement with Leona, the final decision will fall to the investors. As they discuss their next moves, that man sees our boy, Incri, through the window. He was in the middle of training. Torres tells him that his training looks boring. And yet, he repeats it without pause. It must be exhausting. Says Torres. But Incri thinks, of course, only geniuses have the luxury of resting. But for talentless people like me, time works differently. It takes me weeks to learn what they can master in days, maybe even months. Or years. So wasting time is not an option. I will just have to keep piling up my efforts. Seeing Incri train so hard makes one of the guards feel ashamed. Compared to him, we are just a bunch of slackers. Torres says, "You are damn right." He gets up and tells Incri he should stop training just to build raw strength. From what I can see, you are already plenty strong. When we fought, I only lost because I underestimated you. But now, I am sure I can win. Incri grins at the challenge. Not long after, they are beating the hell out of each other with sticks. Victory goes to Torres. That is 7 wins in a row. Although Incri has won 4 times himself, he asks for another round. But Torres asks, "Are you insane? This is already the 11th round." Others of his colleagues offer to fight, and another one says, "Aina." From the window, the hare watches, and he scoffs at them, while the other man watches in silence. Incri lost again, but this time, it was in a hand-to-hand grappling match. Surprised by the move, he asked the man to do it again. The hare's guard thinks. It seems he does not care about losing his pride. He is like a child who has just discovered a new toy, and what is more, despite knowing he is far outmatched, he does not hide his competitive spirit. He is a strange one. But he can't handle a new technique until he has faced it 3 or 4 times. His combat instincts are weak. Incri finally manages to counter the man's move. He did it. He beat him on the 5th round. The men cheer. Meanwhile, the elf captain says it does not matter if you are a man or a woman. Everyone falls for his charm, and she calls out to Incri, "You bad boy." Lena asks her if they are really a couple, and she replies, "We are husband and wife." Haha, that elf is crazy. She is saying they are married, and Leona says, "Even without a ceremony. You already have children." Poor Incri just listens to all this with a look of, "Not this again." As this is happening, a new challenger steps forward. It is. Torres wonders what that guy is up to. Meanwhile, the man thinks to himself about this guy named Incri. He is not talented enough to be worth my attention. And yet, I have an irrepressible urge to teach him a lesson. Incri accepts the challenge. I have been waiting for this all night. This makes the man smile, as Haxon watches from the rooftop, because he knows that this man, even with just a wooden stick in his hand, is dangerous. So he will have to be ready. Everyone watches in silence. The tension is so thick it feels like it is piercing Incri's body. It feels like I am on a real battlefield. The man launches his attack. With total concentration, Incri can see it. He sees the line of attack, but the trajectory shifts ever so slightly. It is definitely aimed for my neck. I try to deflect it, but it is too late. I lost. I could not even move a muscle. The border guards realize just how strong that man is. He tells Incri, You read the trajectory correctly, but your reaction time is too slow. All Enkri can think is how overwhelmingly fast he is, far faster than I ever imagined. I thought I would gotten stronger, but this just proves how wrong I was. He is an impossibly overwhelming wall, but Enkri smiles and asks for a rematch. The man praises his spirit, and so, time passed. Everyone else had fallen asleep right where they were, but Enkri kept on training with that man. The elf watched. The man thought to himself, every swordsman eventually faces an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, and this is one of those times. The gap between them is immense. But why? He wondered. Because that person's will. It is not broken yet. The elf, still observing, analyzed the situation. Enkri is too slow to react, even with his enhanced hearing. At his current level, he could do this until he dies and still never break through this wall. So I must teach him the proper way. The strange swordsman tells him that is enough. I am getting sleepy. Before he leaves, Enkri tells him, you are incredible, with a smile on his face. He declares that one day, that swift sword technique will be his. One day, it will be mine. The man smirks, thinking that Enkri is the impressive one here. It is just a shame he has no talent. The next day, Enkri gave his report. The mercenaries who fled have been captured. Craze and his band of thieves brought them in. Of course. He left out the part about them being thieves. Enkri congratulates the young redhead. Who is? Of course. A total show-off. Leona, recognizing Craze works for Enkri. Thanks him. Tors begins the interrogation. Who sent you? Which guild? The heir looks terrified. He is going to be exposed. But the man's answer was, Aspen. A guild from Aspen did it to seize control of the shared market. I do not know anything beyond that. The heir is confused. I thought it was all over for me. I do not understand what is happening. The man continues. I received a letter. I never saw my client's face. Lena says that from this point on. This is a matter for the border defense. Tors looks at her and tells her this is strange. Everything is a little too convenient for you. Besides, I did not peg him as the culprit. He even put up a valuable stiletto as collateral. Tors knows there is something shady going on here, but without proof, he has to let them go. As they leave, Yasuo admires his new dagger. Carmen's stiletto. Enkri tells him not to just pull that out anywhere. Yasuo apologizes. He is like a kid with a new toy. Chrysal whispers to Enkri, don't fall for Liana. She is terrifying. Enkri tells her he does not love her or anything like that. The rumors are all lies. Chrysal shares her suspicions with Enkri. This is all so strange. She says, those mercenaries who were killed must have been hired by the other heir. But now they are suddenly saying Aspen hired them. When I located them and dismantled their network, I ran into someone who recognized me as a member of Squad 444, and also as the leader of the Hilpin Guild. It was someone who serves Liana. She already knew where those guys were, and she knew about the Hilpin Guild, and that you control it. I bribed those mercenaries, offering to help them avoid the maximum penalty, if they gave me information. So I know the truth of what really happened. But why take the risk? Enkri thinks, if she told the truth, her rival would be out of the picture. Just then, Liana interrupted their conversation. It is a good thing Polly was not the culprit. That way, we avoid tarnishing the former leader's name. Did she cover this up just out of loyalty? Enkri wondered. She knows he does not care about such gossip. He asks if she will be all right. Once you leave the city, you will lose your protection. She replies that it has already been taken care of, and before them stood a large contingent of soldiers. The man introduces himself, Mactus, captain of the merchant guard. Lawfreak, or something like that. And I am here to serve you. Madam, you have been appointed the new leader, by the unanimous decision of the shareholders. Enkri finally understood. The 2-day lockdown she arranged with the border guard. It was to secretly gather the shareholders, and force the vote. Loyalty. Capability. Information. And action. It is just as Cray said. She is a terrifying woman. She turns to Enkri and says, it would be embarrassing to insist, so I won't ask you to come with me. But you possess a power that makes me want to lend you my strength. So I will wait for the day we can help each other as friends. Well, where I come from, that is an invitation to get pinned against the wall. Enkri shakes her hand and says, with pleasure. The former heir emerges from another carriage, cursing at Mactus. Mactus. Or was it Martus? I can't remember anymore. He asks him what the hell he is doing. Are you betraying my father? The man angrily tells him not to insult the former leader's name again, and calls the boy an idiot. He calls him a coward. So spineless you do not even know you should be scared. Because you do not have the brain cells for it. I just added that part myself. But that is basically the gist of what he said. The other man says the plan has failed. The swordsman agrees. There is nothing to reap here. And the intel says the new leader is highly competent. She has also found an exceptional soldier. That night they trained. He gave Unkri a piece of advice. Give up the sword. I recognize your will and discipline. But you have zero talent. The best thing for you would be to stop walking this path. And painful. But you have no other choice, or you will die. Inkri just smiles. It is not the first time I have heard those words. I never listened to them, and I never will. Back at the base, Inkri calls out to Ren. But he turns his back on him. Don't you dare say my name. You were unfaithful to me with that damn cat, so do not you dare call out to me. Inkri tells him he wants to train. I need you. Ren's mood brightens instantly. Only I can do it. The training begins. Inkri focuses on seeing the trajectory of Ren's attacks. Then, he unleashes an explosive force. It flows smoothly throughout his entire body, achieving a perfect thrust. Inkri sees to his surprise that he is actually managing to wound Ren. Ren is surprised, and Inkri thinks, I have become faster than Ren himself. Ren tells him he is surprised. It seems you have learned how to move faster, so I will have to get faster too. That leaves Inkri with a look of, what? Ren's expression turns serious. He launches his attack, a blow Inkri could barely block. Then another. To dodge it, Inkri had to dive to the ground. His hand is like a whip. It strikes like a bolt of lightning. Inkri counterattacked. After that, he kept on practicing. He still has a long way to go. But out of nowhere, Jackson attacks him. He tells him his eyes and ears are sharp. So there is no need to train like this anymore. Inkri asks if he came all this way just to say that. Jackson tells him for now. But just as Inkri let his guard down, Jackson struck again. Well, not exactly. What you just felt was killing intent. A force that flows from an opponent's will to kill. If your opponent is too fast for you to see the attack, or even hear it, you must feel the killing intent. The gateway to the sixth sense. And I am going to teach it to you. The technique I mean. You perv. Consider this my thanks for the stiletto. Jackson says. A happy Inkri accepts. There is always something new to learn. Jackson explains that this sixth sense is an instinct. You can't just rely on your sight and hearing. This sense is not limited to the normal 5. For example, it uses your sense of direction or movement. Even the instinct of a predator hunting its prey. That feeling you get when you are being hunted. You must sharpen all your senses like blades. That is how you will learn to predict killing intent. It will be tough at first. But if you train it, the gateway to the sixth sense will open. Later that night, Ren tells him that he has changed. Inkri says, yeah. Looks like you have put on some muscle. But that is not what Ren is talking about. Auden says he is smiling more than before. Ragna says it is not just that. Kraj says he is crazier than ever. That is it, says Ren. Exactly, says Ragna. Good one, says Auden. Inkri just says they are a bunch of lunatics. And that he is the only normal one here. But Jackson thinks he is the craziest of them all. Later, as Inkri slept, she approached him. She knows he has pushed his body to its limit again. If it were not for her magic, she says he would have collapsed long ago. She can't let him die or the curse will never be broken. So she imbues a part of her power into Inkri's leather armor. In other words, she has just enchanted it. The next day he rose early to train. At night he would train with Ragna, then with Auden, then his sixth sense. His days repeated one after another. It was almost as if he was trapped in today. All day long he kept saying here, 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 trying to pinpoint any killing intent. The group fell silent, gathering with grim faces. Ren takes back what he said about him having changed. He has not improved at all, not one bit. Auden finds it strange. He improved so much in such a short time. Even Ragna thought he was some kind of genius. But it turns out he is not. Jackson says it does not matter how much he practices. If he does not improve, it is all for nothing. Ren thinks the solution is field experience. I mean real experience. But there is no war right now. So he should take on quests to deal with monsters. Maybe then he will improve. And that is exactly what Inkri did. The next day, pressured by his mentors. And from their expressions he could tell it was because he was not improving. Someone hands him a strange quest. An investigation in the basement of a shoemaker's workshop. Inkri asks if investigating a basement is not a job for the city watch. But the man says no. According to the owner, there are undead living in his basement. That can't be possible, Inkri thinks. He must have heard rats and gotten confused. But still, he needs to gain practical experience. So this kind of quest is useless to him. The man tells the spellbreaker to just take it. No one else wants to. And that old man is a very good person. His wife disappeared recently. So he is probably on edge. He just wants you to go and take a look. Put his mind at ease. Inkri was not going to accept it. But he ended up taking it. He went to the shoemaker's house, where he was greeted by the man's daughter. She led him to the basement. And the man shows him the huge hole. He just dug a little and found this. Inkri is shocked. A cave. In the middle of the city. So it was not rats after all. Upon entering they notice marks indicating it was carved artificially. The size is massive. It would not be surprising if there really were monsters down here. As they moved forward they came to several paths. 6 to it looks like a maze. The old man guides them toward one of the caves, where the strange sounds were coming from. But as they enter a light appears. Before he could even take a single step. The moment he felt the heat he was consumed by flames. It was a magic trap. Ren had already explained it to him more or less. There is one very clear firm rule about mages. If you meet one, run. If you die fighting a mage, consider yourself lucky. Because if you survive, your fate will be worse than death. This is like the Drukhari from Warhammer 40,000. If they kill you, celebrate. But if they capture you, weep. Now then, that advice also applies to magic traps. But what could he do against them? Could they be avoided with some kind of technique? Ankri asks. He accepted the shoemaker's quest again. Maybe it is better to call a magic expert. Inform the higher-ups. But they would not listen. Maybe the captain would consider it. But he would have to do it before that impatient man went in alone. Then it hits him and he runs to the shoemaker's house. He kicks the door in, startling the man's daughter. Ankri dives straight into the hole because the shoemaker has already gone in. He finds him just about to enter the cave, but it is too late. Again they were burned to cinders. In that space he always goes to when he dies. He forms a plan. First go to the owner and stop him from going down. As he does this, the ferryman tells him. Even for just an instant his skin felt that fire. It burned and his entire body turned to ash. It must be an indescribable pain. And yet you are considering returning to those flames. Ankri tells him yes. It was like being pierced by 1,000 needles. Painful is an understatement for what he felt. But I won't let an innocent person die. That would be a greater pain for me. That is what it means to be a knight. He woke up and immediately set out. Ri asks where he is going. Ankri tells him he is going to save the old man from the shoe shop. Ankri thinks. I could just stop him from digging and get out of here. But whatever's down there, it seems dangerous. So he orders the old man not to follow. Ankri will go alone. The old man agrees. Finding a magic expert could take too long. Months. Even. And bringing reinforcements might just lead to more deaths. And that would not change even if I brought my own squad. I have to be the one to go in first. I need to gather all the information I can. He enters another hallway. One that seems free of traps. It is the same. Going into every single one and dying until I find the right path. Might just be simpler. I have to find the best solution. Besides, if only I could feel the traps. If I could just perceive the signs. I have already died a few times. But when was it that I felt that killing intent? It was right before I died. It was just like with that guy. Jackson told me. It is the pure will to live. Then. He feels something. He sees it clearly. A moment ago. I was so sure that. Ankri takes a step and is sliced in half. But he laughs like a man possessed. Because for the first time, he felt, I hit the mark. I felt the trap's will to kill. What the hell? Well, do not ask me how. But I felt it. In the next regression. I know what to focus on. Sensing the traps. That will be my training for today. I will practice in every hallway until I can clearly feel each trap. In the hallways I have not entered yet. I feel nothing. He enters one. Is this the right one? Well, he turns back. I will go again. To the place where that trap split me in two. He feels something. But it is not the sense he is looking for. He knows what he is feeling is his body remembering being torn in two. Just then, the shoemaker arrives. Asking what he is doing. Ankri snaps at him. I told you not to come down here. Ankri checks the hallways he has not been in. Until he can clearly feel the threats. This time. Night fell. He made it out alive. He tells the shoemaker he will be back tomorrow. But you must not go inside. The old man begs him. Please. You have to help me. I am so afraid of losing my daughter. Ankri asks about his wife. Do you have any leads at all? The shoemaker explains that, in recent years, the number of disappearances has skyrocketed. No one is ever found. But, if you see a woman with a ring like this one, I am begging you. Please, let me know. Ankri was practicing his sixth sense. When he felt something. This time, it is Jackson. Ri tells him he should get some sleep. Ankri lies down. Thinking, today, I did not die. What will happen tomorrow? I guess I am about to find out. But this is strange. The day has repeated itself. Ri says the same thing as before. He enters again. Wondering, what happens if I survive again and do not sleep? So he waits for the next day. He manages to see the sun. But for some reason, he falls asleep. He can't fight the drowsiness. He returns to today. It was just for a blink of an eye. I can't escape today. Not unless I get past that wall. But it does not matter. I have no intention of giving up. And so, 10 days passed. 20 days. I have to feel it. It is something different from fear. I have to feel it. I have to feel the presence of death itself. 40 days. 50 days. 60 days. 70 days. He was overrun by the undead. During the night of the next day, Jackson attacked him by surprise. Inkri dodged. A shocked Jackson asks him, how? After just a few days of practice. You have already unlocked the gates to the sixth sense. Day 72. Inkri gears up completely. Re-asks him. You said you were going to the shoe shop, but are you planning to fight the shoemaker? You are gearing up way too much for that. Back in the cave, there are 6 passages. One of them has to be trap-free. Or so I thought. I do not know who built this cave, but they must have been a lunatic. Every single passage is trapped. There was never a way out. Undead. Fire traps. A poison that kills you in your sleep. Spikes shooting from the walls. But no matter what, I just have to avoid the traps. The first passage. If you take one wrong step, you are instantly turned to ash. I am going that way. I will use my sixth sense to guide my steps. Feeling the looming danger with every misstep, he takes the first step without being incinerated. Another step. Another. And another. Cautiously, he feels the gate of the sixth sense opening. With his eyes closed, he follows the pattern. And he makes it through the hallway. Once more. I have finally broken through the wall, but there is no time to celebrate. An undead lunges at him. Of course. Inkri easily cuts it in two. Then he gives his thanks. He calls it a congratulatory gift. Several undead charge toward him. The undead attack. Inkri must be careful. The limbs of the undead are usually highly poisonous. But dealing with even one is a struggle for most soldiers. He begins to cut them down. He mows them down by the dozens. He is simply wiping the floor with them, until not a single one remains. He has to admit, it was a good warm-up, but it is a shame that his team was not here to see him annihilate the undead. Just then, some deformed animals appear. They are like wolves mixed with other beasts. Or something like that. Because I have no damn idea what is going on in this place. Esther races toward the shoe shop at top speed. She feels Inkri is acting strange today. He geared up as if he were marching into a war, when he was just going to a shoe shop, so she hurries. Because whatever is happening, she can't let him die. When she arrives, she smells the faint scent of a spell. Inside, Inkri had already finished off the beasts. The deeper he goes, the harder it is to breathe. He hears noises. Is it more monsters? The one who created this cave. He enters a room, a torture chamber, filled with bodies. In his years as a soldier, he has seen countless corpses. They have never bothered him before. This is normal. But this is not normal. Just then, he hears someone crying for help. She is begging for peace. She is begging him. Please, just kill me. In her hands. The ring. She is the shoemaker's wife. A figure appears. He says that all that noise was just a new ingredient. And he is the one who turns to face him. He does not know how he managed to get in. But this is perfect. Now. A new friend for his dear Bamiro. Bamiro. That is his name. Inkri asks if he is responsible for all these corpses. The man tells him mockingly. Do you see anyone else here? The man says they are just defective products. So do not you worry. But this one. This one is a masterpiece. This is the child. Bamiro. And as for you, says the mage, I will make you just like him, and that damn mage. He remembers what Ren told him. Run. But no, not our boy. He tells him, even if I have to die 1,000 times here, I will kill you. He unleashes a whispering Odag. But the mage is protected by an invisible barrier. Inkri closes in for hand-to-hand combat. But the barrier repels him too. Esther watches all of this from her hiding spot. She has to help Inkri. But her power is not enough. She is at her limit. Just then, the mage attacks Inkri with some kind of invisible magic. He can't see it. He can't hear it. But he can feel the killing intent from that attack. The mage can't believe he dodged it. Inkri pushes forward. He can feel the trajectory of his attacks. He tells us he once asked Ren how to deal with a mage. He told him to shoot them with a bow. Jackson told him, kill them when they are not looking. Auden answered that staying close is the key. Ragnar gave him the simplest answer. If it is alive, just cut it and it will die. The mage is surprised by Inkri's abilities, that he dodged his invisible attacks. As the mage reels, he thinks, if the whispering daggers can't pierce his shield, I will just smash it until it breaks. And I will kill him with brute force. The mage scoffs. Does he really think he can break it? He attacks Inkri from below. Esther watches as the blow aims for his heart. She gasps. He did it. Inkri has struck the shield. He hits it so hard that it shatters. The mage can't believe it. His magic barrier has been blown to hell. Inkri does not stop there. The next thing he does is split that damn mage in two. The mage has fallen. But do not think it came without a price. And Inkri's sword is gone, too. Fortunately, it was only the sword. Because that shield and the impact were so powerful that his body should have been shattered as well. But for some reason, he has not taken any damage. He wonders if it is because of that leather armor. But is it really that good? Good enough to stop an impact laced with magic like that? I think that is why the mage has fallen. And he can't believe the mage has fallen. Well, Whatever it is, now Enkri looks at that woman. It seems the impact against the shield finally took her life. Poor thing, she was so weak. He has mastered the gate of the sixth sense. He took down the mage in a single fight. But he does not feel happy. After Enkri leaves, Esther enters. She says that mage was an idiot. He lost for one single reason. He did not use the creation he worked so hard to make. The lightning golem. The very thing needed to make up for a mage's physical shortcomings. That golem will awaken soon. As soon as she completes the spell. And well, she is just going to keep it for herself. Enkri reported to the captain about the mage's cave. Beneath the shoemaker's shop. It is a complicated matter. She knows. Citizens captured and used in grotesque experiments. If that gets out, it will be chaos. Enkri tells her the best thing to do is to bury that place. She asks if he is in the mage. And he is turned around in the mage. She asks if he is okay with that. Because if they do that, no one will know what he did. And his contribution will be forgotten. Enkri replies that the lives of the citizens are more important. Later, that place was buried. Filled in with earth and rock. Everyone wonders what was going on down there. The official story was that it was a cave created by the Thieves' Guild. The shoemaker approaches Enkri. He thought they were monsters. But it turned out to be thieves. He gives him something as a token of his gratitude. A pair of mage leather boots. And the mage turns him around. At the same time, he turns the foundation around. A pair of new leather boots. Because he had noticed that Enkri's were worn out. It is one less worry for the shoemaker. But his wife. I just hope she returns safe and sound. Enkri watches him with sadness. Knowing the truth, the shoemaker apologizes for what he is about to say. This is going to be shameless of me. But please, he says, find my wife. The protagonist does not know what to say to him, other than to force a smile and reply. I will do everything I can. He went to a secluded place, where he sat until sunset. He wonders if giving the shoemaker hope was the right thing to do. Or if it would have been better for him to know the truth. Even with the pain it would bring, if he becomes a knight. Could he prevent things like this from happening? He does not know, and there is nothing left to do but try. As he walks away, leaving his damaged sword behind. Later, some rabid monsters appear. Enkri and Ren were part of an elimination team, simply bored by the situation. The terrified, low-ranking soldiers try to keep their cool. They can barely handle those monsters. Enkri accepted their request to eliminate the monsters as soon as he finished off the mage. But it does not look like they are getting any stronger here. Enkri replies that they should have come alone. Ren tells him this looks boring. So he will take care of it. He breaks formation, causing the low-ranking soldiers to scream for him to come back. Ren begins to tear the beasts apart. They scream at the spellbreaker to control Ren, but Enkri is just as crazy as he is, and he throws himself into the fight. While they are tearing through monsters, Ren shouts that they need to get something straight. The platoon leader is the one who infected all of them. He is the craziest one. Enkri says that is not true. Ren is the craziest one in the group. The low-ranking soldiers watch in astonishment. Those two are completely insane. But they fight too well to complain. And so, the battle ends. They ask the duo if they want to show off so much. Why not join the heavy armor battalion? Enkri asks if the beasts are stronger there. They reply that they are, since their missions are more dangerous. Right now, they are heading out to eliminate a pack of monsters. And it was true. That group was fighting for their lives. But their beasts were definitely much more dangerous. The harpies and other monsters are wiping out the heavy armor soldiers. Those wretched things are flying away with them. Then they drop them from great heights. Ren, watching everything, says that has gotta hurt. As soon as Enkri sees the harpies, a memory is unlocked. A mercenary group he belonged to before the army. It was attacked by harpies. He was saved by his leader, who made him duck his head at the very last moment, when he had been paralyzed by fear. The group was annihilated, including his leader. He was the only survivor. It is a painful memory. They were very kind to him. And that is why he will not allow anyone else to die. Enkri lunges straight at the first harpy. It retaliates with a shriek so powerful it forces the men to cover their ears and scream, in pain. Enkri recognizes that move. It is the cry of the harpies, but our boy, used to death, does not even flinch. As the creature gets dangerously close to him, Enkri looked at it, then effortlessly sliced off one of its wings. That madman Ren had another harpy grabbed by the leg. He challenged Enkri to see which of them could hunt more. Then he slammed the one he was holding against the ground. Another harpy lunged at our protagonist's back, who said he was not there to play around. He dodged the blow and cut the thing down in a single slash. The men of the heavy armor unit were nervously shocked. They knew that Madman Ren had always been a good fighter. But even the spellbreaker, he is impressive. Not far off. Tortoise was watching with his unit. He recognizes that this Enkri guy has improved his skills. They were going to join the fight. But it looks like they are not needed. One of the harpies dove straight down, managing to strike the protagonist's back, causing him to let go. Trying to take advantage of the opening, 2 more attack Enkri. But he responded by throwing a whispering dagger, annihilating one. The other one swiftly continued its attack. Enkri dashed to its back, reaching it before the creature could land a hit. In a swift movement, he annihilated that one too. The other harpies, seeing they were outmatched by the pair, decided to flee. The heavy armor unit could not believe it. Making harpies flee is unheard of, concluding that those two are definitely not human. Enkri knows the harpies he just killed may not be the same ones that wiped out the mercenary group he belonged to, but he has already proven himself capable of overcoming the words of that guy who mocked him. Because they all died trying to protect him. A weak worm? That is what the bastard said. But now it is different. Tords decides it is better to leave. The harpies are gone. But we have to capture at least one demon dog, says another. So they can't say we did not do anything. The guys from the heavy armor unit think they should return. They are finished with the harpies. But when Ren asked Enkri what he wanted to do, he said it was still too soon to leave, causing Tordes and his unit to look at him and think, he is a damn madman. Later at the camp, news had spread that Enkri saved the heavy armor battalion. All this while Enkri trained by carrying a large rock. The men continued to praise him. They knew he was strong. But he is on a completely different level, inspiring and motivating them. The next day, Enkri went for a mercenary commission. The man in charge, somewhat tired, tells him he has already completed several missions. But our boy insisted. During the night, he trained. His dedication was such that it even motivated this old soldier to try. The next day, another joined the attempt. The following day, there were already 13 soldiers copying Enkri's dedication and determination. By the time the elf commander realized it, the entire battalion had changed. They told her this is the new trend, following in the footsteps of the spellbreaker. That is what she thought. He can no longer be ignored. She met with Enkri, informing him that after a long meeting, the superiors have decided to give him the following order, and he must obey it. From now on, Squad 444 will be promoted to an independent squadron under the command of Company 4. From this moment on, Enkri is the leader of an independent squadron. Of course, Enkri asked how they could be an independent squad with only 5 members. She informed him that the necessary personnel would be assigned to them at his request. Enkri thinks, not bad. It is like a promotion. But the 5 madmen he leads are a total headache. He does not want to imagine what will happen if more people are brought in. If he becomes a squad commander, he will no longer have to do regular shifts, patrols, and things like that. He would have more time to train. Enkri immediately adopted a killer mindset. He saw the opportunity and took it without hesitation. Before the protagonist left, the elf stopped him. She wants to have another practice match with him. This time it will be without weapons. A hand-to-hand combat match. Since his last defeat at the hands of the commander, he has been practicing fighting with Audien. He has learned martial arts. This is the opportunity to see the results. Audien once told him that the most important thing in a fight is speed. But what is even more important is using weight to your advantage. The commander attacks Enkri. He guards. Then he counters. She blocks him. He takes the opportunity and tackles her, taking her to the ground. The victory is immediately his, who tells the elf that he has won. She responds that humans propose marriage in a very strange way. Enkri looks at her with a nod again face and thinks, here we go again. She uses her leg, reverses the situation, and takes Enkri to the ground. While on top of him, she tells him he did well, finding and exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Well, I should be saying this in her voice, should not I? You did well. Figuring out and exploiting the enemy's weaknesses, then taking them down with your own strength. Determined. Wait, she finished her sentence with, well done. My fiancé. He shot back that he was not her fiancé, then told her to get off of him. Damn it. Enkri. She began to wonder if you like Ren or something. Before she left, she apologized to him. For not being able to protect you. That left Enkri wondering what exactly she meant by that. Time passed, and with it came the heat. The battlefields thawed, and with the thaw, all-out war returned. Afen, or whatever that damn kingdom is called, changed their tactics, trying to make up for their last defeat. Because of that, the army of Notilia, or whatever it is called, also mobilized. They prepared for war, and that brought about changes. One of those changes was him, the new battalion commander, Marcus. That can only mean one thing. Chris said, if he is in command, It means this war is going to be serious. Marcus the Instigator, one of Cyprus's key officers. Unlike the last commander, this one is a proven strategist. Experienced. A true expert. Meanwhile, Marcus thought, Afin won't be an easy opponent. To make matters worse, aside from their heavy armor unit and border force, this army is filled with nothing but cannon fodder. Except for them. Of course. He looked directly at Unkri, his independent squad, and especially their leader known as the Spellbreaker, have strangely been racking up achievements since the last war, one after another. Is it just luck, or skill? That is something Marcus is eager to find out. That same afternoon, Ankri received orders for a reconnaissance mission. Something Ren thought sounded dangerous. Since the location was near a river called Penanenal, according to Kreis, it is near the fortress city of Afen. Unkri added, a territory controlled by the Crusader Guard, Afen's version of the border guard. Now Unkri understood what the elf meant when she said she could not protect him. One of the new squad members mentioned that going there right now is pure madness. In fact, Ren told him to refuse the order. But of course, Ankri could not do that. So Ren said she would go with him. But, as the other guy pointed out, all members except the squad leader have been ordered to remain here. Under his command, he is the new provisional squad leader. So everyone has to follow his orders. Well, that would be none other than Andrew Garner and his ever-present sidekick, Mac. Of course. Poor Andrew had no idea what he was getting into. Ren approached him, licking her axe and giving him a look that, well, in any other situation, you might say she was looking for a good time. Then, with a crazed look, she asked why there was a grasshopper in their unit. Poor Andrew nearly pissed himself explaining he was the new leader, while Audion just laughed at his trembling, so violent it could start an earthquake. Ragnar asked, is that kid really the new leader? Scared out of his mind, Andrew yelled that if they had a problem, they should take it up with him. Ren prepared to do exactly that. Audion clenched his fist. He was challenging them. Even the ever-silent Jackson looked ready to join the fray. Ankri told them to calm down, all while sparring with Ragnar, who was telling him to focus on their fight. Of course. Mac panicked and begged him to please help Andrew. But tough luck for him. Ankri said that is just how they get along around here. A duel and a few punches just means these psychos like you. Mac cried that it looked less like a duel and more like an execution. It had to come to this. That was Andrew, who had gone mad and would not shut his mouth. Ragnar spoke with Unkri, warning him about the dangers of the terrain they were sending him to. Beyond the enemy, there are countless other dangers. For instance, snakes hiding under the rocks. Maybe you should sit down so I can tell you what little I know about that place. An offer Unkri did not refuse. And so, night fell, and the time for the mission arrived. Unkri met up with his companion, who turned out to be Thords himself. He joked that fate must want them together, since they always seemed to run into each other. He congratulated him on his recent promotion. In fact, he and Thords now held the same rank. Squad leaders. Though Unkri said his title was nothing compared to Thords. Thords then asked the protagonist how old he was. Unkri answered that he was 30. Thords stared at him in disbelief. How could Unkri, with that baby face of his, be older than him? He even looks younger. He got annoyed, feeling like he was the only one getting old. Unkri dropped the formalities and asked about the mission plan. The young, yet ever-old Thords. He said they would cross the river first, then meet up with the others, who would explain everything there. And since the boatman had not arrived yet, Thords sat down to rest. But for our madman, resting is a sin. He drew his sword and began to practice. Thords started to think, that lunatic is always training so hard. He has earned everyone's respect. Plus, he is old but looks young and handsome. He has it all. Thords thought, shooting a murderous glare at Unkri, but it was a look of pure envy, so intense that Unkri felt his killing intent. But when he turned, it was just Thords with tears of envy streaming down his face. Then he stood up, reminding Unkri that their last score was 14-6. Thords' victory. So Unkri is no match for him, sure. Unkri said. But that was in the past. Thords drew his sword, telling him he was not the only one who'd gotten stronger. And clearly, this was a challenge. The duel began. Unkri blocked and parried Thords' blade. Then it was Thords' turn to block Unkri. He could not help but think, this guy's gotten a lot stronger. Enraged, Thords counterattacked. He threw a punch after parrying Unkri's sword. At the last second, he noticed it was not just a punch. There was a dagger under Thords' arm, so he quickly dodged the blow, but could not completely avoid the dagger as it grazed his face. And well, with friends like Thord's, who needs enemies? He almost killed him. What the hell? Angry was stunned. A knife appeared out of nowhere. Thord's boasted of his secret technique, the hidden blade, but the protagonist said that was ridiculous. Of course. Thord's thought he would call it a coward's move. But no. Angry replied with a crazed look on his face that it was ridiculously cool. So Thord spent the time teaching it to him, until the boatmen finally arrived. They arrived at the rendezvous point to meet up with the rest of the scouting party. But before they moved on, Thord's wanted to take a dip. They would worked up quite a sweat during their practice, so they got into the water. And while Thord's complained about the cold, oh boy, Angry was taking off his pants. Thord's turned, and when he saw him, his face filled with shock and horror. He realized Angry was about to get in the water. Fully armed. And when I say armed, I mean his third leg. He told Angry he was a greedy bastard and had shattered his determination. Angry replied, "Don't run from it. Face me." Thord's called him a madman. This is not a duel. What the hell is happening here? The thing is, their bizarre conversation was interrupted by a lady. One who told them they had to come looking for them, since they were taking so long. Angry had not sensed the group's approach at all. The woman tells him they have to get out of the water. The cross guard is near this place. Thord says he won't get out if they are going to be staring at him. She replies that there is nothing to see. Then Angry stood up, and the woman wore the same expression of shock and horror as Thord's. Then she smiled and said, "Now you have got something interesting there. Oh my, how big is it? I won't be able to sleep without knowing." Angry, the man cocked. Thord's tells her to stop devouring him with her eyes. But she replies that she was only looking at his abs. As our boy was about to get out, she offered her hand and introduced herself as the leader of the scouting platoon, Finn, with a double N. Like Finn the human. Angry returned the greeting while poor, traumatized Thord stared at his abs. Or perhaps compared his little thing to Angry's pillar breaker, as they advance. Finn explains their situation and the spy they have infiltrated in the cross guard. The spy, called Cat, discovered some information, but he never reported what it was, and they have lost contact with him ever since. Maybe something happened to him. Angry suggested. And that, Finn says, is the mission. They are going to infiltrate the cross guard and rescue Cat, or find out if he is dead. The cross guard's front courtyard is known as the land of demons and beasts, which is why it is considered a natural barrier and is not heavily patrolled. There are 3 secure infiltration routes. First is the sewer, a route used by city smugglers, known to the guards but usually ignored. The second way is to climb the fortress wall at night, physically exhausting but the safest. The last would be to infiltrate disguised as merchants. But while it is the most comfortable, it is also the riskiest. Her unit, Finn says, will stay at the rendezvous point in case Cat appears. So only the 3 of them will infiltrate. As for the route, any choice will be just as dangerous. So it does not really matter. She says. Angry thinks. She talks as if it is easy. But this is not that simple. Thord tells Finn to choose, since she knows the situation best. And so she announces they will infiltrate through the sewer tomorrow morning, that same night. While he practiced with Thord's hidden dagger, Thord's told him he could not believe he would learn to use a sword with such poor talent. But supposed Angry would eventually get it. Finn arrived and found them in what she called a game. He tells her they were training. She approached Angry, offered him jerky, and said one of her boys, one with an incredible dream, prepared it. Upon tasting it, both Angry and Thord's agree it is delicious and well seasoned. It seems that boy's dream is to be a chef. Then Finn warned Angry not to get close to certain rocks, because very venomous snakes live there. Angry responds. Finn asked how he knew. And no, it was not because one bit him and he died, which would have been hilarious. He knows because Riz told him before they left, along with several other things. Finn likes how meticulous he is and offers to train with him in a much more mature way. Woo daddy, Angry is my new idol. Angry just watched her in silence as she kept inviting him to do naughty things. He said nothing. She told him she would be gentle. Thord stood up and told them to at least wait until he was gone. Then Angry rejected her. My idol has fallen. Finn understood. After all, they say he is the lover of the Elven battalion commander. Angry could only stay silent, watch, and think. As she left, she asked him to speak to her informally, just like he does with Thord's. And so they went to rest. Tomorrow would be a difficult day. And what a day it would be. So difficult that, after a long time, Angry dreamed of the boatman again. He had not seen him in a long time. His appearance only means one thing. This mission. He remembers the commander's words. I could not protect you. He smiles. This mission will be a new wall to overcome. Before entering the sewer, Thords asked why they were doing it in the morning and not at night. Finn asked if he was an idiot. Even if the enemy guards ignore this place, they still patrol it. Besides, Angry added, nobody expects an infiltration in the morning. Exactly, says Finn. Finn adds that handsome guys are always smarter, which leaves Thords wondering if they are calling him ugly and stupid. As a former member of the Forest Guard unit, she goes in first. Angry knows forest guards must find the route before anyone else, so they always travel with light, silent gear. Their steps make almost no noise, something he tries to imitate. Unfortunately, not long after entering, they were ambushed by an enemy force from Aspen that was clearly waiting for them. When they tried to flee, the exit was also blocked. Kill them, the enemy leader ordered, like a wild beast. Finn screamed for them to break through. Angry was able to shatter the arrows with his sword. Finn took them in her arm. She cut down the first enemy within her reach. Thords did the same. But Angry knows that neither Finn nor Thords are specialists in one-on-many combat. It is only a matter of time. And so it was. Finn was riddled with bolts by the crossbowman. Thords was killed by a spearman who ran him through from behind. Angry, for his part, recognized this would be a great wall to overcome. But accustomed to these kinds of battles, he began to tear through the enemies. Of course, there were too many of them. He was knocked down and finally killed. We return to the beginning of the day. Back to this morning. How is it possible that so many troops arrived so suddenly? There is only one answer. They know. They know we are coming. Finn and Thords asked him why he was not ready yet. Angry says that place gives him a bad feeling. They should go to the wall instead. Thords tells Finn that Angry's intuition is reliable. It was with that same intuition that he discovered a form of sorcery. It is something they should not ignore. Of course. Angry thinks. It is because we were all just murdered in there a moment ago. But what Thords said is useful. Finn understands and agrees to his plan. But to go to the wall, it would be best to do it at night. But what to do with the time they have left? Angry offered to have a match with her. She got excited and said that doing that in broad daylight is naughty. But of course, she was misinterpreting him. So he had to clarify that he meant a normal fight, not an adult one. She is disappointed but accepts. This fight is not just to kill time. Angry knows they will have to fight no matter which route they take. Because the enemy knows they are coming. So it is better to know his companion's strengths and weaknesses beforehand. Although it also serves as good training. She challenges him to come at her. He throws the first punch. But Finn, swift as a cat, dodges it. Then she struck his abdomen. Angry blocked with his arm. She throws a kick. Angry decides to do the same thing he did against the elf captain. Use his weight, so he tackles her, throwing himself on top of her. But without wasting a moment, Finn throws her leg over Angry's neck and traps one of his arms. Then she completes a perfect triangle choke. With that, Thords declares Finn the victor. Angry recognizes that her body is small but very muscular. She is definitely a better hand-to-hand combatant than she is with a sword. She is a good opponent for practice. So he offered another round. And she looked at him as if he would just ask to bed her. And so the afternoon came. The time for the expedition is approaching. She was meticulously checking Angry's equipment. She told him he was carrying too many weapons. At this rate, he would not be able to climb the wall without getting exhausted first. Thords asked about his own equipment. She glanced at him and said, "You are in charge of your own gear," causing the others to laugh at poor Thords. The poor guy just broke down crying on the side. Angry tells Finn he is strong enough to climb the wall, even with all that gear. But she calls him knave. It is not just the wall they will have to climb, but also that massive, rocky mountain right behind it. Thor recognizes it. That thing is ridiculously high. Angry knows. But when has there ever been an easy wall since this all began? When Angry returned from the mage's cave, he did so with loot in his hands. Enough to buy a new weapon and replace the broken sword he would lost. A cries went wild when he saw how many magic tools Angry had gotten. With that gold, buying the best sword is possible. In fact, there would be a ton of gold left over. For someone like Angry, who lives and breathes for the sword. That weapon is his life. Leaving his weapon behind is impossible. That is why. Even though it was heavier, he climbed the mountain like this. Even when Finn and Thor had left him behind. Finn yelled at him that the longsword was too heavy. And yes, Angry feels the weight of the sword crushing him. But muscles pushed to their limits grow stronger. and he has faced and surpassed his limits many times. A simple climb can't stop him. At last, he reached the summit. Finn could not understand his obsession with making things difficult, but Thor remained silent. He understood. Angry was training, even in a situation like this. Although he respects it, he also thinks it is madness. His thoughts were interrupted by the howling of wolves. Not wolves. Lycanthropes. An entire pack of them. It is rare to see them in such large groups. That, Finn says, is the signal to be on high alert. Besides, the walls are visible from here. They moved forward and hid as best they could. Because tonight is a night of the double full moon, which means there is a lot of light, so the advantage is that the guard is reduced. There was only one patrolman on the wall, and when they were in his blind spot, they ran. The patrolman felt something. He checked. Nothing there. Our guys had hidden in the shadow of the walls. Finn thinks they did well, but Angry saw it. That patrolman looked right at them. Did he spot us? Or was it just my imagination? He wonders. Without wasting any more time, Finn begins to climb the wall. He wanted Angry to leave the weight behind. The sword, but he refused. I needed to train, he said. Thor just thought. He is completely insane. They began to climb. The truth is, this route really is the safest. Just 2 obstacles to climb, and the infiltration would be complete. Of course. If it were not a wall, it would be that easy. Angry knows that just like in the cave, they will be waiting for him here. But what do they have in store for me? He wonders, and it does not take long to appear. A woman. A woman arrives and tells him they did well. Now it is time to rest. She summons Roots. She is a mage. Finn shouts, pushing Angry down. He throws an axe, signaling the others to get off the walls. The mage shatters the weapon with ease. But why is there a mage here? Angry asks himself. This is completely unexpected. He grips his sword. This is an excellent, high-quality trap. He lunges forward, trying to close the distance with the mage. But another vine shoots out from the ground. He dodges. Attacking again. I have already defeated a mage once. I just have to use my intuition and catch her. But before his sword can pierce the mage's neck, he is wrapped in vines. It is just like Jackson said. The strong hide their intentions. Deceiving your intuition. Mages are a perfect example of that. Angry was lifted by thorny vines. He was completely entangled in them. You idiot. Finn screamed. But it was not like they were going to get far anyway. The vines went for them both, piercing through the chests of Torties and Finn. Angry fought against the vines, but breaking them at this point was impossible. He was wrapped tighter and tighter. The mage congratulated him for not running from her, and before finishing him off, she introduced herself. She is Latacha the Entangled. Okay. Maybe not, but it sounds cooler. You know how it is. Women are complicated. Who can figure them out? Okay. That was a bad joke. She is Latacha of the Vines. The Rose. Then she closed and clenched her fist. Angry died. In that world he always goes to after dying. He thought, just as all soldiers differ in strength and skill, so do made it. This time, I got caught. I let my newfound strength get to my head. I charged in without sizing up my opponent. The ferryman told him to look. Your effort is useless. A strange creature, trying to grow stronger using the pit, a place made for suffering, is nothing but a tiny ant before an overwhelmingly high wall. Angry's response was, thank you, thanks to you. I have remembered my original purpose. This is the wall I need. Of course, said the ferryman. Let us see if you are still talking like that after you see the third wall. He returned to the pit. He once again voiced his displeasure with the sewer route, and they even devised a new plan besides the walls. To be carried out tomorrow morning. The thing is, Angry knows he can't let a day pass without overcoming the wall, or it all resets. So what is going to happen? What wall is coming next? Thorn says they will have to wait then. And since they are waiting, Finn says they should bring it out. He sends for everything. Meats. Alcohol. All of it. Angry could not believe it. They brought out food and alcohol right in front of the enemy. They are out of their minds, he thinks. He asks them if what they are doing is not dangerous. But Finn argues that it is not, telling him to relax, to stop being so narrow-minded, and offers him a drink. He knows she has a point. His vision has become narrow. Being the focused Jigached that he is, he knows what he wants. He refuses the drink, refuses to relax, draws his sword, and answers by training harder. For Finn, it ends up being rather entertaining to watch. Something poor Thorn does not understand. Thorn, you are so naive. The night of the double full moon arrived. Angry was cleaning his sword. Thinking. It had been a fruitful day thanks to the epiphany he had, but by this time, they would have already reached the wall. The Grey Dog elite troops are in the sewers. I have faced them. There is a mage on the walls. So now, what will stand in his way? He asked himself, and my God, he did not see it coming. A deep hum. Close by. Everyone looks up. Surprised. Angry included. As they saw a damn full pack of lycanthropes heading straight for them. 6 of them. Against more than 20 of those things. Thorn knows. To face a lycanthrope safely is impossible. It takes at least 10 soldiers. There are over 20 of them. And there are only 6 of us. Thorn smirks at this. This will be a bloodbath. But where did they even come from? Finn wondered. Angry has no clue. He did not sense a thing. Is this another trick from that damn mage? The beasts charge forward. Angry focuses, fighting off despair. He was about to take the hit from that thing, but swiftly dodged. Then, the second wolf attacks him as well. Irregular. Unpredictable attacks. From every direction. If he focuses on just one, he will be blind to the others and defenseless. He blocks the jaws of one. He has to widen his vision. See the entire battlefield. Watch his comrades fall towards the sky. Finn falls. One would think, knowing Angry, that since they will live again when the day repeats, he would not feel a thing for his comrades. But that could not be further from the truth. Watching your comrades get eaten alive by a damn werewolf is not a pretty sight. It must be an agonizing way to die. Angry parries one of the lycanthropes, then runs another through the spine. But suddenly, a different kind of beast appeared. The beast slammed a powerful fist into his gut, as pain shot through him. Angry realized, this lycanthrope is intelligent. It has to be the pack leader. It bit down on Angry's arm and hurled him towards the pack, waiting with their jaws wide open. The ferryman mocked him. The 3 walls are insurmountable for you. You are doomed to repeat this day over and over, and you still dare to call it fun. It is definitely not fun. Angry replied. But he said it right in front of Tords and Finn. They ask him what is wrong as he thinks. But just because it is not fun does not mean I should stop. And if all 3 paths are blocked, I will forge a new one. This time, they went to the sewers. He pondered what to do once they were surrounded, but he could not find a solution. Tords and Finn are no match for a full unit of the Greyhounds, especially not in a tight space like this. The best strategy is to avoid being surrounded in the first place. Sharpening his instincts to detect them might work. But he failed again. His instincts detected nothing at all. Maybe it is because there is magic at play here too. In his next attempt, he fought the Vine Mage. He asked if she was the one who cast a spell in the tunnel. She was caught off guard, not expecting to be found out, and cursed some Captain Roger for his carelessness. Then, Angry died again, with a mage involved. Angry thinks. It is impossible to evade their trap with instinct alone. Even if they manage it, there are still the unstoppable lycanthrope hunters. But how can he escape so many of them? It is a battle of the many against the few. Died to the beasts. Back to the tunnel. Died. Back to the mage. Died. Back to the beasts. Died. To the tunnel. Died. To the mage. Died. To the beast. Died. To the tunnel. Died. To the mage. Died. Back to the beasts again. Died. But not a single one of those deaths was in vain. They were all to make him stronger. How long do you plan to keep playing this game? The ferryman asked. If you do not want to be trapped in this day forever, you would better pick a wall to smash your head against. Angry did not answer. After repeating it so many times, he finally understood. All 3 paths are equally good. It would be a waste to choose just one. Our mad protagonist smiled. In the new today, Angry was awake, to Torda's surprise. He had completely mastered the hidden dagger technique. Yesterday, he could not do that, not even close. But how can he do it today? Because I trained for 30 days to master it. Angry said. Of course. Tordas had no idea what he meant. Angry thinks. Now, I have enough strength. This is attempt number 79. I am sure of it. Today, I will break through this wall and reach tomorrow. The time has come to make some changes. First, he asked one of the scouts for a small pouch, one he could wear on his wrist. Next, he approached Finn, asking to see her strange boots. She explained they were lined with cloth to muffle the sound of her footsteps, so he suggested that he and Tords do the same. Inside the cave, Finn asked if he would ever been an archer. He moved so quietly. Something difficult to achieve even with reinforced boots. And that is because I have been practicing these steps for days on end, repeating this very day, to survive here. Angry thought as they advanced. We have to find the enemy first and create an opening. But it is not easy to spot the signs of an ambush when you are already in it. But we have an expert in that field right here. He thought. Glancing at Finn, he blurted out. What if the enemy is waiting for us in the tunnel? She replied that it is unlikely. But if they are, we will fall back. But what if they block the exit? The tunnel is narrow and the ceiling is low. He asked if there is an alternate route, just in case both ways are blocked. Tortoise told him he was starting to scare them. Is this a bad feeling or something? He replied that if there are troops up ahead, we are already doomed. Finn shot back that if he was scared, he should just leave. At least then they would not have to listen to his grim predictions. He told her it was not fear. He just wanted to stress that they need to be careful. He knew he needed a way to make his companions move as he wished, since they were both so stubborn. He could not use force like he did with Andrew back in the Kadari fields. He had to persuade them. He would imitate that commanding presence Crack had in the infirmary. His aura just made you want to listen to whatever he said. Finn accepted his suggestion and decided to be more cautious. She focused all her senses on searching for clues. And it was not long before she found them. Footprints they tried to erase. That was the first clue. She cursed and ordered them to fall back. It is a trap. They made it just in time. A group of enemy crossbowmen nearly spotted them. If they had gone any further, those crossbowmen would have blocked their escape. Then, as they wondered what to do, Angry yelled out to the crossbowmen, claiming he had a message from Captain Roger. Finn cursed that idiot. The crossbowmen were confused. They were not expecting a messenger. And this is where Angry's plan began. Roger was the name the mage had mentioned when he would asked about the tunnel. So he shouted the name, warning of cursed beasts. He also took advantage of the tunnel's darkness, where they could not identify him. All of this confused the crossbowmen. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Angry drew his sword, sliced open the first man's gut, and grabbed another as a hostage to avoid being shot down. Terrified, the soldier screamed. Don't shoot. Angry started yelling at the hounds of Aspen. Aren't you trained? Can't you even handle me? He told them to do something, calling them damn fools. Of course. Finn and Tortoise wondered what the hell he was doing provoking them. More enemies are approaching. Finn noted. Angry kept up the insults. Finn cursed the noise. It was keeping her from thinking, from hearing the enemy. But then she realized, Angry. He was calling to them. They were taking advantage of the distraction. Finn took down one of the crossbowmen. It won't be long before Tortoise does the same to us. She understood. The darkness. Angry's insults. It was all a distraction for those bastards. She could not help but call him a genius. Too late. The crossbowmen realized they had enemies behind them. Their numbers dwindling. One of the crossbowmen, fed up with Angry, killed the hostage and ordered the others to shoot him down. Angry wanted to buy more time, but it was no use. Still, he would bought enough. He threw a pair of whispering daggers and ran with Tords and Finn. Just as the rest of the Greyhound soldiers arrived, the main unit, led by Roger, to buy some time. He yelled that he brought a message from Latacha. Or Lateka. Whatever that mage's name is, that made Roger hesitate for a moment. Wondering how the hell he knew that name. Our guys seized that moment of hesitation to run, and enraged Roger ordered them to be captured alive. Our men managed to get out of the tunnel. But they were closely followed by the Grey Dog's unit. Finn asks where they should go. Incree yelled at him that they must go to the camp. Telling Finn not to hesitate and to follow him, she guides them. The enemies were following too closely. So using the knowledge Incree had given him, he stabbed his sword into some rocks, then threw it towards the Grey Dogs. Beneath those dark brown rocks lie very dangerous venomous snakes. Many of them reached the enemies, who were bitten by a huge number of them. Finn wonders what the hell that madman is doing. The enemy soldiers' screams will get them in trouble. And yes, that is Incree's plan. For their screams to be heard, they climbed a slope. The twin blood moons rose on the horizon, and with them came the pack of lycanthropes. These beasts do not give a damn if you are friend or foe. Incree thinks. He yelled at Finn and Thor to get away, that they must leave. But they did not want to abandon a comrade. Incree screamed at them that he has a plan, and they are just getting in the way. Roger orders a part of his unit to follow the duo that split off. Incree is surrounded. Grey Dogs in front of him. Lycanthropes behind him. This is the key to his plan. He must make them focus on him and not chase Finn and Thor, and to achieve that, he unleashes a killing intent so fierce it could not be ignored. Roger feels it. The lycanthrope leader feels it. Roger orders his men to kill him first. The lycanthropes scramble up the mountain to get to Incree. They appear out of nowhere. Incree dodges the blow. The beasts know nothing of allies or enemies. They also attack the Grey Dogs unit, as they flee. Thor says they should go back to help Incree. who is surrounded by enemies. But when they look back, they realize how insane the battle is. Thor screams, "We have to rescue Enkri," but then he realizes, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Finn's mouth is wide open. Enkri. He is dodging every single blow they throw at him, our boy thinks. Although in this chaos, there are those who react to his killing intent and come for him. He uses his senses to expand his concentration, even in his blind spots. Reacting and thinking instantly is crucial. One mistake, he dies. Although, of course, he knows that won't actually happen. Roger yells for them to get into combat formation. Enkri turns towards them. The Grey Dogs are an elite unit. Once they form their battle line, the lycanthropes will be massacred. But to achieve his goal, Enkri needs chaos, and he knows just how to cause it. In one of his repetitions as Lloyd, he fought Roger directly. His men called him an idiot for rushing at him, because he is Roger, the one who never takes off his helmet. That made Enkri wonder why he never takes it off, so in one move, he took it off and revealed something that shocked everyone. The reason Roger never took off his helmet is because he had gone bald, his blessed bald head, reflecting the moon. Let the moon shine. Let the sun shine. Let that man's bald head shine so bright. Enkri told him not to be ashamed of being bald. There is nothing wrong with it, but Roger exploded in rage. So now Enkri yells at him. Roger, take off your helmet. What is wrong? You do not have any hair. Did your hair die and go to heaven? Roger curses, but tries to keep his his calm. It just slipped out. Then Enkri grabbed his own hair and showed Roger its beauty. Finn and Thor were just like, what? They know he hit Roger right where it hurts. Roger then went berserk and lunged at Enkri. Both swords clashed. But Enkri was not an enemy that Roger the Bald could defeat. Just as he dodged our boy's sword, Enkri took the chance to send him flying. Roger had no way out. He could not dodge the blow. But Enkri's kill was stolen. The lycanthrope leader appeared out of nowhere and decapitated Roger. The Grey Dogs cried out for their captain. Enkri cursed the cunning lycanthrope. The lycanthrope tries to hide in the chaos to launch a surprise attack on Enkri. But that is not going to happen. Enkri tries to follow it with his eyes. Loses it. The lycanthrope appears behind him. Our boy blocks the blow. He has to tear down this wall too. The lycanthrope launches another attack. It is dodged. Enkri takes the opportunity to slash its arm off, then cuts its chest. The thing growls and attacks. But Enkri ducks in. From below, pierces the beast's chest. Thor and Finn could not believe it. Enkri is on such another level that no other lycanthrope soldier dares approach him. Not even Thor would dare fight him right now. He is overwhelmingly strong. Enkri breathes. Thor and Finn call out to him. He flees, while the Grey Dogs continue their desperate fight against the lycanthropes. Finn asks Enkri how he knew the lycanthropes would come. He said that was just a coincidence. Sure, says Thor. But when did you get so strong? And how did you know the enemy commander's name? Of course. He expected these questions. He suddenly improved and knows names and information. But he can't explain everything. So he tells them that is not important right now. The mission is not over yet. They have to cross the wall. They scaled the wall. The ease with which Enkri climbed made Finn wonder if he was a scout before. But Thor does not think so. Still, he moves as if he has experience in this. Something Thor can't understand. Once at the top, Enkri observes. He can't use his senses because of the mage. But he knows where she will be. She has never changed her location in all the todays he has repeated. She appears. He warns the others that there is an enemy. Then he lunged at the mage who saw him. As he was about to cut her neck, thorny vines grabbed his arm. He cut them quickly. The mage asks how he got here. She was sure she knew where they would come out. Those guys, says Enkri, are pretty busy down there. Could it be you did not train them well enough? Enraged, she attacks him. Enkri dodges and deflects the vines with his sword. As for the thicker ones, he has to cut them. Finn can't believe what he is seeing. That level of skill against a mage. Thor asks if they should help. But they would be useless. Says Finn. They would better take care of something else. And that is preventing the other soldiers from interfering in Enkri's fight. The mage grinds her teeth. No one with a sword has ever given her such a fight. How dare he? She launches thorns. Enkri sees it coming as he thinks. He already knows how to break a mage's defense. In the end, they are human. Cut them and wound them, and they die. To create that opening, he discovered the following. Enkri advances, deflecting the thrown thorns, getting closer to the furious mage. When she covered herself with her vines, he thrust his arm in, a hidden move he prepared just for her. Krace sold the magic tools and bought the sword. But there were still a lot of tools left. Incree decided to keep them, sure that they would be useful at some point. And yes, under his arm was a magic tool. By the time the mage noticed it, it was too late. The thing flew towards her. It flashed. It blazed, blinding everyone who laid eyes on it. It was a light visible from far away. The mage screamed, but not for long. A sword cut her in two. When he finally understood, he realized there was no need to avoid the three walls. All three are perfectly valid paths. Choosing just one is impossible. By overcoming all three, I forge anew today. The mage is dead. Incree smiles. Finn curses him, demanding to know where the hell he got that magic tool from. This is no time for questions. Thord said. They had to move forward. They infiltrated, avoided the guards, and reached the Rendezvous point. There were clear signs of an attack. Of torture. Gato is definitely dead. Finn says. That confirms it. This whole mission, Incree says, was a trap set by Aspen. Or a Fen. Whatever his name is. Even that supposedly crucial message from Gato was likely a fake to lure us in. We have been manipulated. Thord said, as the guards frantically searched for them. They slipped back into the shadows. Now, the plan is to get out of here alive, with guards everywhere. It is too risky. Incree says he knows a tried and true method, but it is up to them if they want to go through with it. And so, he brought out Old Faithful. A fire, engulfing a house. The guards desperately doused the flames with water. That was the distraction our group used to escape. Incree thinks to himself that this trick is useful. But he has used it so often he will become a pyromaniac before he ever becomes a knight. And just like that, they escaped the fortress. Meanwhile, in Aspen, two figures were talking. It seems the intruders escaped during the fire, all of our traps. Another says, we're overcome in a single night. They truly got the better of us. I can't believe Latacha died in a place like this. My plan was flawless. The man says, eliminate the spy and take out key enemies before the war. That would have shattered their morale. But it does not matter. He smiles. We still have plenty of other options. We must prepare the next step. This is Aspen's tactical genius. Ignayer. And honestly, poor Ignayer. It is not fair to go up against a guy who can repeat the last 24 hours every time he dies, because his plan truly was flawless. In the end, it took 79 attempts to overcome him. Incree's ability is a damn cheat code. Man. But oh well. Our heroes were crossing the river. Finn and Thords were completely wiped out. Utterly exhausted. Incree, on the other hand, was glowing, and even asked Thords for a duel once they reached the shore. Thords cursed him. They would already dueled more than 10 times, just on the way to the ship. When they arrived, Thords said they should rest. But of course, for Incree, training is resting, so he challenged Finn. But well, she did not fall for his charms this time. Arriving at the entrance, they came upon a scene. A bald, begging to see the leader of the Mad Dog squad. Thords asked what was going on, but Incree told them he would handle it. He told them to go on ahead. He knows that bald guy. When the bald man saw Incree, he rushed over to him. He ran, shouting that the guildmaster, Craze, is in danger. Hilpin explained that a frog appeared out of nowhere. It must be the person him told him about, the one they always send to supervise. Incree's expression turned serious. So that frog is already here. We flash back to 3 days ago. Craze was relaxing at the guild headquarters. Everything has been going smoothly. But it has been almost a week since he has been back to the main headquarters. Still, he is taking it easy. The supervisors won't bother him, since they are also getting better supplies thanks to him. Just then, Hilpin came in to give a report. The innkeeper saw someone he suspects might be an Aspen agent. Kriya sent men to investigate. Right now, the guild calls itself the Night's Watch, and they are in charge of keeping order in the damn streets, where the regular guard won't go. Thanks to that, the guild's reputation has improved, and is now easier to collect tributes. Everyone has become his eyes and ears. At this rate, with a little more luck, in maybe even half a year, he could have total control of the slush funds. But as he was thinking this, a stranger approached the guard. This stranger struck down the guard at the entrance. The force of the blow threw the door open, and Craze looked at the creature, identifying it as a frog. Seeing his guard was still alive, he knew this creature was open to talk. Like the chameleon he is, he offered the frog the main seat with a smile. The creature looked at him, finding the young man's reaction refreshing. He asked if Craze knew who he was. Kriya said that does not matter right now. He offered him some very interesting food. The frog struck Hippling, and then he struck Craze. This, the amphibian says, is because of my philosophy, that humans only listen after a good beating. Creus smiled and said he would be happy to help, though the punch was not necessary. The frog likes that. He is still smiling after being hit. He asks where the former leader is. Dead. Creus replied. Who did it? The frontier guard. Creus replied nonchalantly. A name. The creature demands. Creus thought for a moment. Then mentioned. Ragnar. It was that damn soldier named Ragnar. The frog licked its lips and ordered the bald man to find this Ragnar. Creus urged him to do it. And that brings us back to the present. Hippling tried to find Ragnar. But every member of the squad had already left for battle. There is no one left. That damn race. He is one smart bastard. He knows that waking up Ragnar, the laziest of them all, is a monumental task. So his plan was to lure in anyone from the squad who could kill the frog. He just did not know they had all left on a mission. Incri asked if Creus was not already dead. Hippling said no. He is still alive and in one piece. Has he been tortured? Incri thinks. I am much stronger now than I was before. And I would like to test my strength against a frog. Last time, I was defeated by one in an instant. Powerless to do anything. But now, maybe I can win. Honestly, I want to fight. He told Hippling to go to the frog and tell him Ragnar will see him tomorrow. One more day won't kill Creus. He thinks. This frog is trying to use Creus as a hostage. This frog is clever. Afterward, Unkri went to report back to headquarters. Although everything had already been reported, then, he went to sleep. The next day, he ate breakfast. Then he trained. And then, he prepared himself. Esther wanted to go with him, and he did not refuse. She has been acting strange ever since he got back. All he wants is to fight the frog. The creature was eating worms. He says he has grown tired of waiting. Today, he must fulfill his promise. Creus assures him that he will come. But first, he offers him more food, a much fresher worm. The frog tells him he is very good at what he does. So good, in fact, that it would be a waste to kill him. Creus thanks him, while mentally begging for any member of the squad to show up and save him. But they did not come, and Creus wondered. What the hell are they doing? The frog demanded more food. He served him with pleasure, all while cursing the frog that did nothing but eat. It barely slept and never stopped watching him. I have to endure this. I have to hold out until Ragnar and Jackson come and tear this frog apart. He just needed to wait for one of those psychos. The frog was about to eat. Enkri readied his daggers. The frog sensed something. The door shattered. Enkri burst through. Seeing him, Creus screamed. You should not have come. You are the weakest of them all. With friends like Creus. Enkri attacks. The frog dodges the daggers. Then it lands on the table. Enkri swings his sword. The frog leaps over him and draws its own blade. Enkri dodges the strike. They lock eyes. Then, their weapons clash. Creus could not believe this was their leader. How the hell? He wondered. How the hell is he fighting one-on-one with a frog? Unkri knows that blocking a frog's attacks head-on is for amateurs. Its strength would shatter your bones. That is why with every block, he redirects the creature's strike. He also aims his attacks at the frog's only weak spot. Hit it anywhere else, and it can just regenerate. But before he can land a cut, the frog kicks him, sending him flying back. Creus grows worried. That was a direct hit. The frog asks how he dares aim a thrust at its heart. I am known as Lecter, the talent reader. Someone who can recognize the talent in others, but this guy. The frog thought. I can't understand him. How can someone who has already reached his talent's limit generate even more power? Enkri gets back up. He says that did not hurt. The frog tells him, I will kill you right here. It lunges forward to attack. Enkri responds in kind. He is aiming for its heart. They are about to clash. Of course. Enkri is aiming for the heart. But instead, he severs one of the frog's arms. During the fight, it won't have time to regenerate a wound like that. He follows up with a thrust. The enraged frog roars that it will kill him with just one hand. It strikes at Unkri. Their swords clash. The frog's strength is so immense that Enkri's sword is knocked from his grasp. The impact throws him off balance. The creature is about to cut him in two. But Enkri does not flinch. He would simply try again. The frog stopped. Why did it stop? Unkri asked. The frog feels it. It looks behind him. It can feel it. The eyes of an enraged Esther. The powerful energy of a spell emanating from that beast. Aimed right at it. If it kills the human before it, it will die too. The frog wants to kill him. It wants to kill this human who has surpassed the limits of his talent. An unpredictable human. A type of human that must be eliminated. It raises its weapon, but then sheathes it. After all, its own life is more valuable, it tells Enkri. Remember this, my name is Mel, and the next time we meet will be your last. Then it leaves. Did it? Did it really leave? Creus asked. I thought we were going to die. But more importantly, Since when could the leader fight a frog one-on-one? It was not an even fight. Angry said. He looks down at his hand. That last attack from the frog. My right wrist is broken, and I lost my sword. He says, if I do that 3 times, I can definitely beat that frog. We were lucky it just left. Cray says. Unkri agrees. I did not expect the frog to just walk away on its own. But why? It could have killed us. So he asks Esther if it was her doing. Craze calls him crazy for talking to a panther. Just then, someone comes running up to Unkri. It is the commander of the first company. We have been looking all over for you like crazy. But why are you injured? They ask. The protagonist explains that he fought with a real son of a bitch. A troublesome one. Well, the captain says, we are not looking for you because of your strength. But we need to ask you to join the battle. It is a direct request from the commander. A request from the elf commander, who was on the battlefield. Thinking to herself, now I know why they call them the crazies. Ren was annihilating enemies with a terrifying ease. The thing was, more enemies were on their way. But he was leaving. He said he would already met his quota for the day. Over there was Ragna, drenched in blood, holding an enemy leader's head in his hands. Looking completely bored because he got lost wandering around. Then he tossed it to the men, complaining they did not tell him the camp had moved. Turns out, it was not the head of a mere commander. It was the enemy's supreme commander. He went there and came back alive. He basically walked into the enemy camp, killed him, and walked out. Auden was over there, ripping off limbs. Jackson, like it, dodged everything thrown at him. They could not land a single hit on him. Although he was not killing anyone. The enemies just gave up trying to fight him. The problem is, the elf commander can't control them. Commander Marcus asked her how she managed to bring them. That was the easy part. According to her, she was the one who ordered them to prepare for battle and cover for Unkri. But no one listened to her. Only Andrew did. You are the one who sent Unkri away. So why should we have to cover for him? The elf told him that their disobedience would fall directly on their captain's shoulders. Do you want to cause trouble for Unkri? Ren looked at her like he wanted to smash her face in, but he said, 3 a day. I will kill 3 enemies a day, and not one more. Of course. She knows they should be grateful to have him at all, but the higher-ups will never approve. We cannot afford to lose. Marcus said, what happens on this battlefield will have a huge impact on the war to come. He asks if Asp is still proposing those damn duels. And yes, those duels are happening. The problem is, we have not won a single one of them so far. The skill gap between the soldiers who fought has been too wide. That is bad. Marcus acknowledged. Morale will plummet if this continues. We have to send someone who can actually fight. One of the crazies would do. He says. Yep. She replies. But just getting them onto the battlefield is a risk. If we ask them to fight in duels, they might just refuse and walk away. They are too much of a hassle to even try. But is there any effective way to control them? Marcus asks. Yep. She replied. Their squad leader. Alone now. Marcus wondered what the hell Asp was trying to pull. They have never used cheap tricks like duels before. But then again, he would recently heard a genius strategist had joined Aspen. This has to be that guy's work. Back at the camp, Andrium and Ari were walking. Andri's job is to keep the madman in check while Enkri is away. And do not think for a second that Black Eye came from an enemy. Ren himself was the one who messed up his eye. According to Andriu, it is the only way to calm that guy's bloodlust. Otherwise, he would turn this whole place into a bloodbath. Besides, training with Ren, he feels himself getting stronger. It is like being on the brink of death pushes him to a new level. Even Mac, as much as it pisses him off, has to admit it. Luckily, 3 of those madmen have been busy with their own affairs, so they have not stirred up any trouble. Then, something happened. A scene that Andreu knew would end in disaster. Some guy was screaming at Ren, asking if they were even capable of acting like human beings. He called them madmen. Do you think this is some kind of game? Andrew's blood ran cold. That idiot is going to get himself killed. He stepped in to defend Ren, saying he only answers to his direct superior. But the guy would not back down, calling them arrogant bastards. Then, Ren stood up, unleashing a killing aura unlike anything Andrew had ever felt. The fool challenged him to a fight. Ren did not say a word. Andrew and the other guy were about to be dragged into a fight. Then Ren sighed and walked away. This is getting boring. He thought, maybe it is time I stopped being a soldier. Ragnar, lying there, thought the same. Is Inkri dead? They wondered. Audie was only here for his return. If he does not come back, there is no reason to stay. Jackson felt the same way. His objectives were nearly complete. If he does not return, he is... The four madmen were all thinking of leaving, if he did not return soon. But just then, in the middle of Andrew's duel, he returned. Ren looked like he would seen a ghost. But it was poor Andrew who ran up to him, asking what took him so long. He missed him so much. You are disgustingly late, he said. But, he's back. Inkri finally understood. The reason they sent him here was to control these madmen. He asked Ren to coordinate better with the higher-ups' orders, and to that, he replied, if I feel like it. The thing is, Inkri has never really controlled these madmen either. But what mattered most to them was whether he had gotten stronger. Ragnar gets to his feet. Let us fight. Kreese warns them that Inkri's hand is injured. Ren and Ragnar immediately start arguing. I should be first. Ren says, there is no damn order to respect here. Ragnar retorts. Audi forcibly separates them. Time for some muscle training. A bare-knuckle brawl. Inkri told them to calm down. He says he will face them one by one. As for his hand, it is not broken. He can still move it. But Jackson tells him not to underestimate the injury. Then he applies a special ointment to it. Inkri thought to himself, after going to the Crusade Guard and fighting those frogs, his path to knighthood still feels so far away. And yet, the path he has walked so far has been a steep climb in itself. He wants to show them the power he has accumulated up to this point. Jackson tells him not to push it, or he will only make it worse. Outside, the four of them were waiting. Ren was the first. Why do you look so confident? He asked. Let us see how much you have improved. Ren attacks without mercy, but Inkri parries, striking Ren's axe with immense force. Ren is stunned. That was different. No hesitation. Only pure certainty. He is getting excited. They were only apart for a week, and he has improved this much. Audien was so thrilled. He felt his patience wearing thin. Hurry up. Ragnar thought. I want my turn. Ren notices those bastards looking at him like he is a nuisance. But he gets it. They must be eager to test their leader's new strength. And so, the time passed. Once inside, they could not hold back any longer and asked what happened to his hand. He said it was nothing. Just a little run-in with a frog before he came here. Andrew cursed in his head. How is that not a big deal? Ren asked if the frog showed up at the Crusade Guard. Said Kraze. The frog came to the guild. Inkri fought it himself. Just back from his mission. Ren mocked him for not being able to beat a mere tadpole. Audien asked about the mission. Inkri told them about the enemy traps, the Greyhound units, the lycanthropes, and then the mage. Andrew was sweating. He would pushed himself so hard this week. He fought that madman Ren. But why? Why is not the gap between him and Captain Inkri getting any smaller? Once everyone was in bed, Inkri lay there, thinking. He learned a lot from his training with those four. He could tell they held back because of his wrist. He wanted to recover quickly so he could fight them for real. To see how far his new power could push them. Ren spoke. He said that from now on, you should not be losing to some random frog. Ragnar told him he still has much to learn. Audien said that more training is the only answer. Jackson added that he still has glaring weak points. Inkri declared that the next time he faces Ren, he will win. Ren scoffed at his confidence. And then, silence fell. They were about to fall asleep. Well, Ren spoke up again. He said once your hand is healed, we fight again. The others chimed in, talking about bad habits, training methods, and battle senses. Inkri agreed. Yep. When my hand is healed, we will. Silence fell once more. They were finally going to sleep, but Ren spoke up. Again. Anyway. That frog. With guys like that, you just block like this. And this. Then counter. The others started chiming in with their own advice too. Inkri finally had to yell at them to just go to sleep. Damn it. And then, there was silence. And this time, they actually fell asleep. When Inkri woke up, it was already late morning. But he had slept soundly. It had been a long time since he would slept in so late. The squad members, Kraze informed him, were at the front lines. He began to train, only to realize that the pain in his hand had gotten worse. But he longed to wield a sword, so he decided to use his left hand. He would never done it before. So of course he was terrible. But that only made him more excited. It was a chance to relearn everything he knew with his right hand. Right from the very beginning, that damn madman. Just as Inkri started training with his left hand, he was interrupted by Vigence, who called him a madman. He asked him if his squad was not fighting. Vigence replied. This time, his squad is in charge of defending the trenches. Inkri's sword strap was in bad shape, so Vigence told him to hand it over. He would fix it. a noticeable change in vigilance. He used to curse and snarl the moment he laid eyes on Enkri. But ever since that war, he has been friendly. So he just asks him straight up why he used to hate him. Vigilance looked at him, then said a single name. Jenny. Enkri had no idea who that was. He tells him it is Jenny, the one who sells herbs. Wheel. That sounds really bad. But Enkri still did not have a clue. Enraged, Vigilance threw the sword back at him and told him to never speak to him again. He stormed off. Furious, Enkri told him he was never interested in her. Jenny was the one chasing after him. Now he remembers. Jenny. The one who ran the herb shop at the border guard post. But that Jenny was a real knockout. Enkri went there often because her herbs were good, but Jenny ended up developing feelings for him. How was he supposed to know Vigilance liked her? He tells Vigilance he only went for the herbs. Vigilance knows that Enkri is committed only to his sword. The truth is, it was pure envy. Vigilance thinks Jenny never paid him any attention. She was just charmed by a pretty face. He calls Enkri a damn fool and leaves, telling him to take better care of that sword. Enkri entered the tent where Esther was still resting. She looked ill, and it was all Enkri's fault. Esther thought. He still continued with the duels. She tried to ease his fatigue, but it was too much, and her current mana has its limits. The camp was quiet. The guards were patrolling until they noticed something in the water. Out of nowhere, an arrow struck a patrolman right between the eyes. The alarm was sounded. The camp was under enemy attack. Enkri was about to rush into battle, but Kralj ordered him to stay inside. He is injured. Then, Enkri saw it. He never expected to find him here again. The two of them stood facing each other. Mish said that God had answered his prayers. I have been dying to see you. Enkri, thanks to you, I shattered my arrogance, opened my eyes, and reached a new level. Now, I will end this. Enkri pushed Kraze behind him. Their swords clashed, but Enkri was easily knocked back. His injured hand won't let him fight properly. Mish noticed the injury. But that was just bad luck for Enkri. He was going to kill him. Vigilance intervened, defending Enkri so he could escape, but he was decapitated in an instant. Esther and Kraze tried to defend him. She died. A Kraze was run through the throat. If your wrist had been unharmed, Mish said, I would have shown you my true power. Then he killed him. He could not do anything. Of course. It was all because of his injured wrist. Enkri came to and ran into Kraze. Then he began to train like a madman. The sacrifice of his friends in the previous loop reminds him of that bastard's words. They died because you are weak. Vigilance approached, asking why he was trying to strengthen his left hand. Is it because you injured your right one? In any case, at this point, this training is just insane. What have you even accomplished with it? Enkri drops a line worthy of a crypto bro. If it does not work, I just have to make it work. He is determined to protect him. He apologizes for what happened with Jenny. Vigilance did not expect him to know and got flustered. And he knows it was not on purpose. Cheer up, said Enkri. There are plenty of other girls out there. Many who do not care about physical appearance. Haha. That was a critical hit. The moment of the attack arrived. Enkri faced Mish once again. He has become stronger. And more than that, he has become more cautious. He is not the same arrogant man from before. Enkri can't fight with both hands. He defends himself as best he can, but he is fighting at Mish's pace. He was wounded in the neck. Mish noticed how he was avoiding using his right hand. He asked him what was wrong with his hand. Enkri replied that it was injured. A pity, says Mish. I wanted to show you my true strength. Then he executes him. The loop repeats. And Enkri trains his left hand like a man possessed. Every concept, every movement, everything he has learned so far. He returned to the battle. He went back to training. He trained again. Enkri does not understand why he can't get used to his left hand. Vigilance, who was watching him, invited him to train. This is strange. In all the loops he has repeated, Vigilance has never done anything like this. But seeing the serious look on his face, he decided to accept. Vigilance attacks. Enkri blocks. The guy is a physical monster, so those blows are hard to block with just the left hand. Enkri parried the blow, and then knocked him to the ground. He won the duel. Vigilance curses. He thought he would win, since Enkri is right-handed and was only using his left. But Enkri has been training it for a while, so it was not going to be that simple. He asked him why he wanted to duel. I just wanted to hit you, said Vigilance. Watching you reminds me of when I first picked up a sword, the desire to be stronger. The thrill. But your sword, Enkri, feels off. What do you mean? The man asked. It feels like a dead blade, says Vigilance. Enkri does not understand what he means. Vigilance can't really explain it either. But what does that mean? Inkri wonders. Is it lacking strength, speed, or could it be? That must be it. He was trying to replicate what he learned with his right hand. But the feeling in each hand is completely different. He must find a style unique to his left hand. He raises the sword. He unleashes a slash on the straw dummy. It was a clean cut. Even the sound of the cut is different from one made with his right hand. He smiles and thanks Vejance. It is all thanks to him. Now he can finally use his left hand properly. He will become a switch stance fighter. Now that is on a whole other level. What he will do now is focus on awakening the sensitivity of his left hand. Starting with everyday habits, Craze asks him why he is eating with his left hand. The answer is to rest his injured right hand. Of course. It won't be that easy. He does everything with his left now, even getting dressed, training every skill he has learned. Torta's hidden blade works well with that hand too. He has repeated this day 50 times. He trained with Vejance again. This time, he beat him soundly with just his left hand, something Vejance himself did not expect. But it is still a dead blade. He repeated the day again. And again. This is the 70th time. 70 times that Mish has killed him. Then 80. And it was on that day that he overwhelmed Vejance. So much so that the comment about the dead blade disappeared. Ankri finishes him off where it hurts the most. If you push yourself, one day Jenny will notice you. The bastard tells him. Poor Vejance flew into a rage, asking what he said and calling him a damn fool. He stood there cursing him for every misfortune he would ever have, and Ankri walked away laughing. It is a reaction he never gets tired of. He stood before the gate where the enemy would arrive. He was dressed and ready for battle. What is talent? It can't be defined by a single word. Talent is not just physical skill, but also the ability to forget everything else, and to focus. That too is talent. But right now, he draws his sword. He is testing what talent truly is for the first time in his life, day after day. Training with his left hand. Accumulating experience. In a few days, he achieved what took his right hand 30 years to learn. Today is the 112th time he has repeated this day. He will overcome this wall. The alarm sounded. Craze tried to call Ankri back. Mish appeared, thanking God for letting him run into Ankri again. Ankri told him he was grateful too, calling him by his full name. You gave me an epiphany when I was stuck. Mish says, with all my strength, I will defeat you and rise even higher. Ankri thinks, but I have already surpassed that strength. He saw it in each of those countless todays. He can't beat him with swordplay alone. Ankri lunged at Mish. The attack was unexpectedly strong, but he blocked it, and he forced Mish back, who struggled to contain Ankri's strength. Ankri grabbed Mish's hand and broke his thumb. Mish countered with a kick to the abdomen. Ankri staggered back. Mish's sword fell. He calls him a bastard. That is a dirty trick. In all the todays Ankri repeated. This guy always tries to win with pure swordsmanship. I wish I could grant him that wish. I wish I could give him a duel like that. But I do not want to stay stuck in today. That won't help my left hand improve. A sword duel with Mish is fun. But I have to get past this day. If this was your plan. Mish says. It is useless. I am ambidextrous. As of today. Ankri smirked. This is the way to reach tomorrow and defeat him. A technique too cruel, to be used only as a last resort. The secret of the Valen mercenary style. Ankri threw his sword at Mish. He barely managed to block it. Then he was grabbed by his clothes. This is going to be a savage fight. Ankri threw a punch at Mish, who dodged. Then he tried to advance with his sword. But Ankri tackled him. He pinned the sword arm with his knees. I will do whatever it takes to win. He smashed his fist right into poor Mish's face. I will use any means necessary to claim victory. This is what you call a street brawl. Before the next blow, Mish threw Ankri off with a thrust of his hips. He then charged at Ankri, screaming at him to draw his sword. Fight me for real. He slashed. But to Mish's surprise, Ankri took the blow on his shoulder guard. And he tells him that now, he is fighting for real. With his hidden blade, he struck Mish across the face, leaving a deep gash. Mish screamed, driving his sword deeper and cutting Ankri's shoulder. The damage to Ankri was severe. If this keeps up, Ankri will be the one to fall. But Mish just lost an eye, so his depth perception is ruined. It is time to end this. Ankri threw his hidden dagger. Mish moved to block it, but it plunged into his arm. And before he could react, Ankri charged him again. He took him down. This time, Mish lost his sword. He cursed Ankri, but he was forced into an arm lock. And then his arm was broken. Mish did not scream. He endured the pain, but it was clearly damage he had not anticipated. He swung with his other arm. He missed. Ankri grabbed his leg. Mish panicked. Ankri shattered his ankle. This time, Mish could not hold back the scream. It was a scream so loud his men turned to look at him. The genius who does not try. A man trapped in apathy despite his innate talent. Mishrir. Changed after returning from the battlefield. After meeting him, not a moment went by that he was not training. Owning. Perfecting. Adding effort to his talent. His sword began to shine. But now. This? Well, why is this happening to me? Mish wonders, as he lay there. Completely broken. Standing before him was that man. Inkri called out to him. Mish. He looked up at him. He looked at what was once an impossibly high wall. He looked at the worthy rival who had once shown him the path. Mish told him this was not the fight he wanted. This was not what I was looking for. That wall has now crumbled. Mish says he just wanted a real duel. A duel with Inkri. Inkri picked up the sword. Mishrir. He says, this is a battlefield. Mishrir understood. Mishrir died at the hands of Inkri, who ran him through the neck with his own sword. By the time Mish's men tried to help, it was too late. They screamed in rage. But seizing the distraction, Viance ordered an all-out attack. They cut down the enemy. The great wall that was Mishrir was gone. Inkri kept his head bowed. It was, but I must rise higher. I will rise higher by stepping over him. To be honest, I did not like it. I mean, get it? Inkri is right. It is a battlefield. You can't romanticize combat. That was Mish's mistake. He wanted a duel and got fixated on it. But I really feel sorry for Mish. He truly wanted an honorable fight. And what he got was a dogfight. On top of that, he was killed just like that. Man, I really feel bad for him. We can't even say he was a bad guy. He is just a soldier on the other side. A hero to his own people. Just as Inkri is a hero to ours. F in the comments. The battle was won. Inkri was being healed by Kraze, who informed him that High Command had noticed the attack and sent reinforcements, a full unit of archers. They finished the battle. And thanks to them, we survived, said Vian, who had just arrived. We survived because Inkri bought us time. He handed him his sword, which he would found on the battlefield. Inkri took it in silence. But if that is your sword, Kraze said, whose is that one? This one. Inkri said, belonged to a great warrior. The enemy I fought. That looks like a fine sword, said Vian. Kraze asked to take a closer look, noticing the bluish gleam on the blade. He realized, it means this sword is made of Deng steel, the most famous ore in all of Aspen, more expensive than valorous steel. Kraze says if you sell it, that is a whole lot of money. You should learn a thing or two about value. Inkri asks Vigance if he is heading to the front lines. He is going with him. He refuses to leave his soldiers to fight alone. He straps Mish's former sword to his side. What will you do with the other sword? Kraze asks. Vigance tells him he is better off using his old one, since he is used to it. Inkri takes it and says, well, no one ever said I could not use two swords. The soldiers were returning from the battlefield. Reen whistled, thinking to himself that Inkri seemed ready for the next level. He never expected to get so competitive with some guy from the continent. He is definitely going to teach him his secret technique. Odin was thinking something similar. He would teach him new training techniques. So much so that he stopped dead in his tracks, causing Reen to crash right into him. They trade insults, ready to fight. Rana walks right between them as if nothing is happening, all while thinking that she will be the one to teach Inkri his next training regimen. Of course, she would have to stay close to him too. The same thought crosses Jackson's mind. It seems everyone has something they want to teach Inkri. Well, Jackson thinks he could just leave it to them. But seeing how those brutes act, it is better if he teaches him himself. Suddenly, the elf commander orders everyone to halt. Aspen soldiers emerge from the thicket. One of them shouts that he is Rohel, a soldier of Aspen, and challenges any of them to a just and honorable duel. Not this again. The elf commander thinks it is a petty strategy. But we have piled up so many losses that it is hitting our morale. If we ignore them and press on, they will just say we are afraid. The best option is to fight. She remembers Kraze telling her to take advantage of these lunatics. They are in high spirits right now, so she will take his advice. She called out to Ren and asked if he wanted to handle it. Seeing the enemy, Ren saw a chance to blow off some steam and have some fun. Philly approached. The men underestimated him, but in an instant, the fool's head went flying. The others scream. Ren was in his element. The allied soldiers laugh, just as the elf commander expected. Having a soldier who wins every battle is a huge boost to morale. Of course, that smile quickly turned into panic. The enemies screamed their surrender, but Ren continued the slaughter, ignoring their cries. He is too brutal. They had to order him to stop. The enemies begged them to make him stop. Ren just said, I can't hear a thing, and slaughtered another, terrifying his own comrades who were now afraid to fight alongside that damn madman. The Alpha's plan had completely backfired. Morale plummeted once again. He is the only one capable of controlling those madmen. That night, Ankri was getting an earful. They had left him to rest, only to find him even more injured than before. Just then, the elf commander arrived, saying her Fanky tends to mistreat his body. She handed him something. Something very expensive. It costs more than 1,000 gold pieces. That is fairy medicine. Better than Jackson's ointment. Ren remarks that the captain takes very good care of their leader. Ankri thanks her. But, well, she replies that it is a show of sincerity for their engagement. Since they would never exchanged any serious gifts, a small engagement gift, for her lieutenant, Ankri. He stared at it with a look of, damn it. That woman. I swear. If I could just get my hands on her. Then she left, leaving everyone speechless until Christ started mocking him. Ren said that Ankri has more talent with women than with a sword. He is irresistible. Ragnar said, Ankri does not understand this game the captain is playing by calling him her fiancé. An elf's heart is an incomprehensible mystery. He thinks. Our side has been advancing on the front for several days. Aspen has only been conducting small infiltrations and has yet to launch a serious attack. Thanks to that, Ankri has had time for his wounds to heal considerably. He was training hard. Adi approached and asked him how his body was feeling. Thanks to the elf's ointment, it has improved a lot. In that case, how about a little sparring match? Adi asked. Ankri accepted, but was easily defeated. The giant pointed out the damage. From his right wrist to his shoulder, on top of the bruises all over his body, without a doubt. It is still too difficult for Ankri to fight. You are still going to the battlefield? Adi asks. As long as my body can move. I will, said Ankri. Adi glanced around, checking if anyone was near, and suddenly a power began to flow into Ankri. A power that came from Adi. The protagonist recognized it instantly. This is sacred power. When the giant finished, Ankri tried to ask, but Adi made it clear that they would never speak of this. He could not tell anyone. You must swear it before the Lord. Noticing how serious the always calm giant was, Ankri agreed to remain silent. Adi then walked away, praying. Sacred power is proof of a true priest who faithfully follows God. A miracle that heals the wounded. Adi, who always prays to the Lord, had never used his sacred power before. It was impossible to suspect that he was a true priest. Adi begged the Lord for forgiveness. Ankri senses that Adi is using a power that is forbidden to him. He took this risk for him. Before Adi left, Ankri thanked him. Adi thought to himself, no one can find out I use sacred power. If they do, the Inquisitors will come. Someone like him, who abandoned the order and now bears many restrictions, every time he uses it. Because of those restrictions, he feels as if his heart is being pierced by knives. But he could not just stand by and do nothing. He had to heal Ankri. He prayed to the Lord who is always there, but never answers. For him, meeting Commander Ankri is a sign that his word is truly present, so he will act as his heart dictates. After eating, Ankri removed his bandages. He was almost completely healed after Adi's blessing. Still, he applied the ointment to avoid questions about his rapid recovery. Right now, Cray explains. Both sides are just observing each other. The battalion they are in, under Commander Marcus, is holding the front to block a detour route, while the main force waits at a place called Green Pearls. In the last war, both sides broke the taboo and deployed mages and knights. So now, they are surely preparing for a direct confrontation between knight units. We should have gone to that front. Ren says, all we get here are boring skirmishes. This won't last long. Cray says, the real fight will begin soon. Hours passed. The war horn sounded, and the two armies stood facing each other. A few soldiers from Aspen approached. Ren says, here they go with that nonsense again. This is classic psychological warfare, a battle of wills. They are trying to ridicule the opposing army to crush their morale. And believe it or not, this is something that was actually done in real life. In fact, it is still done, just in more modern ways. Pure mockery and bullying of enemy armies. All to lower their morale. Marcus knows this too, which is why he does not move. They already have an answer for this, but it is not the time to use it. He does not want to use the crazies either. That could backfire on him, so there is only one option left. The Aspen soldiers are mocking our men, calling them virgins. Ankri stands before Andrew, telling him the time to unleash his fury will come, that he should not be ashamed of being a virgin. Everyone stares at poor Andrew with eyes that say, what? Everyone starts holding back their laughter. Even Mac and Henry. Ren teases him, though he tells him to use his virginity to consecrate himself to the Lord. Even Ragnar is making fun of him. Everyone starts laughing at poor Andrew, so much that Andrew yells at them to shut up. They also shout for them to go to a women's salon. And Andrew screams that he is the one who needs to go to those places. Craze does not know if Unkri did it on purpose or by accident, but he has greatly reduced the soldier's tension. He truly is a curious person. So Craze encouraged him to go out and give a speech. He has an idea. He whispers something to Unkri, and he steps forward. If Unkri uses that sharp tongue of his, Craze thinks it will turn the situation around completely. Everyone recognizes Unkri the spellbreaker, leader of the crazy platoon, and his crazies are approaching. This will be the path to victory. Craze did not tell Unkri what to say. He simply sent him out, trusting he would use that sharp tongue of his. He only advised him to get close enough to be within range of enemy arrows, to show them he has no fear. Vigence asks him what he is trying to do. He is not even healed and he is already looking for trouble. Unkri tells Vigence that he is a jinx. He got stuck on the front line. Vigence yells at him not to get any closer or an arrow will kill him. But Unkri paid him no mind. The guy mocks Unkri and his men, calling them useless. Unkri remembers asking Craze what he should say. He had replied, "Whatever comes to mind. Use that tongue of yours." So Unkri pointed at the man and said, "Why are you wearing a mask? This is not a carnival." The man immediately understood he was being called ugly. Annoyed, he asked, "What mask?" The soldiers began to laugh. Vigence realized that Unkri has always known the power of his own beauty. Unkri apologizes. "I did not realize that was your real face." "Good heavens, you poor man. But who did you inherit it from? Was it your mother?" Unkri asked. The soldier grew furious. "And let us be honest. His face looks like an ass. What can I say?" Ren burst out laughing. Saul said God has punished him more than once. On top of being ugly, he is also Peruvian. Now. Just kidding. Peru shows up in chains. Andreas began to laugh like a madman. "A guy that ugly," he says, "and he dares to call me a virgin." Max just watched him, thinking he was really holding that in. The enraged man challenged Unkri to a fight. He was about to draw his sword, but Unkri was quickly surrounded by his men. He is in no condition to fight. The wound, Jackson tells him, is not healed. Unkri knows he almost screwed up, almost endangered Auding's secret. Ren told Andreas to get in there and kill that guy. To Andreas, who felt humiliated because they laughed at his virginity, he drew his sword. It was that bastard who started the humiliation, though it was really Unkri who aimed it at him. But whatever. The Aspen soldier said he did not want to fight that nobody. He wanted the guy with the loose tongue, the pretty one. Andreas told him to shut up and attacked him. The man dodged it effortlessly. Commander Marcus knows this duel could go very wrong. All those from Aspen who ask for a duel are extremely experienced and strong. An average soldier cannot win against them. Andreas was being overpowered. Just as he was about to die, Ren said that boy has a rather useful determination. Andreas screamed and threw a blow. The enemy soldier was forced to block. Andreas cannot lose, no matter the blocks. He has a dream. He must overcome everything for his dream. Andreas Gardner won the fight with a huge smile on his face. Mac watches his lord. The soldiers shout with joy. He killed the dejection. They are really going too far. They start chanting, "The Virgin. The Virgin." The morale soars to the clouds. That guy, Unkri thinks, he is definitely part of the squad of crazies. Andreas screams. He screams for them to see. His fruit has ripened. What the fuck? Everyone laughs. It is the dumbest thing the damn lunatic could have said. Craze had expected Unkri to fight. But with Andreas being a more average soldier, the effect is doubled. Marcus notices it. Now we can do it. He immediately orders the attack. He orders them to break Aspen's formation. From the flank, the Tortoise border unit launches itself against the clearly demoralized Aspen forces. The surprise of the attack confuses them, frightens them. It is the elite unit. Now that the attack is distracting them, Marcus orders the archers to open fire. Arrows rain down on the confused enemies. The tide is turning, on any battlefield. The one who fights better is the one who wins. The commander of Aspen observes. Next to him was the commander of the Grey Dogs, who informs the commander to retreat. This brings a huge smile to the man's face, who says it is finally time. Our men celebrate that they have won. But Craze does not celebrate. Something's not right. Why is Aspen retreating so easily? This is suspicious. Marcus thinks. His men wanted to pursue, but he gives the order not to. We are retreating from here. Now. They are plotting something. And that is all for now. Guys and girls, before you insult me, there are no more chapters. I think they are coming out on Tuesdays or something. We are left at chapter 65. I hope my loves enjoyed it. Kisses. Thanks for following and supporting me. You are my favorite lovers. See you in the next summary, and I hope you all go bald like Captain Roger.